lanes, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la, 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 la. And I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la, 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 la.
Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to Flutter audio video collab tutorial, and this tutorial is by The Best Tech. Let me tell you who this app tutorial is for. Definitely for beginners to advanced learners. If you are a Flutter beginner learner and you want to be an advanced learner, this tutorial is for you. And if you want to land a job and you want to write on your CV that, okay, you have developed a cool app, this is for you. And if you're a student and you want to write it on your thesis, because I'm going to provide you a lot of materials and pictures and graphics that you'd be able to use on your thesis. And this app is complex enough, so it's best suited for your college thesis. And if you want to use this app as a prototype and based on it, you want to build more complex features, definitely this is for you. At the end, it's just all about mastering how to build app. Why? Because we are going to use a lot of complex features and architecture to build this app. Now let's take a look at some of the functional features of this app. Definitely it will have third-party login like Google, Facebook, and Apple login. We'll also cover how to do phone number login. After all this, we'll be focusing on how to do text chat, image chat, and exciting features like audio call chat and video call chat. And at the same time, we'll be sending notification. And this app will also have profile section. And more about notifications. You will have notification as you receive text. You will have notification if you have an audio call from other party. You will have notification if you have a video call from someone else. And if you initiate a video call, you'll have a sound on your side. If you initiate an audio call, you'll have sound on your side as well. And eventually, we will also see that our chat history is saved for a long time. And at the same time, we'll see how to send images and icon with your notification. And now let's take a look at some technical features of this app. Definitely, we have used Flutter framework, we have used Laravel framework, and we have used Firebase service and Agora SDK. Now let's see how they would be connected in our app building. So definitely here, Chatty refers to our app. Now Chatty would be first talking with Firebase for login request. Once we get that one, now Chatty would be talking with our Laravel service or Laravel backend. Over there, we'd be saving data, user data, and Laravel would be also used as for authentication. So next time you want to log into your app, instead of talking to Firebase, actually you would be talking to Laravel. So we would be learning how to build APIs along with using Firebase APIs. So if you want to master API building skill, this is the right tutorial for you. And at the same time, we'll see how to integrate Agora, Laravel, and Chatty at the same time. Now here, another thing, Laravel and Firebase, how they would be working, you may ask. Laravel and Firebase would be working for sending notification. Our Chatty app, when you send message, first will send the notification to Laravel, and Laravel would send the notification to Firebase, and Firebase would send the notification to other users, your intended users. They would receive the notification. Now let's see the core focus of this tutorial. So definitely we'll be building beautiful UI. And along the beautiful UI, we'll see how to manage our app state since we'll be dealing with a lot of data. So our app is pretty dynamic. At the same time, you'll also master how to work with local storage. We'll not only save our chat history in Firebase, but we'll also save the chat history in local storage. With this, you'll see our app is very fast. It's a seamless chatting, just like the one we use on WeChat or Facebook. Now, another feature, I'll walk you through step by step how to build API for your own server. Apart from learning how to use the API from Firebase, you'll also learn how to build API using Laravel. At the same time, we'll see how to connect our app, Laravel, and Firebase together using our backend API. We see the same with Agora SDK, where we'll connect our app, Laravel, and Agora API for talking with each other and initiating audio and video call. So after all this, let's start our exciting journey to Flutter app development. Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. So if you download the code from the link below, and if you open up it in Android Studio or VS Code, you will have something like this. And then actually, the folder name you should open, actually that's called Chatty. Make sure that you are inside this Chatty folder. Now this could be up to your any kind of path in your computer, which doesn't really matter. So make sure that you are inside the Chatty folder, and then inside the folder you should do flutter pub-get, and it will help you to install the necessary packages and dependencies. Okay, and after that, if you had any error, there wouldn't be any error. And then go ahead and make sure you run your favorite simulator. I'm on iOS, so I'm going to actually run iOS simulator over here. And if you run the code, actually after that, it would look like this. Okay, yeah. And if we go and see over here, run option, of course, we will not have any error. All right. Now, if you open up this project over here, inside this, you will have a structure like this. And inside the lib folder, you will have a common folder. And inside the common folder, actually, we have a lot of other folders. And those folders, actually, we are going to talk as we work on them slowly. There are a lot of things. And if I'm going to cover everything in a video, that would be at least 100 hours course. So we don't need that. So a lot of the things are pre-made, but I'll explain them as we work on it, work on the project. Anyway, so now inside the lib folder, actually you're going to create a new directory and you'll call it pages. All right, so inside this pages, actually we'll put all of our UI files and controller files, the one that our app would directly use and would show UI on the screen. Okay, now inside this, actually I'm going to create another folder and I'll call it frame. And inside frame folder, I'm going to create another folder and I'm going to call it welcome. So this folder, welcome, would contain things like welcome messages, checking up on sign up pages, things like that. Now inside the frame folder, actually would put a lot of other folders like welcome, sign in folder, phone folder, forgot folder. So those are related to app functionalities. So all of them would be here. They are not very specific. Anyway, so now right after this, inside this, we are going to create a new file. And here we'll call it first bindings.dart. And what they mean, we'll see that later. So over here, I'm going to create few files, and each of them I'll be talking later as we directly work on them more and more. Call it index.dart. And over here, we would do state.dart. And here we would do view.dart. All right. Now I'm going to close them. And actually, before I close, I need to open up this pubspec.yml file. Now here, actually, we have all the packages that we need to develop our app, and I'll be talking about them as we go ahead. All right, so the first big package that we are going to use is called getx, which is a state management package. So we'll be managing our app state using getx. Now we know that getx, if you use getx, actually we have to have a controller. We have to also have bindings. So that's why actually we created this folder. Now getx actually deals with variables, and variables are the states, or they are in a shared state where we can share the data and see the data value in different pages, and that's why it's called state management, because the data becomes state, so you can access them in many different places, so you get the same value everywhere. If you make change in one place, you can also see the changes in other places. So these variables, actually we would be using this Dart class to store them. So we call them state variables. Now over here, simply we'll create a class, and here we'll call it welcome state. Now if our welcome page has any variables, and those variables, if they have any state, those variables would be inside this class. So for now, I'll just keep it empty. But remember, this is a class over here that would be holding variables if we need any. All right, now we know that getx deals with controllers, so we have to have controllers first, right? And before even that, we need to import actually getx library. So here we do say package get dot this one. All right, so we're going to import this getx package. All right, and then we're going to create a controller, and we'll call it welcome controller, and it should extend getx controller. Now I have a lot of tutorials about getx controllers, so, and getx itself, you can go ahead, so go ahead and check them if you don't understand. All right, now inside this, we'll first create a constructor of this controller, welcome controller. Now actually controller will be sitting between UI and the states, like that. So it would be showing, it will get the state variables and show it to the UI. UI would talk to the controller and update to the state variables. That's how actually they work. Now over here, I'll create a variable, and I'll call it title, and this would be actually our app's title, which is chatty dot. All right, okay, and another thing we have to do, and actually we'll also initialize our state class. So our state class was like this, which is called welcome state. Now we want to create a variable out of it so that we would be able to use it later. So now this is how you get a variable. So all we did here, we created a controller which is called welcome controller, and then here we declared some variables. But now you can say why this variable is not over here, because this variable is not stateful. It would never change. The variable that would change over the time will keep them over here, but this variable will not change over time, so it would be always the same. So that's why we keep it here. All right, so that's one thing. And then over here we'll have a function, we'll call it onReady. Now onReady is a function that's coming from getX itself, and you want to override it. So here we do override, and we'll have our own characteristics of this function. Now onReady function could be used for navigation, and basically this is the reason why we are going to use it now, because we would do some navigational thing, routing thing, like transition, going to a new page from here. Now this gets called immediately after this constructor gets initialized actually. So if you hover over on it, it will tell you that it's the perfect place for navigation, events, snack bars, new route, or async request. So from here we can go to actually different places. For example, from here we'll check if the user has logged in or not. I mean, we'll do similar things from here, especially routing things. Okay, so anyway, so it says that one frame later it will get cold, and we will prove that it gets cold. So the first thing we do over here actually simply we do print welcome controller, like that. Welcome controller, yes, just like this. We'll print this one. Now this is a controller. Now controller variables and state variables should get called from UI. So now this is where we have our UI actually. So we need to work on this UI. Now even before we work on this UI, actually we need to work on the bindings. So over here we'll create a class and we'll call it welcome binding, and here we'll implement bindings. The other class would implement it, and over here we need to override. Before we override, actually we need to import things. Import the package, so package get dart. All right, now it would ask you to override something, so let's go ahead and do that. Now over here we do the binding actually. Now we do it lazily, so it's called lazy put, and actually we would override our inject our controller. So what does it mean? I'm going to explain to you very soon. Now actually here you need to mention the type of the controller that you are going to inject. Now here this is called dependency injection. Now that's why this function is also called dependencies. So our view is something that would show information on the UI. Now that view would depend on this controller. So a lot of the information, variables, and their state would be coming from this controller. Now this controller has to be in the memory so that app can access them. Now to have it in the memory, we call it bindings. Now this bindings, welcome binding would get called from routing actually. When our app gets initialized, boot up first time from there. So if this welcome binding gets called, this welcome controller would also get initialized. And if it does, which also means that our state variables would get also initialized and other related information and controller. And after that, this would also get called. So that's how you see it works like that. So bindings gets called, controller gets called, And if controller gets called, then your state variables and other related variables would get called, and your app UI would be reactive. So that's how it works. Now, of course, we don't have a lot of other information. Now, before we start to work on the UI for this welcome page, we need to work on this index.dart. Now here we'll create a library. And what does it mean? I'll tell you soon. Now here we do export. Now inside this we have state.dart. You have to mention the path for it. And we also have controller.dart. So the files that we created, we have to export all of them. And it has a beautiful benefit of doing like this, which I'm going to explain to you soon. And then here we'll also have export. So the last file that we created, that was view.dart. All right. So now if you take a look at them, all these files actually inside this welcome folder. Okay, over here. Now we created a special file which is called index. Actually, you can name it anything. It doesn't really matter. Now inside the index file, we export the path of the other files, and we call them, we export it as a library. The library name is welcome. So in other places in future, if you want to refer any of this, you just directly refer welcome and then you're good to go. You don't have to refer each of them one by one. You don't have to mention the path or packages one by one. You just find welcome and it will make sense. Anyway, if it still doesn't make sense to you, I'm going to explain to you soon later actually when we are going to use it. Okay, so our bindings class done, controller done, index done, state done, and the last part is view. Now view is the actually thing that would show us things on the screen, and this is where we want to work. Now here view would be a stateless class, so I'm gonna hit st, and here we'll have stateless class, and we'll name it welcome page. And over here we are going to import the library so that we don't get any error. All right. Now this is a stateless class, and inside this actually we want to create a widget over here. So let's go ahead and do that, and our widget name is build page head title. So this would be about our app title, things like that. So here we'd say string title. All right. And then would return. So we have to return a widget. So first would return a container widget. Now inside this container we'll have a child, and let's go ahead and create a child. And inside the child actually we want to access our title. Now this title. Now this title actually would be passed down. So as we call this widget, we'll pass the title. Now what is widget? Actually widget is a UI part. Because of this actually you get to see things on UI. So in Flutter widget, the thing similar as I would say, like if you worked with CSS, HTML, they're more like a div. Because of div you can see certain element on the UI. So widget is pretty much the same thing. Now over here we would also work on styling, so let's go ahead and do that style. And because this is text, so here we do text style, and here we would use color. Now here we do app colors dot primary element text, this one. And for now we're going to use const so that our error is gone. Well, don't worry about that, we'll take care of that later. Now over here we want to use font family, so, and font family we'll use it's called Montserrat. This is the one that we're going to use, and then we'll have font weight, and we do font weight equal well, we'll get the bold one actually, and font size 45. So that's very big. Now as we created this widget, actually we want to call it from our build method. Now over here, so instead of returning a container, we're going to return a scaffold. So scaffold will have body, and so let's go ahead and do that. Before that, we need to use semicolon to return. So let's go ahead and do with body. Looks like we have a bit of error because we need to import the material library. Let's go ahead and do that, and the error is gone. And now inside this we'll have a container, and container should take a child, and our child name is build page title. Now where is this title coming from? Actually inside this controller we have this title, so we need to find this title from our view. So we have to bind our view in the controller, and with getX it's actually very easy. Over here we'll just simply go out and use getView, and inside getView class we have to mention the type of the controller or the controller that you created, so which is called welcome. Now at the same time we need to import the package, so let's go ahead and import get package, otherwise we'll still get error. Now error is gone. Now our welcome page and welcome controller, they are all connected. That also means that if we have any variables, which means title and state, those variables we can access from our view. But there's a trick to do that. So over here we have to use a special keyword which is called controller. Now we would do controller.title, because controller is an object of this welcome controller. Now this object gets created automatically. You can't really find it here or anywhere actually, but it's there inside this getView class actually. If you click on this and if you go and check, you'll see there is this variable controller. So this is what we are accessing over here. Now this controller variable can access everything you have inside this controller. I mean all the variables and methods if you have. So that's what we did over here. Now anyway, so this is our first view, but how to access the view? Well, currently our app looks like this, so actually we are not accessing it from anywhere. Now definitely the access point is our main.dart file, and over here actually this material app. This is where we want to access it from. So the first thing we need to do over here, we remove that, as well as we can also remove everything down there. We don't need any of this. If you remove that, of course you'll get an error, and we also don't want this. Now because we are using getX, so over here we'd be using getX for routing as well, so that's why we need to wrap everything using something called get material app. So instead of material app, here we do get material app, and definitely you need to import the library. Now if we are using get material app, over here actually we need to mention our initial pages, our routing, things like that. Otherwise we won't be able to access any of this. Okay, well now to be able to do that, we need to use some of the properties. All right, so the first thing you want to do over here, you could use initial route actually. So this is the first route where our app should start from. the pages that it should show, and here we'll say initial. Now what is this app pages? Now app pages is actually over here, and if you hover over on it, it'll tell you that it's inside this chatty live common routes folder, which is actually over here, chatty live common, and here route, and actually it refers to pages, this one. Now all of our routes would be here actually, and here we have our initial page. Now initial page or initial variable, this one, which is being referred from here, which is this. So app pages initial, this refers to this variable, and this one refers to another variable which is inside this app routes. Now if you see app routes, actually also inside this routes folder, which is called this one, routes. All right, and as well as actually here I have this names, which is actually this one. Now this routes, actually I'm sorry, that's been imported. So over here this routes is this names.dart. Now here we have this slash. Slash refers to the initial page, the first page. So whenever you say slash, it refers to the first page, but of course you have to connect your view with that one. So over here we are saying, okay, get me the slash, and whatever that slash has, the view or the page, show me that one as well. Okay, so that's what we are doing over here. Now of course this just refers to a slash, and this is not good enough to start our app. We also have to refer to the routes over here, actually this one. So there are a few things, actually this one, sorry, app pages routes, which is this one. Now this one, we have this stars, so we can get rid of them, and you have the same pretty much over here. So for now what we'll do, we'll remove that one, and you'll come to the end of this get page, get there and put a star slash like this. Remember, make sure that you come to this end, and then also come at the top over here and put like this. With this we'd be able to comment them out. All right, okay, great. Now over here, this is the routes, and this routes would hold our actual routes name and the view. So this would be actually our view in the bindings, and this is what actually I was talking early. Before I talk further, so let us get rid of this error, and let us import the package and their dependencies, the path name. Now over here I'm going to import them here. So here I would do import. Well, I think what I could do, just hover over them and import it. Now let's import this one as well. Okay, now I have this welcome page, and which needs actually const. Let's do that. So this page actually refers to the view that we created, this one, and this bindings refers to this bindings, the one that we created. Well, now the problem is we imported them like this, but you don't really need to import like this. If you have more files from that welcome folder, you have to refer them one by one, which is time wasting. So this is why actually previously here we have this index.dart. Now remember, earlier I said index.dart refers to all the all the files in our welcome folder, the folder that we created, which is this one, and we import it as a library and we name it welcome. Okay, so now if you are over here, so just go ahead and insert this name inside the welcome folder index.dart. With this, we'll be able to import all the files inside this welcome folder. So that's how it works. So here I would say about login, or actually I would boot up, I would say about boot up the app. So we did this one because we want to refer to this list from our main.dart, which is this one. Okay. Now here, how to refer this? Well, in getX, if you want to refer that one, you have to use a property which is called get pages, actually the first one, and you can see that's a list. Okay, so it wants a list from you. Now if you see, this is a list, right? So we can just simply refer to this list over here, which is routes. So since this is a static variable, we can just refer the class name and the list name. So here we would do app pages.routes, and we are good to go. All right. So now what we'll do, we'll come over here and start our app, and we'll see how it goes. So yes, pretty much it's working. So this says that our get material has been initialized. Our route is slash, which is this one, slash route, and the controllers have been initialized as well. The controller name itself is a Flutter. Great. So our app has successfully got the controller and used it actually for the app. But of course, we need to do more things. Now, as we are here on view, while we know that we are passing this title and we are supposed to see that. Now, after that, over here, actually, I set text align, which is center. And if you see it carefully, actually, it's at the top over here. So it's not really centered actually. Well, now a few things we could do over here. We can set up width and height for our container. So here we would do width, for example, 360. Now, where is this coming from and what is this? I'm going to explain. And 780 as a height. Now you save it. Okay. All right, we still don't see that. So for this reason, actually, over here, we're going to set up a margin. So container can apply margin. And over here, we do edge insets dot only. And then top. So we want somewhere around here. Okay. So, well, we'll do something like 350. And let's save it. Yes, we do see it over here, as you can see. All right. Now, because this is also a background color issue, so that's why we don't see that. I mean, we don't see it so clearly. So let's go ahead and set up a background color over here. Now over here we do background color, and here we do app colors, and then we do here primary element, this one. So now we see a beautiful screen. By the way, this app colors file is also in chatty common values colors, which is, if you see and come over here, so this file over here, folder values, and inside this we have all the colors that we need. Now, so this is our primary color. So anyway, there is a Chinese comment, so I'm gonna change it to primary color. Okay, so this is the basic color that our app should have, and this is what it refers to, and this is main color that we'd be using throughout our app. Anyway, so now I'm gonna close this. So here we are in the view, right? Okay, and if we come over here inside this get material app, Actually, here there's another thing that we could set up, which is, I think, debug show checker banner false, and we want to get rid of this one over here. And hopefully, let's see. Okay, if it didn't work, then let's restart and see the issues, and it's gone over here, as you can see. Okay, now earlier I was talking about these things like the size over here. Where did it come from? Actually, we have a package. If you see over here, okay, let me open it from here. And inside this, actually, we have a package which is called Flutter Screen Util. So which has to do with device UI resizing. Now it has its own standard size for UI, width and height. Now that width and height actually pretty much like this, width 360 and height 780. Now, of course, not all the devices width is 360, not all the devices height is 780. But if you use the package, it would take care of it automatically. But how to do that? Actually starts from here. Now you see that we have this get material app, right? Actually, we need to wrap it around something. That something is called screen util init. So we're gonna, over here, I'm gonna cut this actually. And then here we do screen util init, this one. And it just takes a builder property, and builder property takes context and a child. Now after that, over here, all you need to do, return something. And what do you return? Return get material app. And that's as simple as that one. Of course, we could do like this. This way it would look better. All right, so let's get more organized like this. So screen util init, which takes a builder property. Builder property takes context and child, and inside the child, as a child, we can use get material app. Now, if you hover over on this, there are some other properties that actually we should set. Now over here, you see that it has this design size, so which uses screen util default design. And inside this, we're gonna use design size, and we'll call size. We'll keep it 360 and then 780, because since most of the phones are longer now, so this is what we'll use. Now this is actually same as over here, as you can see, but it wouldn't still work automatically like this. We still have to do a bit of other settings. Now it's still not very adaptive based on the screen size. Actually, in fact, it is not. Even though here inside we have the screen util init package, but this is one of the proper, I wouldn't say property, I would say a special marking that we have to use. Now, first I'm going to copy this one from here, and then we're going to come over here. At the top, we're going to put it here. Okay. And now here, over here, we're going to do W for width. And here we do .h for height. Now this property is actually, this marking is coming from this package, as you can see. All right, so with this, it becomes more adaptive to the screen size. Okay, well now over here, Now we do see that we have font size over here. So for font size, we'd use SP. So screen util package SP deals with font size. Now let's see, we do see that we have a bit of issue. The reason is because we have const here, because this is dynamic based on screen, it changes. So it's not always 45. So you can't have const over there. So yeah, now with this page, whatever it is over here, so that becomes more dynamic. And it would change its size based on the screen. Now let's come over here in this controller section. Over here we have this chatty. So this is the variable that actually we were showing, and that's what we have for now. Now we also said that if this controller gets injected, this should get called, right? Yeah. Now is this the one that got called early? We have seen yes. So everything get initialized, and after that this one gets called. So that means that from here actually we could go to a new route or a new page from here. And next, that's what we will do. All right, so let's summarize what we have covered so far. And this is the idea or technology that we're going to use again and again to build our whole app. So far, this is what we have done. So this is one of the ways to go if you work with getX. So you will have a folder. Now in the folder, you will have dedicated bindings, controller, index, state, and view. And each of this folder, they will have different responsibilities to hold our code. I mean, write code. So we're going to separate code. So in general, what we'll do first, we'll go ahead and create our state.dart. Now in the state, we'll have a lot of state variables, which would be reactive variables. But in our case, we don't have them yet, but soon we'll create them. And once you're done with that, you will have your controller. And in the controller, you will initialize your state class, which holds your state variables, as well as initialize the constructor of the certain controller. And if you have non-changeable any variables, that you will also put in the same controller. And if necessary, you would also do onReady function. And once you are done with these two steps, then you need to go ahead for bindings. Now here is the binding section. So in binding section, you have to inject your controller or dependencies. So that's what we did over here. And after that, we worked with our view. So this is our view. Now we also need to connect our view with our controller, and that's how we do that. So we have to extend the getView class, and we need to mention the type of the controller that we are going to have. And once you have this controller type mentioned over here, you can access all the instances and method using this controller object. So in our case, we are accessing title. Now this title has been mentioned over here. Of course, if we want, we can also access the state itself, this variable, from our view, and we should be good to go. Now once you have these things set up, now you need to come to your main.dart, because from main.dart we need to mention our routes and pages that we want to access. So in our case, we have this app pages.initial, which is this one, and this refers to the first slash. So we have to have that one. And then you also have to have this routes list. So inside the routes list, you have to mention your initial page, which is the splash page or welcome page, actually, onboard page. And inside the get page, you also have to mention your view. So this is the view. If you don't mention your view, Flutter wouldn't find your controller. So with this, you find your controller. That's one way. And you also have to mention your bindings, because remember, bindings is the actual place where we inject our controllers. So throughout this app, actually throughout this video chatting app, we're going to use the same structure again and again. So we'll follow the same principle, so you should be able to understand it easily. So that's it in this section. All right, so now after this, we need to go to the next section. Well, next section is a bit advanced concept, but that would be for a very short time. So over here we have this, let's find our controller, and we know that this gets called, and we also said that this is the perfect place for navigation or showing snack bar or doing other thing. Once again, you can always hover over on this and it'll tell you what you could do, things like that, or even showing a dialog box, right? Now from here, we don't want to show this page anymore, so we want to go to actually sign in page. So we need to work on that one. So for this reason, actually from here we can just simply go ahead and remove that. We don't need this thing anymore. So here we'll invoke a feature function. So here we do feature.delayed, and inside this we need the duration constructor, and which wants time in seconds. Of course you could do in milliseconds as well, and after that you have to call your callback function. So this is our callback function. Our callback function is a new route function. So here we would call this one of all, named this one, and inside this actually would refer to a new route. So we'll go to a new route. So here we'll do app routes, and then we'll go to message page. Now this might be a little confusing, and I'm going to explain more. Now let's get organized. So here let's do like this, and let's reformat the code. So this is the code. So what will happen, so since this gets called, after that this will get called. But now here inside this we have a condition, 3 seconds condition, which means that first when this gets called, after getting called, we'll wait 3 seconds, and 3 seconds later this callback function would get called and it would do whatever it needs to do. So that's the idea. Okay, now this is a route, so let's go ahead and find our routes. Okay, before we do that, actually we just going to close this. We don't need any of this right now, bindings, because we are on a different section. Now over here you'll see that I have a lot of routes. So one of the routes over here refers to message page, so which is this one. Actually over here, so I'm going to put it like this, and from here, okay, so here I would say message page. Okay, all right. Now here you see that we do have this error because we don't have message page and bindings and things like that. So that also means that we need to go ahead and create a new folder where we'll put everything like this. Now I'm going to create a new folder inside this pages folder. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we'll have this message folder, and inside the message folder we're just gonna copy everything from here and put it here. So I copied and put, so we don't need to recreate all this folder, but saying that also means that we need to change the name of these things. Okay, all right, so now I'll open each of them one by one so that we make the necessary changes. All right, so now this is it'll start from this state.dart class. So instead of welcome state, here we'll say message state. All right, so I'm going to copy this message word because we need to change it in many different places. So let's change it. Okay, I think next change should be in this welcome controller. So let's go ahead and change it. And over here it's the same. All right, and it's the same over here. Okay, Well, and we need to import the library. Let's do that. And we don't need this anymore. And over here, we also don't need this. In fact, we may just completely remove this for now. If we need, we'll use that. And we also don't need this one. Okay. All right. So after this, we're going to work with bindings. So in bindings, we're going to put our controller for dependency injection. So let's do that. So simply go ahead and just remove like this, and you're good to go. All right, and by saying that, that also means that we need to remove message controller, this one. And over here, let's see, we also need to make changes to our libraries over here. So here we'll just simply call it message. All right, now let's come over here to bindings. Looks like it does have an error. So message controller, index. Let's come to bindings over here. Okay, I made a mistake. It shouldn't be message controller. It should be message bindings, right? Yes. And over here, we need to import the controller, otherwise we'll get error. Now the error is gone. Now we have changed everything. Now only thing we need to change over here, the view name. So here we'll have message page and message page. All right, and after this, we just remove this. We don't need them now. So let's go ahead and remove that, and we have things like this. All right, so with this we are ready. Now all we need to do, come over here and import it. So we're gonna import it over here just like this. So you're gonna copy this, and now this time, instead of this one being in frame folder, actually this is in message folder. And we also don't need welcome. All right, so with this we are able to import all the necessary libraries. Now here it says binding, so let's rename it. So instead of bindings, we could do binding. All right, and everything else is stay the same. Now the error is gone. So what's gonna happen, I guess I need to open this folder over here and this controller. So now what will happen, 3 seconds later it will say, okay, well, let's go to this message route. All right, so message route would be this one. Now eventually it would find it from here. Here it will find a message route, the route it has mentioned during this transition over here. Welcome controller, right? So this has been mentioned. Eventually it would be found in this list over here. This list is actually this one over here. If you see, this is the list, and we know that this list has been connected in our very my app class, which gets initialized, and pretty much the root point of our app, so which is this one. So all the routes are registered using this get pages. So as long as you mention your route from somewhere, and inside this routes list you have the route and necessary bindings as well as your view, then it would be found and be accessed. Now, yeah, so that's our message page. Here, actually, I wanted to introduce to a concept which is called middleware. Middleware, okay? Well, here you can see middleware as well. Now, what is middleware? First, you have to understand middleware is used for redirecting, which means that from going from one page to another page, like jumping around based on conditions. So first thing you have to remember, middleware is used for conditional check. So a lot of time before you visit a page, if you go through middleware, it'll check condition and it will let you pass or fail like that. Now middleware is not compulsory, Some pages you might have middleware, like here I have. Some pages you might not have middleware, like here I don't have. So that's the core idea, where it uses conditions to help you go to different pages or screens. Like, for example, if this is your app and you are on public screen where everybody can actually see you or everybody can visit, and from that page, if you actually want to go to user page, from public screen to user page, now user page or user, actually this is a route. Now in this case, this has to do with personal center or profile page. If you want to go to your profile page, now first we'll go through this middleware. Okay, now of course in this case, in your routing system, you have to inject this middleware class or the middleware mechanism, otherwise it's not going to work. So from public screen, if you want to go to your profile page or your user page, well, first we'll go through middleware. Why? Because this is a protective page. This is your own page. It's your personal data. So in this kind of situation, this routing should have middleware mechanism. Once it has this mechanism, and if someone wants to visit, for example, you want to go to your personal page, first we'll go through this middleware, and middleware actually does a conditional check. If the conditional check passes, it'll let you allow and visit the page itself. If the condition fails over here, you might go to login page. Of course, if the condition fails, you can do tons of different things. It's up to you. Even if the condition pass, you can also do tons of different things. But in general, an example like this, if your identification is verified, then in general, you'd go to your profile page or personal page or your user page. Most of the time, if it fails, then you would go to your login screen. Now this is where the middleware class. So middleware itself should have a mechanism for using middleware class. Now inside the class, there should be methods. So the method should actually do the conditional check. Okay, so that's how middleware works. And this is the basic idea. And this idea we'd be using again and again in our app in many different places. And we'll also simulate fake users or fake routing to see how middleware works. And this is a very important concept in programming. Now here I do see that we have this route auth middleware. Now this concept actually is very important. Why? Because with this you'd be able to check whether we are accessing the page that we want. Okay, so over here, if you click on this, it'll take you to this page. Okay, now this is inside our common and middlewares, and here we do have route auth, I guess this one, right? Okay, so here let me change some of the commenting. So check if the user has logged in or not, like that. Okay, here I would say priority variable smaller the better. Okay, and these are the only things we have. Now if you take a closer look, actually that's what happens here. Now what is this middleware? Now middleware is a special class, and it may have variables and functions. Those are responsible for checking your routes before you go to certain routes. Even before you go to that route, you can check some condition. And if the condition is met, you go to that route and show the view and do your stuff. If the condition is not met, you don't need to load anything from the memory. Okay, so you should understand this route class actually gets called before you access your any kind of controller. Okay, so and how to do that? And it's very simple. First, you have to have a class. You can actually name it anything. Since we are using getX, getX provides service for middleware, so we have to extend this get middleware, this class. Once you do that, you are good to go. Class name could be actually anything, but it's better you have the correct name. And you must override two things over here, this priority variable and this class, this function itself. Okay, and this is the function actually does the magic. As you can see over here, it redirects you to many different places. So first it checks if the user has logged in or not. As you can see, if logged in, signed in, or whether it's on initial page. All right, if it's on initial page, then we return null. But if the user didn't log in or none of this condition met, it'll redirect and take you to a new place. Now, as you can see, at the same time, we might have some messages. This is not necessary, but we'll show the user that, hey, you haven't logged in, so go ahead and log in. And based on that, it'll take you to a new route. The route is sign in route. So what's going to happen right now? So currently, if we try to go ahead and run our app, what will happen? It'll check if the user has logged in. Of course, we didn't log in. I mean, the login state, whether user has signed in or we are in sign in routes actually. No, we are not. If we are in initial route, no, we are not. Why not? Because we already executed this route over here after 3 seconds later, which means that we already left this initial route, which is this one, okay? Or actually this one. So we don't have this route anymore. So if you come over here, none of this condition is met. So which means this is false. So we'll go back to this route. Okay, now this route tells you, oh, first you might see a message. Of course, we can do more optimization on the message. This doesn't have to be this message. It could be a lot of different messages. All right. And then what do? You reset your routing. That's why this is the function which is called reset route. And let's see. Okay, now it actually comes from Flutter framework itself. So you go to a new route. So what is the route? The new route is our app route, where it says that go ahead and sign in first. So that means that after this pop-up, you want to go ahead and sign in. So that's all. Okay, so let me summarize what's happening here one more time. So we'll come over here and we'll go to this message route. And message route would try to first check using this middleware. Remember, if you don't have this one, this and this gets executed. But since you have this middleware, this one gets executed first. So this would get called. And as this get called, it would do check, hey, is the user already logged in? No. Is the user already trying to sign in or in sign in page? No. If the user is in initial page, no, then go ahead and do this conditional check. You can do whatever you like over here. And then take me to a new route. So take me to the sign-in route. So that's what we want to do. So, and that's the core idea of middleware. It just takes you to different places before loading the view and controller, okay? So next thing we want to do, we want to work for this sign-in page and related stuff. All right, in this section, mostly we'll be working on creating our sign-in page, sign-in controller, and related stuff. And most of the work for now would be on UI, and then slowly we'll move to controller section. But anyway, now we're gonna come over here and inside this frame folder, we are going to create a new folder and we'll call it sign in. And inside this sign in folder, actually, just like last time, you're gonna copy everything and put inside this. So we're gonna paste everything here. Okay. And we're gonna close this auth route and others, like they don't belong to this folder. So I'm just gonna close them. All right, now we'll open it and go inside. And first we're gonna work with this state. So over here, instead of this message state, we'll call it sign in state. And over here, we'll do the same. So we'll change the library name, and here we'll call it sign in. And after that, we'll go to the bindings, and over here we'll change to sign in. And then over here we'll come to controller, and here we'll change to sign in controller. So we're gonna copy this and put it here, and first we are going to change it to sign in state. All right, and with this we need to import it, I guess. Okay, and we can remove the unnecessary files that we don't need. If you come to bindings over here, we'll call it sign in controller, and our error should be gone. Okay, so let's get organized. Yeah, so with this, our bindings ready. So for now we can close it, and our controller will keep it there. State, we don't need anything for now. Index, we can also close. Okay, all right, and after that, actually we want to work on this view. So over here we'll call it sign in page. All right, sign in. So I'm going to copy this and put it here. All right, so now here, as you see, we are returning const. Now first we're gonna do a body section inside this, and we'll have a center widget, and inside this we'll have a child, and then we'll do text, and we'll call it sign in page. All right, so now we need to come over here inside this pages, and now we're going to enable our sign in page. So let's go ahead and find it. So here is the sign in page. So I'm going to take it down and put it here, and everything else stays the same. Now we need to import the sign in page and sign in bindings. Now for that one, we're going to simply copy this line and put it right after it. And here the folder name is sign in, right. Okay, and with this the error should be gone. So sign in page, let's go ahead and find a review. Okay, we have an error, so let's remove that. Okay, now the error is gone. All right, so what will happen now? Okay, I think I need to go back to this controller one more time. Not really the message controller. I need to go back to this welcome controller. So remember, so it will redirect us to this routes, which is okay. Before we go down, let me put the const modifier, otherwise it just doesn't look good. So it'll take us here, and then we'll go to this route middleware, and then over here actually we are going to hit this one, so it will take us to sign in route. And if it does, then once again we'll come over here. So from here it will try to find sign in route, which it will find eventually, and then it will load the bindings actually first, where it will inject everything, and then it will load the view. Okay, now this is the time that actually we're gonna go ahead and check this, and it's getting more and more interesting. So I'm gonna minimize it. Right, so now let's go ahead and start our app, and we'll see how it goes. All right, app started. Well, now here we do see that we have a bit of issues. Okay, now here is one thing. It's saying that it couldn't find user store, and which is actually an error. Now where is this coming from? Actually it's coming from here. So here you do see that here we say we have this user store. Now what is this file? Now this file actually saves the user data and if the user has logged in or not. And once again, this could be found, let's see, common store user. So inside this, and this is the file it's talking about. Now here we'll be storing a lot of data regarding user, whether user has logged in or not. Okay, now this is extending getX controller, and here we have some of these values. Now what it does over here, it tries to get is login. Now in general is login is false, right? But anyway, so it reads over here as a false. Now since this is a controller, we need to inject it somehow in our app before we hit this one. Okay, so that's why it's causing an error. It says it can't find it. So how could we inject it? So we need to inject it over here. Actually we'd inject it here. Why? Because this file user store actually would be our one of the config files, configuration file for this whole app. So configuration files, they should be loaded at the beginning when your app boots up. So that's why we need to load it here. So we're going to load it like this over here. Okay, and we're gonna inject it. We could do it like this, but actually this is not really good, and it might throw an error because with this kind of syntax we don't have much control on it. So we're gonna create a separate file. Now what we'll do, okay, we'll collapse this. Now inside this lib folder we'll create a new file and we'll call it global.dart. So inside this actually we'll load everything globally, and not only that, we'll be loading them using Flutter future and async system. So here we'll create a class and then we'll call it global. And here we'll create a static method, and it would be future type because we need to wait for loading a lot of things, and that's why it's also async. We have to tag it as async, and then inside this we have to here load widgets Flutter binding and make sure that our dependencies are loaded before the widgets are loaded, because dependencies comes first. They provide the value and widgets use that one. So that's why we need to wait first before the widgets gets initialized. We need to load our controllers and repositories and things like that. So inside this is what we would do: get.put, and then here we would mention our user store, and then over here we need to actually load the controller, which is also user store, and we should be good to go. Now of course we need to load our package, which is called getX. So now here we do import package getX. All right, now this becomes better architecture because now this is a file, and inside this we have a static method. This is, so we can access it anywhere using this class name global. And since because it's static and async, so because it's async features, so our app would wait until everything is loaded. So now here simply we can just remove this and call like something like this. So here we do await global dot init method, the one that we created, and then over here we need to make our main function async, and we should also import the library. Now with this we don't need any of this. All right, so it's for globally loading our configuration. Now, a lot of you might wonder that what is this file? Once again, I'll explain a little more very soon. So let's come over here, and we're gonna restart everything, and we'll see that if we can say it or not. Now, it created another problem. Now it's saying that your storage is not there. Okay, so storage service. So this is another thing is missing from our configuration file. So we'll come over here, and inside this we have to load our storage file. Now, once again, what is this storage? I'm going to explain very soon. Just bear with me. So here we do get.put async, and inside this we have to initialize our storage service, and it has a convenient method which is called init, just like the one we had earlier for global method, like global class. Okay, all right, and then it's better you also mention the type over here, otherwise you'll still get error. So let's do that. Here we do storage service. Okay, just follow along with me, you should be good to go. Now let's go ahead and run it now. This time it looks like everything has loaded correctly. Let's do it one more time. So we come over here and we load our loading page, and after that we go to sign in page, and of course here we have this and we'll take care of that later. So from from welcome page to, we came over here from our onboarding screen to sign in page, and along the way we learned a lot about controllers, GetX, and the whole app architecture. Now, even though I said that this part is going to be pretty much about sign in page and controllers, even before that, actually I'm going to explain a little bit about our storage and user store, so that we know actually what's happening. So in next section, before we jump to sign in page, we'll first talk about put the storage service class, user store class, and a little bit about put async and put. All right, so let's get started. So here, as I said, that first we're gonna talk about a little bit about the storage service class and user store. First, we'll take a look at this class. So let's go ahead and look at this. Now, this class, first, it's also a controller, even though we see that it extends GetX service instead of GetX controller, but it's still a GetX controller, actually, kind of controller. Now, the difference between GetX service and GetX class is that GetX controller. So GetX controller is get called every time you go to a new page. That instance get initialized. If you leave the page, that instance gets removed. But with GetX service, well, this gets initialized as your app boots up, or you install the app, or your app is restarted, and it stays in the memory all the time, regardless which page or which route you navigate to. It stays there all the time. But GetX controller, on the other hand, it gets removed. If you go from one page to another page, and those pages, if they have different controllers, so once you leave the page, the controllers get removed, and when you come to the page again, the controllers get initialized, and so the values also get initialized like that. So yeah, that's the basic difference between GetX service and GetX controller, you have to know. Now, this class name is a storage service, which extends GetX service, and we want it to be in the memory all the time. Now here there's a first line where we see that GetX service get to get find. Now this is a static method that we created, and it returns an instance of this class itself. So in future, if we want to access these properties, these methods from other classes, we can just simply use storage service dot to, and whatever the method we want to call. Okay, and we'd be able to call them just like that, and we'll see that how to work with this actually. And inside this we have shared preferences, and this is where, using this one, actually we want to store our data in the app's memory as long as the app is installed. So the data would be saved in shared preferences. So with the shared preferences, we create memory space which stays alive. I wouldn't say stays alive, it's a dedicated memory in the app as long as app is installed. But of course, your app is removed, shared preference data gets removed as well. Now here we created an init method. An init method actually creates an shared preference instance, and we call it prefs, as you can see. Now this prefs would keep the reference of all the value or data that we store in our app. Now once again, shared preference saves data in the app locally in a dedicated memory. In this memory, you can save data and get data back. With the shared preference, you store data as a string, and when you get the data back, actually you also get the data as a string. Now in this method, we are going to create an instance, and we refer it and we save it in this variable. And using this, later on from other classes, we'd be able to access shared preference and save our data. Now when you save data, actually it returns a boolean. Most of the time it is true, and it should be true if you're able to save the data. If you are not able to save the data, actually it returns false. So every time you save data, that's how it works. So now here we created some variables. So this method is, here we created some methods, and this method is for saving or storing string value, and this method is for saving bool values or booleans, and this method is for saving list. Now there's a difference between setting string and setting list. With setting string, you just simply call the set string method, which directly comes from shared preference itself. With set list, you have to call set string list, but of course you have to have a list passed down to this method. Now on the other hand, if you want to retrieve your data in general, you would call like get string or get list or get bool, like this over here. Now over here we check if we have value. So if you want to get the value, you have to send the key. In general, key is a string, you have to pass to it, and if you have the key, and for that key if there is a value, we'll return the value, otherwise we'll return empty string. Now the same is for bool. So everything is stored in shared preference using key, actually key value format. So all the keys are string, you have to remember. And if you see carefully over here, that these are all strings over here. As you can see, we pass string as we set values. Actually we pass string and value. We set values, actually we pass key and value. Now the keys are always string, as you can see over here, including the methods down there. But the values itself, they could be string or boolean or a list, as you can see from here. Now over here, as you can see, if we want to retrieve the data, we just have to send the keys names, which are strings. It can't have the same string and store different values in different times. Each string key has to be unique, and they would store value for you. And eventually you can also remove values for certain key from the memory. So that's what we do over here. So the whole class over here all it does is saves data in the memory. As it saves, save it as string or list of string. And as we save, during that time, we have to send key and value. The key is a string, values could be any kind of value. And as you retrieve data, the datas, for those data, we have to pass down string as key. For that key, we'll get the values. And if we don't have the values, actually we can set some default values, as you can see over here. So that's pretty much all about this class. Now, what does a key look like? Actually, we'll see it very soon. And where to see that thing? Actually, over here. Now, as you can see, we also have user store over here. So let's go ahead and take a look at this class. So one thing I have to tell you that the storage class that we created, we have to use it from other classes. Yes, you can't use it on its own. It has to be called from other classes, like this methods, as you can see over here, different kind of methods. They all have to be called from other classes. And we have a class for that, and our class name is user.dart. Actually, here the actual file name is user.dart, but the class itself name is user store. So from the class name, as you can see, that it stores user data. Now over here we use getX controller instead of getX service, because we only need this data in certain places, not everywhere. So it doesn't have to stay in the memory all the time, as you can see. Now, of course, here we have some default values, and we also have some variables. Now, this is for checking if the user has logged in or not. The default value is false. And of course, we have to deal with the token. Token is to remember every user as unique user, because F doesn't really know who you are. So if you log in, log out, we'd be using token for that. Now that token also has to be saved in the memory in the app itself. And that's why we use this storage service class, and we'll see how to do that later deep down this course. Now over here we also have a class which is called user item. Now this user item class actually deals with user data, how to save. So let's go ahead and take a look. So this class is user item. So it's in entities.user, entities user.dart. There are other classes as well, but for now we'll just mostly focus on this one. So this class has some fields, and these fields all help us to create an object for user information. So here we do see that we have from JSON method and to JSON method. Now from JSON method, take the JSON data and return us an object. So we'll pass these things to from JSON method, and eventually it will return us an object. And this is very important. When we retrieve the data or get the data from server, then we convert it to an object. And if we want to save the data to server, actually we need to give the server JSON data. But JSON data, actually you have to give it an object, and that object would be converted to JSON, and then we'll save it to the server. So here, this class, the main idea is this will deal with some user data, and all of this data together, we're going to create an object, and we'll use that object to work in our app. Let's come back over here. Now over here, actually we created some booleans, as you can, some getters, so that we can access them from our UI. And here we have onInit method. Now, if you have a controller using getX, onInit method is the first method that gets called in its life cycle. So over here, you can do a lot of initialization and checking. Now, over here, actually, we see if our user has any token or not. If there is a user, and there is a token, we want to save it in this variable so that later we can use it or save it or work with it. Now earlier I said that storage service, this one, if you want to access the properties, all you have to do simply call storage service class and then .to and then .method. So in our case, we want to see if this user has any kind of value or not stored in our app. So we pass this key. Now the key itself is actually saved in a special class. I don't say special class actually, it's a file storage.dart in values folder, and everything is actually here inside this common folder. This common folder, everything we have over here that's used throughout this app in many different places. So we put everything together. So as you can see here, we created some strings, and each of the string actually has another string, and these are the actual string that gets saved, and for each of this string we'll save value in the memory. Okay, but in the app itself we refer them using this string, and internally they would be used like this using these names, and for each of this key, these are called keys, we'll store values. Okay, and each string or key would hold just one kind of value, and unique one, but of course those values could be replaced by new values for these keys. All right, okay, now of course that's how you send a key, and then from shared preference we'll try to look for like this. So as you see over here, we call this method getString and we send a key, and for that key we'll see if we have value or not. Now preps.getString, it would do the job internally. If there is a value, it would show us the value. No value, then we return an empty string. That's how it works. All right, now as the app boots up, we check for this thing, but of course when our app installed the very first time, we don't have any of these values. Pretty much they all return empty, and that's what we do over here. Okay, now user store, the thing it does, it works with the service storage directly, and if there is value stored there, we get them. It could be example saving tokens. So with this we save token, as you can see over here. We call the set string method, which is inside this. So once again, if you go and see, there's our set string method. Okay, and we call that, and we send a string and a value. So as you can see, this is the string and this is the value. Now this value is coming from here. So from our UI, we'll call this method. As we call, we'll send a value, and we'd save that value for this key or for this string. We can also get the value back, like for example, get profile. So over here, we'll just simply pass the profile key, and in our service storage, if we have value for that key, we'll get and return it. Right, and now this one is for saving profile. So we'd save our profile, so we'll send the profile data, which is an object. Now in shared preference, you can only save string. So that's why the object is decoded and converted into string or JSON using JSON encode. So if you have an object and you want to save it to the shared preference, before that you have to use this JSON encode method to convert it to string like things or JSON, and then save it in this key. Later on we'll be using this key to read the profile information. Now once again, this method on logout is called during logout. Okay, So as you log out from device, you want to remove the user information. You don't want to keep it anymore, okay? Because the same app in the same device could be used by different users. So as you log out, you should call this method. We'll see it later that we call this one. And as we call, we remove this key values. So for each key, we remove the values, including the token. And token is very important. We'll see more about token later, like that. So this is all about this storage class and user store class. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. So now here we see that we have put and get put and put async. Well, at the same time, actually, we'll see that we also have something like called lazy put. Now, lazy put, actually, it's in our bindings. So let's go ahead and find a bindings. Now, well, one of the bindings is this, and over here we have this put async and put. But earlier we have seen, like, for example, let's open up the bindings of message. Now over here we see that we have lazy put. Now we'll see the difference between lazy put, and put async, but of course they are all coming from getX, right? Now first take a look at the difference between lazy put and put. Now with put, you can inject the controller, and that controller would be always ready to be used. It's always in the memory and ready to be used. Okay, all right. Now it's very fast and quick because it's always ready there. Whenever you access a page or screen, and if that page or screen has controller, that would be ready to be used immediately because it's already there. The instance of that controller, like in our case, user store, it is a getX controller, right? So it's instance, and everything would be ready immediately to be used. But if you use lazy put, actually the instance would be created whenever you call this controller. Okay, and then what's the difference? Whenever everything gets initialized first time, this is get initialized and we get an instance of this controller. But this one is we get the instance only when you want to use it. Okay, before that it won't be created. It would be created but not in the memory. So the idea is a lot of the things with lazy put happens later down the road, but with put, it's just always there. It's always ready. With lazy put, when you call a certain controller, it would be created and given to you. Once again, with put, it's created earlier, much earlier you're going to use it. Now, what about this put async? Put async is used to load data that happens with future. For example, service storage.init, this method, as you can see. This method returns a future, which is a synchronous method. So now, if you want to load anything like that kind of controller, then you have to use put async to load it, because it returns a future which may delay for uncertain amount of time. So to make sure that it doesn't crash, to make sure that everything is ready, so that's why we using put async. Now so in our case, actually we are dealing with shared preferences, so everything would be loaded from the shared preferences. So it may take some time, but how much time we actually don't know, even though it's fast, but we don't know. Or if you have some database operation, those operations should be saved inside getX service, and then the method should return future So in that case, you should use get.putAsync to load and insert into the memory so that everything is safe, and we would wait until everything is done. Yeah, so those are the basic difference between put lazy, and put async. Hopefully it makes sense. Now, as we understand these differences, now actually we can go ahead and work with our sign-in page as well as the controllers. Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and work with our sign-in class. So here we are, and we're gonna collapse this, and we're gonna open up this one, and we'll first open our view. And for now, actually, these things, we don't really need any of this, so just close them. All right, we'll just get cleaned and work with this. Now, this is what we have over here. Now let me show you. Actually, this is something that we want to build as our sign-in page. So we'll have our logo over here. Well, actually it's not a logo, it's a text, and then sign-in options like that. Okay, so these are the things that we want to do. Well, in future we'll also see how to log in with phone numbers. We'll do that. Okay, anyway, so that's what we want to do first. Well, so that also means that we're going to put everything in a column format. Okay, so, and we're going to center pretty much everything. So for this reason over here, over here, instead of center, actually we'll have column. Okay, I mean, sorry, inside the center we'll have column. So I'm going to remove this. We don't need any of this. So here we'll just have column, and then we're going to return children. So we're going to return inside this a bunch of children. Now it wants us to remove this one, and the error should be gone. Now inside this, actually, first we'll go ahead and create our logo item. Okay, so here we'll return a widget, so we'll call it widget, and then we'll do build logo, and then we'll just simply return a container, and container is a widget, so you can always return widget or container as a widget. Actually, widget is something that you see on the screen, so that's called widget. Now, if you see over here, what do you want to do? We want to show this text over here, right? So let's go ahead and draw it. And before we start drawing, actually, we could do one thing. So we can actually call our widget from here. So column takes a bunch of widgets, and we are giving it one of the widgets over here. And now everything is gone because this container is empty, right? But of course, you could do a lot of interesting stuff with this container, but this is not a very beginner's tutorial, so I'm not going to cover that. But inside this, definitely you can have a text as a child, and then inside this we'll have chatty dot, and that's what we want to show. But we see it at the very top, actually, so this is not where we want to see that. Now, for that reason, we could actually over here set up a margin for this. Now the margin would be something like edge insets, and then we would do only, and then here we would do top. So from top we would get down 100 points, and we would also do bottom, and from bottom would also be up around 80 points. Now this H refers to a unit, which is also coming from a package that we have already installed. That's called package screen util. So that's what we are going to use. So with this, that means that from the top we come down up to like this, and from bottom we'll also have certain distance. Now for that, go ahead and save it and see how it looks. Yeah, so this is where and what we see. All right, Okay. Now the text, something is that we don't want like that. So definitely we could do much better. Now make sure that it's in the middle. So here we do text align dot center. Okay, let's save it. Well, it's already centered, I guess. And inside this we can do style, and here we do text style. And text style, for this we could set up color, right? So here we do app colors and primary text, so which is kind of black color for us. So we'll just refer to this one and let's save it. Okay, now there is no change for it, I guess, until we change the font weight, and then we do font weight dot bold. Let's save it. Now we already see a bit of change. And after that, actually here we could just simply return font size. So you do 34 SP. Now SP is unit for text, which is also coming from this one. Now with this, it's already looking better, and we are happy with that. And right after this, actually we want to show these things over here, right? Okay, now actually before we go ahead, I think we could do one more thing. We could set up our background color. Right now the background color is not correct for scaffold, so let's go ahead and do a background color. Now over here we would do app colors once again, and primary secondary background. All right. Okay, so make sure with this our app has the correct background color, and of course this is coming from over here. Now this is background gray color. Okay, so I'm going to do it here, background gray color, like that. All right, so as we work, we'll change other things later. Okay, now I'm going to close this. Now this time actually we are going to build these things. Okay, now for that one, once again we need to create a method. So we'll go ahead and create a method over here. So what is it? So first we'll create a method to log in as a Google user. Now over here we are going to return a widget one more time. And then here we'll have a method, we'll call it build third party Google login, like that. And inside this we need to return a container. Okay, and with this our error should be gone. Now we can call it immediately right now. Okay, now here what we could do, well, here we can just simply go ahead and call build third party login, build third party login. Over here we want to do one thing. Actually we want to send over here something called Google. Okay, now over here in the method itself we need to get it as a string, so we'll say login type, login type, just like that. Okay, so yeah, now if we save it, of course nothing is there. Now the first thing you have to see that, so these two things are in a row, right? So definitely we need to go ahead and work with rows. And even before that, we need to give it a width and height, right? So the first thing we'll do over here, let's go ahead and give it a width and height. So our bottom should be like this. So it will have width 295 points, and then height would do 44.h. Now W is used for width, and H is used for height. You should know that. And right after that, actually, if we save it, definitely will not see anything yet. And try to do a decoration over here, okay, so that we see color. So we do box decoration, and inside this we'll set up the color, and our color, once again, we'll get them from app colors, and we'll call it primary background color. Now let's save it. All right, and we already see that we have a bit of element over here, and it's working. Now if you want to see the color, this color is over here, background white color, we can say like that, background white color. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Now we want to achieve other things with this, so definitely want to give it a border radius, right? So over here we would do border radius dot all, this one, and then over here we do radius dot circular. We want to give it circular border, and that's what we'll have. So now we see we already have a bit of change, and we want to make it a bit obvious, so that's why we want to give it box shadow, because right now you see it's not really obvious. But if you see an original design, it's very obvious, right? Like it came out from the surface, something like that. So over here, we want to do box shadow. The box shadow is a property which takes a list of box shadows. So this is a list actually. Whenever you see this kind of braces, that means that it takes a list. Okay. All right. Now here we'll have color. Definitely we would do colors.gray, and then with opacity say 0.1. Let's save it. All right. Now we still don't have any obvious changes because there are a few other properties we need to set up. Spread radius, and then we'll have blur radius. Let's save it. We might see some changes, as well as now we'll have offset. Okay, now with offset we have to call the offset constructor, and then here we do 0.1. Now let's save it. Now we already see that this is getting better. If you take out offset, now, well, it's still there. Okay, now if you take out blur radius, all right, and if you take out spread radius, so everything is gone. So these three properties, spread radius, blur radius, and offset, these three properties you should play around until you get your satisfied result. So let's use one by one. So now here I have spread radius. It already looks obvious. Then we have blur radius, which with this more obvious, and offset. All right, so it's looking great. Now over here, let's see what it wants us. It wants us to use const. Let's go ahead and do that. And over here, I guess it wants the same thing. Now it looks better. Okay, so that's what we have now, and with this it looks better. Now let's come out of this decoration and now go back to child section. And earlier we said, and we have seen that we need child like this, so it has to be a row, right? So that's why we have a row over here, two things we are putting next to each other. Now let's go ahead and check it. So what do you want to put here first? Well, we want to have this text and the logo, and both of them, in fact, we can use simply just container to do that. Now there is no certain way of doing this thing, and no absolute way. You can do many different ways. So here inside this we'll have a child, and then we'll do image.asset. Now here we'll do assets, icons, google.png. Okay, now let's save it, and we'll see, yes, it's already there, and it's pretty big, but we'll take care of it very soon. Now let's go ahead and apply a bit of padding to it. And here we do add insets only. Now inside this we do left. Say you want to get a bit of distance from the left side. Okay, now it looks better. And from the right side, 30.w. But now on the right we don't have anything, so it doesn't really matter. Now one thing though, if you see our assets, now all the assets are over here, which means our icons, audios, and fonts and everything is here. So right now we are inside this folder, and whatever we needed to build this whole app, everything is here. So go ahead and use them. All right. Okay, so that was the first item. And now over here, we can have another container like the text itself. So here we'll have child, and then we do text. Now over here, we do sign in with Google. So that's what we want to show over here, and we already see that. And right now, for the text style, what we could do, we can just simply go ahead and copy this section so that we don't have to type it. Now just put it here. All right, now a lot of the things might look very big, so we don't want that big, so let's go ahead and reduce it to 14. All right, now which already looks good. And then here we could do normal, so it'll change over here as well. So let's do it. Okay, great. And the color, whatever the color is there, we can just simply go ahead and use that. Okay, now so that's for the Google one itself. But now here you see it's really way too big, and that's not what we want. We want to reduce the size. And how to do that? Actually, we can apply padding inside this container itself. Before that, if you make it 0, actually you'll see that they attach together. So that's why on the right we have this one. So this is the problem right now. So it's too big and we need to reduce the size. Now how to do that? Now that would be coming from applying our main container over here. So that's the parent container, and inside this actually we could do a padding. So what would be the padding? Here we do edge insets dot only. Not only, we want to do it everywhere. So here we do 10 points everywhere. So which means left, right, bottom, like that. Now let's save it, and you see that it looks much better and small, and that's what we wanted. Okay. All right, now we want to do the same for Facebook, Apple login, and like that. So how to work with this? Now we already made the layout for this, and we should be pretty good to go. So we're gonna just simply call this method again and again with different types. Now over here, we don't want capital letter, we could do actual small letter. And then we just copy this one. So Control C, so we do Control V. Now here we could do like Facebook, sign in with Facebook. Well, actually big J is good because with this we could be very good. All right, just like this. And now let's go ahead and save it, and we say it like this. But definitely a lot of the things we need to change it right now, and so we need to set some condition. Now the first thing we could do, you see they're too close to each other, and for this reason actually we could do margin. So here we do edge insets dot only, and then here we do bottom 15.h. So now with this we'd be able to separate them. All right, okay, great. Now here, of course, we don't want to show Google, we want to show Facebook. Now, how to do this thing? So it has to be dynamic. All right, so far we have these 3 buttons, but there's one problem. We want to change the name of this function. We don't want to call it Google because not just for Google, it could be for any kind of third party. So just let's go ahead and change this name. And after that, over here at the top, we gotta do the same. We need to change the name over here. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, now let's save it and it should be working. Now let's take a look what we want to do next. So while next we want to work on this divider and then sign in with phone number, right? Okay, now how to do that? Well, that's actually pretty easy. We already laid out everything. We would come over here, and inside this actually we could do something like, for example, container, and then over here we'll have, like, if you take a look at this, let's say our design. So one thing I have to tell you, so this is in a row, so we'll have 3 elements, this one, this, and this. Okay, so the first thing we want to do over here, we want to do a child over here, and then child would be the row, and inside this over here we'll have children, right? Because the row takes a bunch of children and it takes a list of children. As you can see, this means list. Okay, right after this actually we're gonna use a divider. Okay, now let's go ahead and do that. So divider is a widget that's shipped out of Flutter automatically. So let's go ahead and do this widget, and right after this over here we're gonna use height. So height 2.h, and then we're gonna also use color. So over here we'd use app colors dot primary secondary element text, actually this color, and we should be good to go. Now let's go ahead and save it, and well, it's still not visible, and let's see if we have any error or not. It's not showing up, but it doesn't matter. Next, right inside this divider, right after this, we're going to use a text over here, and let's go ahead and use a const, and here we'll have so we'll create a bit of space and like this, and that's it. Okay, now we see it over here. All right, now we're gonna copy divider one more time and put it right there, and of course nothing is there yet and nothing is visible at all. Now of course this is not what we want, so for this reason actually we can wrap this around a widget, and so just wrap it around the widget, and the widget name is expanded. Expanded. So what this widget would do, actually this widget would try to expand it. As you can see over here, it's trying to expand to the whole width. Okay, so if you have a child and you want the child to take the overall UI space or on the width or horizontally, you're going to use expanded widget. Now we're going to do the same for this divider. I'm in Mac, so I'm going to hit Option Enter, and let's see. Okay, so all right, so now here I'm gonna hit Option Enter, and here I'll also see that I can choose my expanded widget. Now on both sides it would be like this. Okay, great. Now there's other properties that actually we can use over here. Now here this is something called indent 50, so it will create a bit of space over here. So let's go ahead and do that, and as you see it looks much better, and we'd do the same over here, indent, so it would create space like 50. Okay, let's see whether it restored it or not. Okay, no, instead of doing indent like this, actually we could also do like this. So here we would do end indent, okay, like that. Okay, great. So now as you can see over here, it looks much better. Okay, great. Now with this we are done, pretty much done in this section. Now of course we want to create a little bit of distance at the top, and so for this reason actually we can use margin. So let's come over here and do margin, and here we do add insets dot only, and then we do top, we do 20 pixels. On the bottom we do 35 pixel. The bottom is not visible yet, but I'll show it why it's important. Okay, now with this we are done, but actually what we could do, we can just cut this and create a new widget over here. All right, so here we'll just return widget and we'll call build or widget. That's as simple as that one. And right after this, we're going to just return container, and then over here we would say build or widget. Okay, and with this we look much better. Okay, I mean our code looks cleaner, right? Okay, great. And then what do you want to do next? Now this is the time that we go ahead and work with this option over here. Now how to do that? Well, we already have a method for this, so we're gonna just go ahead and copy paste this. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, and yes, we already see this, but of course this is not what we want. Now over here, one thing first, we would say with phone number. Okay, with our phone number, just phone number. All right, okay, now it looks much better, but in this case we don't have this logo. Now how to work with this thing to get rid of the logo? Now if you take a closer look over here, we have this logo section, right? Now we could do a conditional check on this. So for logo itself, actually we don't need to pass anything. So over here we know that this text, this stands for logo, so we can just pass empty string for this one. But before that, actually we need to do a check. So over here we would check logo. Well, if logo empty, then we're just gonna show empty container. Otherwise we're gonna show whatever we had over here. So right now with this, we're gonna pass empty string. Just take the word apple out and you are good to go. All right, so it's gone, but others they work. All right, now what's the problem over here? So we messed up with the alignment, so we need to check with that. Now if you come over here and try to do the alignment, so our alignment should be actually here. Now I want to put everything, this one in the center. So over here we could do main axis alignment. Okay, main axis alignment, and here we do main axis alignment dot center. Now with this we'll have a bit of problem actually, so it messed up, so we still need to do a conditional check over here. Now we can just simply do this check. So I'm gonna copy this from here and put it right here. So if logo is empty, then we put it in the center. Otherwise we're gonna put it in the main axis alignment dot start. We start everything from the scratch. All right, okay, great. Now you see it looks much better now. Okay, great. So we are almost done with this, and next we want to focus on this section over here. Now that section should be right below actually this one, so that also means that we could do it over here. Now if you take a look at this one, over here already have an account, so this thing is actually a column format, right? So we're gonna return a column over here, so let's do it. Now inside this we'll have children one more time, and then we'll have text, and for the text itself we'll say already have an account, like that. Okay, and then a lot of the other properties actually we can just simply copy from here, the one we did before. So let's go ahead and copy that. So we'll put it right after this, and now let's save it. Okay, we already see that. Now over here we need to change the text to 12 SP so that it works well, and then everything else stays the same, including the color. We're good with that. Now here, let's see. Now if you see, this is too close to this one. Now what we could do over here, now if you look and come over here, we can actually put a sized box over here. So that's what we would do, sized box, and then here we would do height, and for the height itself we would do like this, 40.h, and with this we'll have a bit of distance with this and we'll be good to go. Now it looks better. Okay, now the next thing we want to do is this text down there, like this one. So let's go ahead and do that. So for this one, actually we can just go ahead and simply copy this. Okay, great. Now we'll call over here, let's sign up. Okay, sign up here, and everything else stays the same so far. Let's go ahead and save it. Yes, we see it's beautiful. We're gonna wrap this text around a gesture detector because we want to make it clickable. So here we would do like this, and here we do gesture detector. Now let's save it. We want to change the color of this. We don't want this color, so over here we could do primary element like this. Now you see the color changed. Now if you don't know what color is this, so we can just simply go ahead and check it. So this is the color, primary color, and we are using an RGB color for this. So we're just simply returning it from this class over here. And our primary text color was like this one. So I'll make an English comment over here, primary color black. Okay, so this is the black color we have, and that's being used over here. All right, so with this we are almost done. So that's a beautiful UI that we have built so far, and it should be pretty much the same as this one. Yes, we do see that we have a bit of issues over here, like in terms of distance. So instead of 40, we could do like 35. All right, or things like that. So it doesn't really matter. So now, yes, they look exactly the same thing. So in next section, we'll see how to work on this button click. So, well, to be able to work on this button click, actually, what we need to do, we need to wrap our container around a gesture detector widget. So we should be good to go. Now over here, as you see, we have this container, right? So instead of returning it like this, each of them actually could be wrapped around a gesture detector. So here we do gesture detector and we should be good to go. All right. Now, since it's a gesture detector actually takes an on-tap event. So that's what we are going to do. Now with this, we would be ready to work with on-tap event. Now we should do the same for this one, right? So we should also have a gesture detector around it. So now here we're gonna wrap it around gesture detector. Okay, great. And then we'll collapse it, and right after this we'll create our on-tap event, and for now it's empty. Now what do we want to do? We want to actually go ahead and cut this and create a new method up there. So here we do widget, and here we can just say build sign up method, build sign up widget. Okay, like that. And then we do return. Okay, and we should be good to go. And over here we just simply call build sign up widget. So now with this, our UI looks much cleaner. All right, now we can of course click each of them and would print different things, right? So here we do print sign up from here. All right, and I'm just gonna simply copy this, and I'm gonna put it in other widget, like over here, sign up from third party. I'm just gonna say it like this, and we're gonna save it, and after that we're gonna run it. And well, I want to see the terminal, and let's see what we have here. So this is our terminal. Okay, well, actually we don't need to see the terminal. Actually, we can see it here. Okay, now let's click on this, and here we do see that sign up third party, sign up Facebook, sign up with Google. Now, of course, we could even do much better, third party. Now over here, actually, we can print our login type. Okay, so as we click on them on different buttons, we'll see that we are reflecting on each of the buttons, so we know which button button has been clicked. So you click on this, we say third party Google, click on this third party Facebook, click on this third party Apple, and over here we'll see third party phone number. Like that. It's beautiful. So far it's pretty much working. So in next section we'll see how to work with our actually sign-in options like Google. So first we'll go ahead and work with Google and Apple, and end of this tutorial we're going to work with Facebook and phone number. So let's go ahead and work with Google first. Even before actually we start to log in with Google, Facebook, or Apple, actually we need to enable another service which is called Firebase service. Now this is the first time that we are going in to work with Firebase. Now to be able to work with this, open up your browser and then come to console.firebase.google. But of course, if you don't have an account, you have to have an account. Like this is my account, and you can log in with your Google account. Okay, so just go ahead and do that. And now over here, I'm going to create a new project, which you should do that. Now over here, I'll call it Flutter video audio chat. So this is the project that we want to create, and you can name it anything. And after that, I'm going to just go ahead and disable this, and we'll create the project. And it may take a bit of time to be done, so let's just wait. With this, actually, we are done. Now we have created this project, Firebase project, and which is called Flutter audio video chat. Now we need to create this app. So iOS and Android, we are not going to work with web app. So this two apps that we are going to create right now. Now I'm going to work on terminals to do that. But if you want to do, you can also do it manually. I also have other YouTube tutorials where you can go and see how to do it manually. But here I'm going to do with terminal, which is auto configuration. But for that one, even you need some setup locally. I have that tutorial. Go ahead and check that out from the link below. All right, so now as this is done, I'll come to my project over here. Now I'll go to this terminal over here, and first I'll do clear. Let me check if I'm on the right directory. Yes, I'm on the right directory. And over here, first I'll run Firebase login, make sure that I have logged in. Yes, it says that I've already logged in. And after that, I'm going to run Flutter fire configure. Now with this, it will do all the configuration, including JSON file setup and downloading from Firebase server. Everything would be automated, and I love it. You don't have to do anything manually. First time when you do it, it may sound annoying and a lot of stuffs to do, but once your local environment has been set up, you are really good to go, and it saves your time. Okay, that's why actually I love it. At first I also didn't like it. So let's go ahead and hit our enter button over here. All right, now after this, it would show you a bunch of projects. Now I already have a lot of projects in my Firebase console, so I'm just going to choose the one that we created. Now this is the one just now we created, Flutter audio video chat. By the way, my Flutter Firebase block chat tutorial is also coming in a few weeks, so stay tuned to take that course as well. Anyway, so now I'm gonna hit this, I'm gonna hit enter, and then I'm gonna hit enter one more time, and you should be good to go. Now with this, it will do all the auto configuration. As you can see, you don't have to worry about anything. Like over here, it registered our app as a chatty app, things like that. Now yeah, I think it's almost done. Just now it did for Android, now it did for iOS, like that, I guess. And then I'll hit yes, and then we are done. Now, the amazing thing about this, if you come and see your if you come and see your project right now, and if you go inside this Android folder, inside this app folder, and here you see Google Services JSON. Previously you had to add it manually, and manually adding could be error prone. So I love it. I love doing it from terminal. Okay, and the same over here for iOS. So if you come inside this runner folder, and you see that it has this Google Services info plist, so everything has been done automatically, and that's beautiful. Okay, all right, so that's why I love it. So now with this we are done, and at the same time, actually now we still need to go back to Firebase. We are, and if you see, come over here, click on this button, project settings, you would see that we have we should have projects. So let's refresh it. Okay, now we do see that we have two projects over here, Android and iOS. Once again, previously we had to download and put in our folder manually and do other setups. Right now we don't need to do any of this, so just a support email that you need to do. Okay, all right, great. And then after this, over here we're gonna work on authentication, and this part is very important because we're gonna enable Google sign-in, Apple sign-in, and Facebook sign-in. So let's go ahead and click on this. It'd be beautiful. And then first we're gonna choose this one, and I would just simply say enable, and public project name, we could say Chatty. That's it, and I'll save it because that's our project name. All right, and I would say just done, so we don't need to worry about it. There are other steps that we'll do later. Okay, now for now I'm gonna just enable this one, and let's see. And we don't have any users. If we have users, we'd say it over here, and we should be good to go. All right, okay, great. Now this is the first step with Firebase. Now let's go back to our project. Well, now this part is going to be very exciting, so I'm gonna open up my other files that we have so far. Let's see. So we need to find our sign-in controller. So this is the sign-in controller. Okay, now this is gonna be exciting. So definitely first we'll go ahead and work with Google login. Okay, now over here everything has done previously, and I mean the basic steps, I would say. And first, right now we're gonna get a Google sign-in object, Google sign-in object, and we'll call it Google sign-in. And then we have to call the constructor for this, Google sign in, this one. All right, and after that our arrow should be gone, and it should be here, right? But if you don't know where is this coming from, actually this is coming from our pubspec.yml file, and over here we already installed everything from our package. So if you come down over here, most probably and hopefully you'll see our well, Firebase Auth over here, as well as Google sign-in. Okay, so yeah, so these two are already installed. You should be good to go. All right, so we got this one, and inside this we have to mention our scopes. Now the scopes here, it takes a list of things, and over here we are going to use open ID, and that's all. Now you may ask, what is scopes and what is this OpenID? Actually, OpenID is a concept where you have one account and you use that account to log into many different devices on different websites with the same password, especially different apps and websites. So that concept is called OpenID. So if you enable OpenID, that means you're going to use your own and same Google account to log into many different apps and websites with the same password. Okay, and this concept Google, I guess, they introduced, and now this is in a scope like how you want to log in. That's called scope, and in the scope we say OpenID. That means, okay, use my Google account, and that account I'm gonna use the password, same password for many different apps and websites. Okay, so that's called OpenID. Hopefully it should make sense. And so that's the first thing we have done. Now after that, actually we're going to create a method right after this. Okay, the method type should be void and handle sign in. Now over here we'll pass string type. So you'll see that we have many different kinds of login, right? Google, Facebook, and Apple. So we need to pass the login type to it. So that's why we will call it type. Now over here, we would have number 1. So that should be Google. Number 2, that should be Facebook. Number 3, that should be Apple. And number 4, that should be phone number, right? Okay, great. So those are the things. Now the first thing we want to do, we want to log in with Google. But since we are going to log in, and this is a complicated process, so we're gonna use try catch clause, and here if we have any error, so we'll print that. Okay, now over here we would say print. All right, print and I would say error with login. Okay, and then we'll just simply print E, whatever the error was there. Now it might ask you to enable kdebug mode. Let's go ahead and do that. Otherwise it will have this cranky error. Now it's gone. All right, okay. Now one thing I want to lay out from the beginning over here, so I'll check over here the type. Okay, so if the type is here, we'll say phone number. If the type is phone number, then we'll do one thing. All right, type equal actually. So this double operator, double equal means equal, actually conditional check, right? Okay, and else if. Okay, now over here we're going to print over here, you are logging in with phone number. All right, so let's go ahead and do the quick fix for this. Okay, great. All right, and for now over here, else just, okay, I think we could do a little better. So over here, else if, and the type equal Google, right? So login type is Google. Okay, great. And then over here down there, we'll have another else. Okay, and over here we'll just say login type not sure. All right, we are good to go, and let's go ahead and check on this. We are good. Now let's work on Google first. Okay, now you see at the top we created this Google sign-in object, and we are going to use that one now. So we're just gonna go ahead and use await, and then we call Google sign-in object Google sign in and dot sign in. Okay, so this is the method that we want to call. Now it may be cranky over here, so we need to add async modifier, because this would be an asynchronous operation, which means that we're going to talk with the server, right? And server, we have to wait for the response, and based on that we do things. So that's why await and async comes in. Okay, now so this gonna return us something, and we'll call it user, and we'll save it in this user variable. Okay, now this sign-in method is coming from Google actually, so you click on this, it should help you to sign in. All right, and now after this, actually over here, we're gonna check if there is a user for this. Okay, if user is not null, so it means that Google actually found a user for us, whatever the credentials you have provided as they were clicking on it, and they found a user for that. So then we check it. All right, and after that, actually over here we're gonna create a string variable, and it could be null. So over here we'll call it display name. whatever the name the user has. Now this user object is interesting. It would return us display name. Once again, it's coming from this object itself. Now this is sign in. Now you can go ahead and click on this and you will see well, over here there are a lot of things happens inside this. One of the things it returns is user name, user email ID, user photo URL, things like that. Okay, so now we are here, and inside this we'll have string. Now string would be email. Now if there is a user, there must be an email, because you log in, sign in with Google, there has to be an email, but there might not be a name set up for that certain user. So that's why we say, hey, display name could be nullable. Okay, all right. So over here, we're going to use this. And then after that, here we do string ID. All right, and then user.id. Now, of course, Google user will have an ID, which should be from our Firebase. We'll see that. So that cannot be null as well. All right. Now over here, we'd also do Google, string photo URL. So user image. Okay. Now there should be user.photo URL. This one. Once again, these objects, they all come from our Firebase. Okay, Firebase Google Authentication. Now user might not set up a photo URL. If user doesn't have one, we'll give it an optional like an option. Okay, so with this, it means this is double operator, which means if you have photo URL, use that. Okay, double operator means if you have, go ahead and use that. If you don't have, then do something different over here. So that's the idea. Okay, all right. Now with only single operator question mark, that means it can be null. That's all. Okay, all right. So if it is a null over here, so what to do now? For now, actually, I'm going to go ahead and copy it from here where we have this third-party login, and inside that we have this container, right? And we're gonna get an image for that. Okay, now this image is this one, so I'm going to copy this. All right, so I'm just gonna simply put it here. Now of course we don't have a logo name over here, so over here we just simply go ahead and call Google, because this icon, Google icon, is actually inside our assets. So if you want to go ahead and check that, we'll have it inside our assets, icons, and I think, yeah, this one. So for now, we're gonna show our icon itself if the user doesn't have any image. All right, so hopefully it should make sense. All right, now, yeah, so that's the basic thing, but in future actually we'll change it. We don't want to do it like this. We'll read it from server, and I'll show you how to do that. Okay, great. Now right after this, actually you want to do you want to create an object using user information, the one that we have. Now why using object? That's because right now these are all in different variables, so we want to wrap it everything in one variable. Okay, so that's called creating an object based on different fields or variables. Now how to create that one? We already have a mechanism for this one. We can call it like this. So we have a model class which is called request login request entity. So we're going to go ahead and call this one. Now we're going to create a new variable out of it, and the variable type, once again, login request entity, and we'll call it like this, login panel list request entity, like that. That's all. Now you may wonder, where is this coming from actually? All right, that where is this coming from. Now if you hover on this, this is once again in our common entities user.dart file. So let's go ahead and click on this, and we're going to open this. So here is it. So if we have a user has a type, name, description, email, phone number, avatar, open ID, and whether the user is online or not. So those things, those options together, we actually create an object, as you can see over here. And we also have a toJSON method. If we send this information to server, we need that. And that's as simple as that one. So we'll have information from our controller, like this information, and then using this we'll create this type of object, and that object we can move around and access the properties from that. Otherwise, keeping the track of each of the strings over here differently is annoying. So the idea is, if you have a lot of fields together for certain entity or for certain thing, then you want to put all together in one thing. That's called creating an object. And of course, for that you need a class. So in our case, we created a class. The class name is login request entity. Actually, you can name it anything, and yeah, that's all. So the idea is, go ahead and create an object. In general, if you have a constructor, that constructor should wrap all the fields in your class, and that will give you an object. Hopefully it makes sense. Now let's come over here. All right, now we're gonna copy this name, and we're gonna put it here, and then it has a field avatar. If you see, we have a field avatar because the user might have its profile photo, so that's called avatar. And inside this we'll put our photo URL, and then we're gonna put it one more time over here, then name, and over here we do display name. Now this is this one, I'm referring to this one, and then over here we're gonna put it one more time, and then we'll have email, and the email should be email. All right, and then after that we'll have this one more time, and open ID, this one, and should be the user ID actually. All right, and then over here we'll have login type actually. So login type, let's see, just a type over here. Now this is number 2. Well, it has to do with, actually, let me change it. So in future we might work with email, so that email should be actually number 1, so that should be number 2, number 3. I'm not sure about this feature, but in future, if we have upgraded version of this app, then we might have login type as 1, which should be email. Otherwise it's number 2. But in fact, you can also set it to number 1, okay, because the whole project has been like this. For now I'm skipping email login, but in future I may show it on the video. I'm not sure about that one. All right, so right after this, actually we want to launch our app and want to be able to connect with Google, Facebook, and Apple, and we'll see how it goes. And so far, of course, definitely we just have Google, but eventually we'll slowly implement all of them. So now let's go ahead and run our app and make sure that everything is as it was before. Okay, great. And now we'll come to our view over here, and in the view itself we need to pass a function for this one. Okay, now over here we have this print, so we don't want it anymore. So over here, right after this, we can have something called controller dot handle sign in, the function that we created, and we'll pass Google to it. All right, okay, great. Now over here, once again, because we are using getX, so getX can have the controller type. which is sign-in controller. Instead of using stateless class, we are using getView, and we mentioned the controller. And if we do like this, we'll have an instance of the controller using this controller keyword, and then we can access all the properties of that. Hopefully it makes sense. Now, of course, we're going to run it, and definitely we will see some surprises, and we are okay with that. And as we have surprises, we'll debug together and we'll see how to solve problems. So now over here, let's go ahead and click on this. Now, of course, I guess we need to restart our app to be able to work with this. So now let's go ahead and click on this, and over here, maybe the click didn't work. Okay. Now we do see that there are some messages that popped up, and most probably it's not working yet. So let's see. And at the same time, I want to launch the app on iOS simulator because a lot of time iOS simulator gives you actually better information. Something is missing, but of course iOS would give you information about the iOS device, not about Google device. So in our case, this is from Google device, and it looks like we are not really hitting any error. One of the errors we have that, okay, it's a full binder transaction, and okay, so this is the error that we see that often, nothing else. Now I'm gonna select my simulator one more time, and then I'll select the back button and see what will happen. Okay, and let's see, it got stuck over here. Okay, right, now it revived, and here we do see that, okay, so there is a warning and also permission denied message, and this is what we want to take a look. So here it says that Firebase in-app messaging API has not been used in this project before, or it is disabled. So it's asking us to enable this thing. So this is one thing you should go ahead and do. It has to do with also permission. Okay, now I'm going to click on this. Hopefully it'll open up our app in the related information in the browser, and click on this, and the link took us over here, and we do see that it's over here. Okay, so video, audio, chat. Now this has been in Google Cloud Console, I guess, because we worked with our Flutter Fire command configuration that should do it automatically for us. So from my understanding, so it's asking us to enable this thing. So let's go ahead and do this. And here it's also say that publicly accessible API that allows Firebase in-app messaging SDKs or clients to communicate. So this is for communication, your app and Firebase server. So that's my understanding. Okay, so this would be helpful soon again. So I'll just keep it open over here. Now back to our editor. All right, so now I'm going to work on this, and let's see how it goes. So this anyway, so I'm going to stop this, and I'm going to launch this one more time using this simulator, and we'll see how it goes. And we have to work on this together. And now with this one, I'm going to launch this simulator for Apple, and we'll see how it goes. All right, so if you're just doing Android, so debug your Android side. If you're doing both, then we could do both. If you're doing just iOS, just focus on iOS. Now, yeah, it may take a bit of time. Okay, and it looks like it says that we are running out of space over here, but that's okay. It will replace the old one and install this one for us. Okay, all right, and what do we have here now? Okay, now if we look at this, all right, this is the thing that would get auto resolved later, so don't worry about that one. Now I'm going to click on this, and we'll see how it goes. And over here, okay, the errors, the same error we get, not much though. Now let's come to our iOS section, and it looks like iOS is still being built, and it says it's done. Now we'll look into this. All right, so our app booted, and we are going to click on this sign in with Google, and we'll see how it goes. So definitely will get crash, I believe. Yes. So now here it says that we have this error. Now this one is actually easy. For instance, a platform exception error and sign in with Google. Your app is missing the support for following URL schemes. So now one thing we could do, we can just copy this one, and we are going to open our file, which is info.plist, info.plist inside this runner folder. And over here, this is what we have. Now we don't have any reverse client. So the one we see, that's called a reverse client issue, reverse client ID issue. Now this could be solved from here. Let's close this one, and this one would be actually clicking on this one right now. So this is opened. Now let's click on this, and we can copy part of the information from it. So let's see. Okay, so here we do see that we have reverse client ID, this one. Now this has been auto-generated. So key and value, I'm going to copy this and put it somewhere here. I think we could put it anywhere. So, well, I'm going to put it right below it, and we'll see if this issue still persists. So now let's go ahead and run it one more time. And at the same time, as we're waiting for it, let's go to our Firebase console. So here we are in the Authentication tab, and let's select sign in method. Okay, so Google sign in has been enabled, so we should not have any problem having the user to come over here. Now, one thing could happen with Google and Android is because we are not assigning any key to it. So that's why we might get this error. So now this is the Android version, and Android needs a fingerprint, which is key actually, which is called SHA certificate fingerprint. So we should have this one. So, well, we don't have this. So this could be a reason that why we don't have. So if you work with Google app and I mean Android app and Google sign in, you have to have this one. All right. Okay. Now let's see how it's there. We'll see if it works or not. Now it still didn't work. So actually there is an error with the format. So this format just not working. So we need to have the correct format for this one. So now I changed the format and I put it inside this array, as you can see, and then we have this dect, and after that we have the key and string type editor and CF bundle URL scheme, and inside this actually we have our reverse client ID, which we actually got from here. Okay, so now okay, let's go ahead and run this one and we'll see how it goes. All right, now while it's running, now as I said, we were speaking early that over here we need to create a fingerprint. So let's go ahead and do that. Now how to create the fingerprint? Now I'm going to open up the command line. So I'm going to select this app over here, and then I'm going to come over here in the terminal, and I'm going to open it over here. And first I'm going to do a clear, and then I would do pw to know the folder. So this is the project, and so we are inside the root folder. Okay, now I'm going to copy paste this command over here. Now this command, you can check it from the course description below, and if you just come over here and paste it, and it should give you a bunch of keys. So we're just gonna copy the first one first, this one, and let's copy this, and after that let's come over here and we'll select add fingerprint. So we'll select this, and then we're gonna save it. Okay, and now here it did say that, okay, So we have a bit of issues that where it says that Auth2 client already exists for this package and sh1 in another project, so you might skip and read the situation to resolve. Now here it did say that we can skip this one, or the other option we could do, we could change the project name for this. Now this is our choice which one to do. Now definitely what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to remove this app. Why? Because now, and you should do that as well, so whatever you have downloaded from the link, it will have an Android project like this. Okay, now everybody uses the same project name with the project ID. Definitely you can't upload it to your App Store or Google Play Store, so that's why it's causing issue here, because I have the app already ready, that's up and running, and that's Android package ID is this one, iOS package ID is this one. But in your case, you can't exactly have this one. It's just impossible, because two apps, they can't have the same package name or bundle ID. So iOS Store or Google Play Store, of course, they'll have issues with this one. So sooner or later we have to change them. Okay, all right. So first, what do we do? Okay, even before we go ahead and delete this, let me see how this iOS is going on. All right, so here we are, and let's see in the running section. And okay, now here it did say that we have a bit of issues. Here we still have a bit of format issues, so let's take care of that format. So we missed actually the key. So this is the key, and this whole thing is actually value. So key value, more like JSON thing, right? So we're gonna launch it one more time, and we'll see how it goes, if we can log in or not. And for Android users, just hold on, I'm going to solve it very soon once this is done, because let's do it step by step, otherwise it will get messy. Our app has no building issues, so it's working. And over here, let's click on this one. So we'll click on sign in with Google. So let's go ahead and do that. So yes, so it means that at least this pops up and it's working, and we don't have any issues with this one. So let's continue with that, and let's see if we can actually log in. So far everything is good. Yes, I guess we just logged in, but after logging in, what to do we don't know. So that's why actually we have no redirect page, but hopefully that also means that we just logged in, and that's great. Now let's go ahead and take care of this iOS Android issues over here, which actually has to do with the bundle name. So and then we'll generate SHA key, and that should work. So let's go ahead and do that. The first thing, you have to come to your Firebase console and select this. Remember, we had this key, and we also later on I added this one as well. This might not be compulsory, but for sure, to make sure that things don't go wrong, just go ahead and add this. But this is generated during when you generated that one, so they are generated at the same time. Okay, so check out the command to generate them from the description link, and you should be good to go. Okay, so yeah, they are generated at the same time. Just put both of them. And after that, I have done another thing. We also did, like, for example, Flutter clean, which is very important. You have to do Flutter clean, and if it still doesn't work, so you need to go ahead and remove the build directory, and then do Flutter clean, and then do Flutter pub get, and you should be good to go. Okay, all right, so for at least the button pops up over here where it says that choose an account, and definitely I can choose one. So, well, I've got stuck. Yeah, now here it says Firebase default ID and things like that. So we do have other issues right now because we have changed it. So now we'll come to this main over here, and we might have issues. So actually over here we are not really calling Firebase, if you see that. So we need to actually call Firebase to be really use it in our app, but we are not calling it somewhere. So that's what it says over here. Okay, so it is trying to connect with Firebase, but it couldn't get it. So that's how you read that. Now do remember that when you develop apps, so this logging error, do you know where it is coming from? So it's coming from the controller. If you come over here, if you see at the end we have this text. Okay, so putting a lot of logs or printing does really help you. So from here I could see that this has this error. By the way, as I was doing this one, I also added this 2 permissions over here in Android manifest. So we have to have this 2 permissions, otherwise you will get error. Okay, maybe. So it's not always necessary, but it's better you have this one. And also the debugging technique that I told you, try to put more logs, and where to put them in general. When you do networking, connect with different providers, try to put your code in try catch clause, and then it should help you. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and fix this one. So the idea is we have to have this one in our app, and where to have this. Now for this reason, we are going to open this one, and as you'll see over here, inside this init, actually we can put some more stuff. So right after this, actually we can have this, and of course we need to import the dependencies for them. So let's go ahead and do that, the library, as well as over here I think there's a file where it says that default Firebase options imported. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and save it, and then we'll see that whether we can log in this time or not. Now these are some big changes, so I would rather restart everything, because just reloading, hot reload might not work. Okay, right, so here we are with this, and I'm going to click on this. Yes, it popped up, and then let's see if we can select our ID or not, and we'll see how it goes over here. Now this is better, and this is exactly what we want to see. So as we want to log in, actually we want to check, and we want to see this kind of thing where it pops up. Okay, so here I would do like job 3emj@gmail.com, which is my account. All right, so now I'll get verification message. So it's being a little slow over here. Yes, and it took us to this page, but of course this page is not completely done. But over here we do see that we have successfully fetched 0 messages from backend, but login has been successful. This part of this tutorial will mostly focus on changing the package name. Now let's come over here, open our project actually, and inside this I'm gonna choose this project root folder. Actually, even before that, we need to make sure come inside this app, and let's copy our app's name, actually, I mean package name. So here Android XML. Now this has been our name, right? So I'm going to copy this, and this should be the same name for you guys as well. So I'm going to copy this, and then over here what I'll do, let's see over here. Okay, so here replace in files, so let's select this one, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to paste whatever we had already. So yeah, it's in many places, it's found for us. Now we want to change wherever this happened and found. We want to change that. So in our case, in my case, I would do com.debesttech. Now remember, debesttech is my domain name actually, so which is unique. We know that every domain is unique. So if you have a domain name, just put your domain name. If you don't have, put any random, unique name that is you think that would not conflict, and I'll replace it with chat like that. Okay, so that would be unique for me because my domain is my domain. Nobody is going to change it, right? So in your case, make it unique pretty much, and the format should be like this. And then I would say replace all. So that should help us to replace. And we'll click over here, replace all. So that's how actually you change your project name whenever you need. Okay, and sometimes it's important because when you develop your app or test your app, it could be one name, but when you actually go to production mode, it could be a little different. So that's why it's very important. I'm going to close this, and over here I'm going to open this plist in iOS Xcode, and let's go ahead and open that. So this is over here, and I'll select runner, and after that we do see that for actually iOS we already have this name. Okay, so now because we change it pretty much everywhere, so it also got changed for iOS as well. But if you want, you can even change it over here and you should be good to go. All right, now I'm not going to change it, but if you want to change, you can go ahead and do like this. I'm going to come back to our Firebase console. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this app. All right, so remove it permanently. And I'm also going to remove this one because this name has also changed. All right, so let's go ahead and remove this. Okay, great. Now we don't have any projects, so if we come over here, so we'll see no apps over here inside this project. Now one thing we could do, we could add them manually for Android and iOS, which I don't like, or we could do it from command line. So let's go ahead and do it from command line. And before that, make sure one thing. So come over here in your project. Now this we don't need anymore because we can just go ahead and delete that. Yes, and for Android we do the same. So inside this app, and we have Google Services JSON, because we changed the package name and bundle identifier, and which were very unique. So now we need to delete these two files because they contain configuration file. Okay, here if it says that, it's asking whether you really want to delete or not, so I say yes, do refactor, and continue like that. Okay, anyway, so now I'm going to open up the terminal one more time, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to do clear, and then I would run flutter fire configure. Okay, so only thing it would ask you to do, first select the project, but we already have the project, and I'm going to select it from the top. Let's see, so not this one, not this one, not this one, not this one. Yes, this is the project that we had. So I'm going to select this and I'll hit enter. It did say it's still having an issue with iOS. Now I'm going to come over here for iOS Xcode. I'm really going to change this name. Okay, I'm not going to have this like this. Most probably this is not the correct format. So now I'm going to have it like this. Okay, yeah. So this would be our bundle identifier name for iOS. So most probably it was the error. So let's go ahead and run it one more time and we'll see how it goes. Yeah. Okay, so the problem should be solved because it would override the old files, and which we are okay with. We don't mind about that one. Okay, now let's come to the terminal one more time, and I'm going to do a clear over here. And what we had early, let's see. So this was the command we had early. So we're gonna run it, and it had this key. So we're gonna copy this actually. So make sure we don't have any empty space to here. Okay, now we'll go to our Firebase console and we'll see how it goes. Now let's click on this project overview, and hopefully we'll see that we have 2 apps ready. Now if you don't see that, just refresh it. Sometimes it's slow, and yes, we do see that our app is ready. Now here I could add the fingerprint, and then we could save it, and hopefully it should work. Yes. And for iOS, for now, we don't need any changes. We are good to go. But of course, that also means that since we change our project name and things like that, a lot of the things later down the road would be very easy for us. Okay, so that's the point. So here we learned a lot of things: how to change the package name and how to do the reconfiguration, and if we have error, how to solve that one. Okay, and actually a lot of time if you do a lot of programming, those issues, errors, whenever you see, you get the feeling that how to solve it. Okay, well, looks like both of them are being installed. Android looks like got stuck, and it's rebooting. Okay, that's great. And Apple also did, and that's a success. And now we're gonna click on this Google sign in with Google right now, and we'll see if we can go into this or not. So it looks like we still have an issue with this, but now let's forget that part and let's check on iOS. And it looks like iOS just got killed. Okay, so let's check on them why. So here I am logged in, and that's all. Okay, now the screen may freeze or look strange because we don't have actually routing from here, so that's why it's causing the problem. Now along the way, actually I have experienced something like, for example, if you already logged in somehow and you try to log in again and again, you might see weird things, and that's happening. Now because we are developing an app over here, so it's still in development phase, so we don't have the log out button. So the problem happens, for example, if you log in first time and then you don't have logout button, so the session that is being created with Firebase Auth and Google Auth provider, so that becomes weird, or actually that doesn't know what to do with you because you are not logging out and trying to log in again and again. So you are already in login in state and try to log in again. Of course it won't work, it won't be responsive. Like for example, I'm already logged in, so if I click in this, so actually it's not gonna work because why? I'm already logged in. Okay, so before we can do other things, actually we need to work on log out mechanism. Okay, so right now it's working. So I faced some of the problems as I was doing this. So always remember to do things once again. If you think everything went correctly, like the coding part, then you can do Flutter clean. But before that, I would say that go ahead and delete the build directory, and then you do Flutter clean, and then you do Flutter pub get. Okay, now after that, what you should do, you can, if you still see you have problems, you could do cold boot or restart your emulator. Not just deleting the app, restarting the whole emulator works. Okay, yeah, so that's with Google. Now with Apple, actually we are also facing a problem. So what we faced over here with Apple, that it crashed. The reason why it crashed, that's because let me show you. Now remember, with iOS we actually have like this. So we have this Google service info.plist, and inside this actually we have a new reverse ID, reversed client ID. So this has been auto generated. So we need to copy this one as well, and then we need to put it in our info.plist file, which is this one. So let's go ahead and do that. So now this could be the old one, so I'm going to replace the old one with the new one. Okay, yeah, okay, so now we are going to boot it in iOS device and we'll see how it goes. Hopefully it should make sense. Now let me turn off some of the earlier emulators which we don't need. All right, now as we put this one, and hopefully we shouldn't have any error, so we're gonna go ahead and click on sign in with Google and we'll see how it responds. Yes, we can already log in with this, and actually previously we tried to log in and it worked. So over here I'm going to log in with this, and it looks like we are already logged in because previously we did that. Now if you come to your Firebase console, like which is over here, you don't see anyone that has logged in because we don't have any mechanism to put in our users that they have logged in. Actually we can do that. So now we'll come over here. First we'll understand that why we should go ahead and do the logout button. Well, now this is my other this is the actual app that's already ready and up and running, right? It's not the one that I'm building with you. It's already working. So but as I'm building with you step by step, I'm showing all the process. Now I'm here on the actual app that's actually being used right now. So the thing is that previously in our app, the one that we are building currently, if you sign in, that it takes you to sign in page again. It doesn't go to a new page. So with this we have problem is we can't really do more things because you're always back to sign in page. So after signing in, we have to log out, right? So we need to create a logout page. But how do we do that? So first we need to sign in, and then what we would expect after signing in, actually we'd go to a page actually. So let me sign in over here. I'm gonna sign in with this. Okay, all right. So after signing in, we'd go to a new page. So that would be a page, we'll call it a message page. And once that is done, actually, so we'd go to a new page on tab that is called profile page. So over here, we'll have our logout button. So the thing we have to do after signing in, we'll go to a page like this. But for now, we'll just work on the header section because all we need a button. So once we have the button, we'll tap on it, click on it, and we'll have a page like this. And on the page, we'll have a section pretty much like this. So all we need a logout button. So that's the idea. So from now on, the work we would be doing for building this logout button. But before that, if we want to build this, definitely first we need to build this page where we'll have this one on tap event, and then this, and then actual logout. Okay, so our purpose is that we'll go ahead and create a logout button and would be successfully able to log out and then go back to sign in page and sign in again. And as we can do that in between, there are other pages, would be able to work on them as well. All right, okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So as I said last time, this is the time that first we'll go ahead and do the logout button. All right, now for logging out, we have to do a bit of mechanism. Well, first I'm going to create a new method over here, and the method name would be async post all data. And this method would be very important down the road, and I'm going to tell you why. But first, as you can see from the name, it would load all the async data, which also means that it would load data from server. In general, the convention is, if you see the word async, that means that it's going to do some networking work or loading work from somewhere, from a storage. It will load data and it may take a bit of time. So whenever you see async, you have to have this idea immediately. Now here's the thing that we are going to do. So we have a few handle method, sign-in method, right? So after each sign-in, actually we are going to call this method, which is called async post load or async post all data. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we do async post all data, this one. All right, so we're going to call this one sync. I guess I made a typo over here, so S should be here and not here. With this we are good. All right, so we're gonna call this. Now as we call this, and actually this is the place where we do actually a bit of routing. So we are logged in, so we are going to go to a new page. So here, to go to new page, we do get of all named, and here we're gonna call a new route, which is called app routes dot message, this one. Now there is a router name message. I'm going to talk about this. Now this is coming from getx, so at the top we definitely import getx. Looks like we do have error of all named. Okay, so that should be smaller o. All right, great. So now, okay, one more thing about this. So this is going to load all the data, but right now we don't have data, because in future this method would be responsible for getting some data from server and then would redirect our user to app routes, this one. Okay, once again, so a lot of the work would be done in future here, so the name might be a bit confusing, but this is the perfect place, because here what we do, we sign in, and after signing in we just call this method, and then we would go to this message route. Okay, now this route is actually defined over here. We can click on this. If you're on Mac, you do Command B. If you're on Windows, I think that should be Windows capital window button and B, I guess. So let's click on this. So this is the route that's been defined, right? But actual routing system is not here. So that's under this live and common and routes and pages. We know that, right? Now over here, actually, so far we have opened 2 routes, and we're gonna open another one that is called message route. And now actually this message route has already been opened. I did it. So if you didn't uncomment it, so go ahead and do that. So after this one, once we are done, actually we are going to hit this route, and this route should take us to a new page, which is called message page. But of course this message page is not there yet, so for you it might not be there, but actually I guess I have already created this, so this is over here. Okay, and this is pretty much empty for now, nothing is there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to close this, and I'm going to close all of this. I don't need this, and I also don't need this. I also don't need this. All right, so before I'm going to talk about this route auth middleware, so let's go ahead and check them. So over here, this is my view is pretty much empty, and if you see my state is empty, index is empty, actually controller is empty, and binding is empty as well. Okay, and we do have pretty much things like this. Okay, so now all we do over here after this, once we log in, we just call this one, and this one would eventually hit over here. Now as we know, well, if you don't know, now I'm going to explain. Now inside, after this binding, we have this middleware. So what does a middleware do? Middleware actually checks for condition before going to anywhere else. So now the get page, this one, this I would say, well, a class. So this class actually takes names, page, bindings, middlewares. Now in general, if you don't have middlewares, what it does, it'll directly go to the view. But before that, of course, it'll check the binding. Why it checks the binding? Because it needs to load the controller. But once you have middleware, it doesn't work like that, because over here inside the middleware we have something called route auth middleware, right? So it's this middleware's, this property is not empty. Of course, it takes a list of routes or middleware actually inside this. Now it's not empty. Since it's not empty, it will check this one first before even we going to go and do this checking with or open up this message page. Even before opening up, even before loading this binding, it will check this one, and this is where the magic happens. Now it's already there. So over here we do have this check if the user has logged in or not. As you can see, I say that. So this is a class. Now the class name, you could name anything. Whatever you name it, you have to extend middleware. Okay, what middleware? Get middleware. Now you can ask, why get middleware? Because we are using getx. So getx has a built-in system for middleware. So whatever the class you create, all it needs to do, just go ahead and extend it. All right, extend get middleware class, and then you are good to go. But if you don't use middleware, then it would be a bit differently, because I'm going to create this course in block. So if you take my block course, you'll see that it doesn't work like that. So for block itself, the middleware is a bit different. Okay, or we might use block and getx together, because we might use get for middleware and block for state management. So you have to override these two things. One is priority, another is redirect method. Okay, now this is so inside the body of this function, because redirect is a method, inside the body of this function you could do anything you like, and based on that you redirect your user. So by saying that, what I meant is that, so over here, in fact, if we didn't have this middleware, what we are supposed to do, we are supposed to open up this page and show the user or the UI, right? So we're gonna work with a certain UI. But once you have middleware, it's not the condition. The condition could be anything. From here, you can let the user to go anywhere else, any kind of UI. Okay, so it doesn't have to stick to this. All right. Now it's all depend on your conditional check, that how you go ahead and do the conditional check. Now first over here we are trying to see if this condition matches where the user logged in or not. Well, where we are in sign up page, or whether we are in our very initial page. So if one of those pages, then we don't do anything, we just return. But if the condition doesn't match, then we definitely do this one. Okay, so if none of this meant, it means like, hey, if user is not logged in, user is not signed in, or user not in initial page, so what do we say? We say, okay, go ahead and log in first. That's what we say. But once again, from here where to go, it's all up to you if you know how middleware works. But in our case, if none of the condition is met, we just go to sign in page. We ask the user, say we sign in. Okay, it means user didn't sign in. If this is the condition, didn't match, so we say, hey, go ahead and sign in. All right, but of course, if the user is already signed in, we don't do anything. All right, so if none of the condition met, we come here. If the condition met, we don't do anything. Now there's this question, what do you mean by you don't do anything? So now here we are not redirecting. Now here you see that here we have this route settings, which comes from Flutter framework itself. So we changed to a new route. Previously, what was happening, we were supposed to go to this message route, but well, after conditional check, we found that, hey, we don't meet this. So go ahead and check this condition. And it also means that go ahead and change the route. Go to sign-in route. Don't go to this message route. So that's how it works. Okay, but now here's what do you mean by this section where we don't do anything? Yes. So from here, we'll return null. So if you return null, what will happen? It will actually go there, because there is nothing to go, there is nothing to do over here. It just return null. So go ahead and go to this message page. Okay, so that's how it works. So if you go to message page, definitely, of course, we have to have our binder, right? So we have to go to this binding, and it should load the dependencies. All right, so that's how it works. So hopefully after speaking so much, your idea about middleware and how it works and how you should design your app, if you do design on your own, how it should work, you should know it on your own. All right, okay, great. So with this we are good. Now we'll boot up our app and we'll see where it goes. But definitely, according to our logic, the thing we understood just now, it should come here, right? So if it comes here, over here, so why don't we tell it to do something for us? Okay, let's get some fun over here, make it interesting. So here we could say, hey, all right, so here I am in the message page. Okay, so if we sign in, we should come here, right? So that's the logic. That's what we learned from here. Okay, all right. So now let's restart our app and we see how things go. And we should also look for if we have any error or not. All right. Okay, now over here, well, definitely we're not logged in. So we're gonna log in. So let's log in with Apple and let's see if it, well, I'm not sure why. Oh, yes, because we just have one of this right now. Why? That's because our condition is just for over here. If it's not this, then this, right? And after that, we actually don't have anything. So it took us to Google sign in, but it's okay. We are happy with that. And over here, let's see why we hit Google. Let me explain this thing. So we should go to our sign-in page, which is our sign-in page should be, let's insert this, sign in and view. So let's see why we hit this one. That's because over here we passed Google, right? Yeah, so we didn't really pass Apple. Anyway, so in future we are going to change them, so don't worry, okay, because we didn't implement Google login yet, sorry, Apple login yet. So from here actually we are passing handle sign in, we are passing Google, right, as a parameter. So over here it's Google, so it falls to this condition even if I clicked on the button Apple, so don't get confused. Hopefully it should make sense. Now, anyway, so I'm going to log in, and if we did, all right, so, well, this is not what we wanted. Looks like we didn't hit any of this. So now let's check our app. So over here, first go ahead and print message. So let's go to message page. All right, okay, let's go ahead and do this. And yeah, so let's do it one more time. Let's restart our app. And okay, so we are in a splash screen, and then we are going to sign in with Google, and let's just sign in. All right, and then I'm gonna select this because I already signed it before, I guess. So yeah, let's go to message page, and then it means we hit this route, and after hitting this route we are supposed to be here, so let's go ahead and check on the middleware if we can actually print anything. So over here, okay, so over here actually this condition fails. This condition fails, so none of this condition is true because this is not true actually, right? Because we didn't do anything about it. Previously we talked about user store, but this function is not there yet, so that's why it's not working. Because when we already come over here, we are not in sign-in page anymore, because you see over here we say app routes message, actually, which is a message route. So this condition didn't met, so this is false. And if this is false, but of course we are also not in initial page, so none of this condition met, so it returned, well, then if it is none of this condition, then it comes here and tells me, hey, go to sign in page. Okay, now what to do with this one? Now actually what we could do here, we could, for now, we're gonna just add an additional condition and see how it works. For now, we are going to add another condition. So right after the sign-in route, initial route, actually we added a new condition. Now with this, the condition will be met. If the condition is met, if one of them is correct, we'll return null. If we return null, actually we would hit our message page, right? Okay, that's what we expect to see. Now let's come over here, and I'm sure that we should. Okay, anyway, so let's restart again, and we'll see how it goes. All right. Okay, great. Now this time it's working. So it already hit our, because we already signed in, and it says that we are in message route. Okay. Now in future, this condition definitely I will change, because this is not a healthy condition. But for now, we are simulating what is called routing and how it works. And eventually, actually, we are going to log out, right? So that's the purpose. All right, great. So now I guess with this, for now, we can close this. We also don't need this sign-in page. This, we also don't need this. Redirecting, we don't need this. All we need is this view, and work on this. And this is the page actually that we want to work. So this is what we want to see first, and then would be clicking on this kind of icon, and then over here we'll have logout option. So that's what we want to do, and it's beautiful, isn't it? So first we have to have this button, then we'll go ahead, click on this, and then we'll log out. Okay. Anyway, so if you're ever wondering what are this, so this is the real-time chatting that I have done with my friends. And here it might be empty for now. Anyway, so yeah, and here you can find all your contact list, which gets loaded from server and everything like that. So this is very exciting actually. Anyway, so right now our purpose is to build this one, right? So as we're going to build this, actually we are going to use something called a sliver. Okay, now you have to understand what is called a sliver. So I'm going to write it at the top over here, slivers. Now slivers are used inside list view. Well, slivers are scrollable area, and with slivers you can do a lot of fancy effects. And then as well as slivers, they get built lazily. So for example, if they when come into the viewport, which means that when you first see them, if you have a lot of list, for example here, like, okay, so there are also users hidden behind this one, right? So those are not built yet. So these few items are built, but when you scroll down, so these users, they get built, I mean this UI get built, and we see that. Now slivers are really good for performance. Okay, so if you use slivers, you'll feel like your app is not that laggy or slow. So you should use slivers if possible, not really list view directly. Now slivers are in general used under custom scroll view. Now if you use custom scroll view, you can use a lot of slivers, but like list view inside use sliver as well, but just one. But with the custom slivers, custom scroll view, you can use as many slivers as you want, and that's the beautiful thing about it. And it makes your life easy because the performance looks much better. Okay, so that's what we want to do. So here we'll have slivers. Okay, so that's the first thing I wanted to tell you. Now over here, I'm going to remove this, and we don't need this now. And then inside this, first we'll introduce safe area. I think you know what is safe area. Safe area would help us to get rid of like some portion that shouldn't be hidden by the phone itself. So if we use safe area, that helps us. So our app would be inside the safe area, like the top bar and bottom bar, things like that. So those area wouldn't cover our content. So that's why we use safe area. Now inside safe area, actually we're going to use child over here. The arrow is gone. Now we're going to use a stack over here, stack widget. Now stack widget takes the children. Now you might ask why we're gonna use stack widget, because you see now, well, here I don't have a lot of history. If I have a lot of history, this icon would be still be floating. Okay, I mean it's still here, so it's on a fixed place on the UI, but these are all moving, a lot of them, right? So that's why we need a stack widget, because with the stack widget we'd be able to scroll at the same time. I mean, not really scrolling, we can fix some of the items, and other items they can do whatever they like, things like that. So when you have some fixed position and you want it to be overlapping with the other one, you should go ahead with the stack widget. Hopefully it makes sense, because over here we might have a lot of history and those would be scrolling, but this would be overlapping with them. So that's why we need stack widget. Okay, now inside the stack widget here, we'll use a custom scroll view. So as I said, that inside custom scroll view, you can use slivers, okay? And you can use a lot of slivers, as you can see. If we do that, we already see that, hey, here we have list of slivers, as you can see, right? Okay, great. Now, this is the thing that we want to build first, this item. We want to build this item first, okay? Now, for building this item, actually, we're gonna also talk about stack widget. Now we'd be doing it actually over here, so we're gonna build a dedicated widget for that. Okay, that would help us. Okay, now here the type would be widget, and we would call it like head bar. So this is our head bar, and inside this we're gonna return center like that, and then after that we can just simply use colon. All right, now this is the widget that would be responsible for drawing this section over here. So now over here we'll have icon and this dot, so they would be also overlapping. Anyway, so now inside this, actually we want to bind it. By saying that, I mean we're going to use it. So here we'll use sliver app bar. Okay, sliver app bar. Okay, this one. Now there are many different kind of slivers. As I said, slivers are scrollable, so that means that app bar is also scrollable. Okay, this would be scrollable, so it won't be fixed. In general, your app bars are fixed, but this is sliver app bar, which means it would be scrollable. All right, okay. Now over here, actually we can also do pinned. Pin means pinned true, which means that we don't want it to be scrollable. So this part we actually don't want to be scrollable. So that's why we say pinned true, which means make it non-scrollable, okay? Because we want to just scroll this items as well as this bar over here, not this one. This should be always there. Okay, great. Now after that, here we're going to use a title, and the title is actually widget, and over here for that one we're going to use head bar. Okay, all right, and let's see over here. Okay, so it doesn't want you to use const, so let's remove that, and our arrow should be gone. All right, so whatever we do from now on here, we'll see that it reflects over here, and it already did actually. As you can see over here, we already have things like called app bar, as you can see over here. Okay, now let's go ahead and work on this. So what and how to work with this. So first we'll have a container for this. We'll have width and height for this, and we should be happy with that. As well as now this should be our area where we'll have this icon, right? And we'll also have like white space and things like that. Okay, so that's why first we need a container, and then row. Inside the row we'll have a stack widget. So this would be our stack widget. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on that. So first we'll have a container over here. Let's go ahead and do a child, and then we'll do container, and inside the container we're gonna use width and height. So here we do width, say 320, and then W. All right, and now this is coming from our screen util package. So let's go ahead and import that. Sorry, yes, okay, this one. Now okay, and then we're gonna use height. So we're gonna use 44 like this. Okay, great. All right, now if you somehow remove this, so it's gonna be weird. So let's go ahead and remove that. Right, so after that, here we wanna give it a bit of margin. So let's go ahead and do that. So here margin at edge insets dot only, and here we do bottom, say 20.h, and the top 20.h as well. Okay, let's save it. Yeah. Okay, and right after this over here we'll have child, and that's what we are trying to say and what we said early. Instead this we'll have children. Now over here first time we are going to use the stack widget because we need this dot and this icon to be overlapping. Okay, great. Now let's go ahead and use the stack widget. Okay, all right, and inside the stack widget definitely we'll have children, and the first child should be gesture detector. Now why we're going to use gesture detector? Because we want this icon is clickable. As you can see, you click on this, it takes you to a new page. Well, I'm sorry if you hear sound because it's stormy over here and a lot of wind outside, but anyway, so now that's it. And after saying that one, I also want to say that so this would be actually container. So we need to go ahead and work on this container as well. Let's go ahead and work on this container, and inside this we'll have child, and then we do container, and here we do width. So that would be 44 and 44h, and height also 44h. All right, and then we do decoration and box decoration. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, now over here inside this we'll have color. Let's go ahead and set the color for this, and we do app colors dot primary secondary background. So that's what we are going to use. All right, okay, so now we already see a bit of change like this, and then we're going to use border radius. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so border radius over here we do dot all, I guess, yes, and then radius dot circular, and then over here we're gonna use 22 wh. It doesn't really matter, any of them is okay. All right, now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, it already changed, and right after this over here actually we can use box shadow. So let's go ahead and do that, and we know box shadow takes a list of shadows. Okay, so now we're gonna give it a color for our box shadow. So let's go ahead and give it color. Okay, I guess I need to mention box shadow itself, box shadow, and then inside this we could give it color. And what would be our color? Color would be here colors dot gray dot with opacity with opacity 0.1. So it will have a bit of shadow like this. All right, and then here we'll have spread radius. So let's go ahead with 1, and blur radius 2. In general, spread radius is smaller than blur radius, and offset. Now over here we're gonna do offset, so 0, 1. So that means more like X and Y position for this. Well, now this is our shadow, and well, we do have blue background, which we will not have very soon, so don't worry about that one. Now why I have this blue background, I'm going to explain, and how to remove that I'm going to tell it to you. Now over here actually I changed some of this radius, blur radius, but we still don't see that because it's the gray color. So let's change it with red, and of course we might not see any changes yet because the opacity is really low. Now over here, as you can see, that we see that there is more box shadow or shadow with this. Now with the offset, actually you can change the direction of this. Those 0, 1, which means X and Y. So X should be actually this one, and this is the Y. So X has actually pretty much no change, no direction, but Y should be a little bit down actually. Now we can prove it. If the higher the number, the downer it is. So now we put it 10, we'll see that it will come down. You see at the top it's gone. Now at the bottom there is more. But if you do minus, then actually it would go up, right? And if you do, like, for example, minus 10 for x, it would be on the left. So let's check that. So with this, actually, you can work with your shadow. So this offset is more like x and y. So that's what you need to know. All right, so I'm gonna put back the original one. We don't need any of this over here, and over here we'll have 1 and 2. All right, okay. Now let's remove this one. So we really don't need this blue color anymore. So to do that, we need to come over here, and we're gonna remove this, and over here we'll call it app theme, the second one, app theme dot light. All right, that's all. Now we have already this file that's set up. Now, of course, we don't see any changes yet. We need to restart it because it's a big change. All right, so now as you see, it's already there. Okay, yes, that's how it's there. And because the color is gone, now what is this file? What is this light thing? Let's go ahead and click on this. Now it's already in this class where it's a common style theme. So this is this theme setup for our whole app. So if you build an app should have its own theme, and the theme color, brightness, and different common properties, actually styling properties, especially top bar color, bottom bar color, and common text style, and icon color, icon style, all you should put them in a file. And based on that, actually you should make a common file, and you should just go ahead and call that, and you should be good to go. Now as you can see over here, we do have theme data. So theme data is actually for your overall common UI look color. Okay, so that's how you should understand. Now inside this, you can set up for app bar, you can also set up for bottom bar, and you can also set up for tab bar. So there are a lot of properties that you can set up. But of course, if you want, you'd be able to override them as well later down the road. So over here, as you can see, we have this background color white. So this is for app bar theme, right? So over here, we set background color white. Now, if you change this one to red, we'll see as red, okay? Now, it might not take effect immediately. You have to restart it, and then you will see that it takes effect. Okay, so now inside this, we set up a lot of properties for app bar, and these are the common properties. You can override them if you want. Okay, all right. Now another big advantage of separating your app bar and bottom bar and tab bar in a separate file is that you can use that for doing dark mode or light mode. Okay, even though our app will have just light mode, but it's still okay. So here we have all this data for light mode. Okay, so yeah, that's very useful, and you don't have to change every time everywhere. If you want to make changes throughout your app, just come over here and change things. Now, these are the common things I didn't want to write, so I just already have it. You can just go ahead, take that, and use it. Okay, anyway, now back to work again. So the thing we are doing over here, so that is our box shadow, right? Okay, great. Now box shadow has been done. Now we want to work on actually showing our icon over here, the icon that we get from Google, which is our profile photo, like that. Now inside this container, we're gonna set up child over here. So let's do that, child. And well, for child, we'll have a default value as an image. We can also use the one we get from the server. All right, so now to do that, actually, first we need to set up a condition. Now the condition will only work if we work with this. Like for example, okay, now here we do have this welcome controller, which is not the correct one. Message controller. Okay, all right, now because this is a message page, right? And over here actually we do see that we have a state, and inside the state everything is well empty, well, I mean nothing is there. So here actually first we're going to declare a variable and then we would call it head detail. So this variable would be used for dealing with user header section or our app's header section. Most probably would be using this one for using or dealing with user profile photo and information that should be related at the top bar for user. Okay, and then it's coming from user item, and okay, and this is a class, and this class we're gonna make it OBS. So now let's go ahead and check this class. So over here the whole class is OBS type, which means that if you change any of this thing it would be reactive. Okay, now of course over here we need to import get, otherwise we'll get error. Okay, all right, great. Okay, so yeah, and with this, so what we are going to do here right now, we're going to check on if our user has any profile photo or not. If user doesn't have any profile photo, we'll show an empty one, we'll show a default one. If user has, of course we'll use that one. Okay, now over here we do like this. So since our view has message controller, so message controller itself would inject an controller object into the UI, so we can use that object, and that object would help us to access the properties we'll have over here. So one of the properties is the state property, right, the variable, so we can access that. So let's go ahead and do that. So first we'll get the controller object. Once again we can get it because we have the get view, and inside get view we have message controller, and then we can access state, and then we'll be able to access head detail. That's good, and we'll see if it has a value or not. Of course it has a value, because if a variable is OBS type, that always has a value. And then over here the value, we get value, and one of the values that we are interested in, that's called avatar. So we'll check if the user has avatar or not. Okay, so we do like this. So if it's null, okay, then do one thing. So if it's null, over here we do this, otherwise we do that. Okay, now over here we need to put some condition. So what's the condition over here we're gonna put? So over here we'll have like this, which show an image. Okay, now this image, it'd be coming from our asset folder. Image takes an image property, and inside this we can call the widget which is called asset image, and inside this we just say assets images and account header.png. So that's what we show to our user if user doesn't have any image. Let's say we do see a bit of issues over here. Controller state, if it's null, then we show this. Okay, now over here, all right, now I'm gonna come down and do this. If it's not, then actually if it's null, then we show this one, the default one. Otherwise we show something different. Now over here we can just say hi. All right, okay, now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, and we do have an issue with this. I guess it's referring to some of the changes that we made early. Let's take a look. Routes pages, and over here it says that we couldn't find welcome controller. Well, there shouldn't be an issue with this. Header view. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and restart this. Okay, and we'll see how it goes. All right, so this is the icon that I was talking about, because we injected a new controller, so most probably we needed to restart our app. And then the images actually over here, assets, images, account header. So all the images related to this app is over here. You can find them and you can use them as you need. So over here, let's go ahead and continue to work. So if user doesn't have any image, so yes, we just show this one. All right, but of course you might say, hey, I just logged in from Google account, I should have an image. Yes, you have, but we didn't save that. So that's why over here, head detail value avatar, this one gets empty. Now once again, so let's go ahead and take a look at this object over here. So it came from user item. So user item would be responsible for saving user information like token, access token, name, description, avatar, whether this user is online or offline, and type of user. Now user could log in using Google account, Apple account, or Facebook account, or any other type. So we'll remember that one. And online would be showing whether user is online or offline. Avatar actually means is a profile photo. Description, if we have any description about the user. Of course, name is name. And then we have token. Now token is the UID in general, user ID, and access token is kind of secret ID that's saved in the server, and that's used for security issues. So we'd be coming back to that again and again. Now over here inside this we have from JSON method and to JSON method, and you know that from JSON method is for like you get the JSON and turn it to an object. Okay, because with object you can use like this, you can use and access properties using this dot operator like we have, because we use, so over here head detail is an object, we get an object, so we use the dot operator to access the properties that it has to offer. Okay, so over here we get JSON is the information that we get, lots of different pieces of information, and then we put them together and we create an object, and then later on we use that object and dot operator to access each of the properties, and that's what we have just seen over here. But of course the value is null, and this is the opposite one. You give it an object and it dissects it. It takes the object and it takes every properties and put them separately. So that does the opposite one. Okay, and why we need that? We need this one if we send information to the server. Why we need this one? We need this one because if we get information from the server, is we get different pieces of information, we put them together and create an object. Hopefully it makes sense. All right, so now come back to this one. So we don't have any value. As I said, that you may expect value, but we don't have values because we didn't save it, even though we are logged in. All right, but anyway, so now here let's work on this. So that's one of the things that we should work in future, but right now it's all empty. Okay, so I'm just gonna put over here hi, of course. All right, it doesn't matter, but later on we'll really get the image from the server and put it here. Okay, so what is the next part we want to do? Next part, we want to show this dot icon over here, right? Now that part should be done actually using positioned widget. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the position widget. So we're gonna do it right after this. So over here we'll have positioned widget. Okay, so we'll have child, and child will have container. All right, now inside this positioned widget we can actually define bottom, right, and head. So now over here what are you gonna do? Here we do bottom. So bottom would be 5W, and then right would be 0W, so it would be on the very right, and then height should be, let's say, 14W. Now, of course none of the things are visible yet because we don't have any color for it. Okay, so now here what we'll do, we're gonna give it width and height. So width should be, say, 14W, and height we also give it same, so that we get a round dot. And after that we'll have decoration, and then we could do box decoration, and then over here we'll do border, the second one, and then here we do border dot all. Now inside this we'll have width, so let's go ahead and do it 2W, and let's save it. And because we still don't have any color, so we don't say it. Now here we define colors, so here we do app colors dot primary element text, so this one. So we already see that there was things over here, right? It's beautiful. All right, so it's working already, so don't worry, step by step. So that was the border color actually. So this is the border and the border color. All right, and right after this actually we can also do our decoration color. So let's go ahead and check that. Okay, now over here with one more time we would check like this. Well, we can just simply go ahead and do like this. Actually, we don't need to do the checking right now. So here we would do appColors.primary. We already see that the color has changed, and right after this, actually we could do border radius, and then here we do border radius dot all. Then here we do radius dot circular, and we're gonna put it more like a round one. So let's give it 12. Now it looks much better. So it looks like this guy is online and he's alive, things like that. Okay, so with this we are pretty much done. Now after that, actually, there's the whole purpose of doing this UI, which right now looks like this. Actually, the whole purpose is we want to make it clickable. But now the clickable section is actually over here, right after this. Inside this, actually, we can tag, I guess, let me see. Yeah, so over here, we could do an on tap event, okay? So in next part, we'll see how to do that. We have this one. Now we want to work on a button. So, well, actually this is the button right now. So we want to create an on tap event for this. So first we're gonna go ahead and create on tap event. So here we do on tap, and after that here we are going to return a function. Okay, all right, so this function would help us to go to a new page. Now for this we need to come to this one, and over here we just simply create the function first, and this function would be responsible for taking us to a new route. Okay, so here we do void go profile, so, and that's it. And from here we are gonna go to a new route. So let's go ahead and define the route. So route would be get.to named. Well, and inside this we'll have app routes dot profile. Okay, all right, and it may take a bit of time to do that, so let's go ahead and do await, and then we do async. All right, so now this problem is gone, and all we need to do, we need to call this one. So how to call that? So remember, we have this controller instance which is injected automatically for each view using that one. So over here we just call go profile. Now by saying that one, we need to go ahead and look at this profile over here. So this is the profile route, and in our pages we already have one, like the very next one. So this is the profile section, right? Profile section. Now I'm going to uncomment this like this, so I'll remove from here. Okay, great. Now we do see we need profile page and binding page, I mean the classes, but we don't have, so we need to go ahead and create. All right, so let's come over here. So inside this frame we are going to, inside this frame, not frame actually, inside this pages over here we are going to create a new section, a directory, and we'll call it profile. All right, and inside profile we're gonna create 3 files. Now instead of creating like that, we just gonna go ahead and copy this to save our time. All right, and well, they're opened, and some of the things we can already close, like this view, we don't need that anymore. Okay, and we also don't need this main, we don't need this state user. Well, we also don't need this index, so all of these things are not necessary. We also don't need this. So this is the first one, that binding. Now this binding is actually the binding inside the profile, so we're gonna work with this. First we need to make the change in our state, so here we'll call it profile state. Okay, and view we're gonna change soon as well, it doesn't matter. Here the library name should be profile, everything else stays the same, profile. and the controller also changed to profile. All right. Okay, and over here we should also do profile state. All right, and we need to import it. Okay, and right after that, now we can go to bindings, and just to replace the controllers, and as well as here we'll call it profile binding. Profile. Let's go ahead and import it, and then I guess we can clean this. Okay, great. And over here, all we need to do, we need to import it. So we can just go ahead and import it like this. I guess would be over here, and instead of message we can just do profile, and the error should be gone. And we do see that we have a bit of issues with this welcome page. The welcome page is defined in library packages. Okay, and frame welcome index.dart and profile pages view. So the name is defined in the library packages, and the chatty pages welcome view. Okay, so there are some naming problems. Now let's come and see the views over here. Okay, we do have a view. Okay, so this is what was creating the problem. So it's because we have two same pages. Okay, all right, the error is gone now. Anyway, okay, great. So with this we are ready, and of course we can just simply delete this. We don't need this, as well as this body section, including this one. Okay, great. So what's gonna happen over here? So we when we hit this profile route, definitely our bindings would get loaded, which means that it would also load our controller, and then controller is loaded. Definitely after that we are going to hit our page. So that's how actually it works. So always the binding gets first and then the view. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on this. So now if we can hit this, so let's click on this over here, write something. So for the body section I could just simply do center text, right? So we're gonna do a test over here first, that profile. All right, cool. Now we do have a lot of changes in our app, so we're going to restart it and see. Well, we also need to take care of this one. We don't need to see this page every time we log in, after logging in, right? We'll do that once we are done with this logout button. So yes, we can go back, right? Okay, that's wonderful. Now we need to work on this UI. So definitely first we need to work on app bar. So over here we'll have an app bar. So let's go ahead and build that app bar, and we'll have app bar like this, and inside this would have title, and we would do text, and we can just simply put profile, and after that we could do style, and then here we would have text style, and then let's define color, app colors dot primary text, this one, and let's save it. And we already see that it showed up. Awesome. Which also means that we should be going back. Great. So we can go back. So the app already become a little more interactive, which is cool. And then over here we'll have font size, and font size we would do 16.sp, and font weight we would do font weight dot normal. Let's save it. Okay, well, not much changes, so with this we are good. Now we don't want to show it over here, so over here we're going to create a new widget, and we'll just simply type it widget, and here we'll call it build app bar. Okay, and now we'll have return statement inside this return, and we can simply just take this section from here and put it here. All right, and over here we'll just simply call it build up bar. Okay, great. And widget cannot be okay. Now I'm sorry, so because this is an app bar, so here we need to return app bar, not widget, so their type is a bit different. Okay, so now the error is gone. Okay, great. So next we need to focus on building this logo. So let's go ahead and check on the logo. So first we'll build a logo so that we have something on the page, and then we'll have this logout button, and those others actually we'll do later because we really want to work on logout section so that we can well forward throughout this tutorial. Okay, all right, now inside over here we want to have the body section. Inside the body section we'll do safe area, all right, like this, and we'll have child, and inside the child we need a custom scroll view. Now with this we'd be able to show a lot of content, and we already know that scroll view takes a lot of slivers, and that's the beautiful about it. All right, now inside this actually we are going to have other slivers. Now one of the slivers that we are going to use, that's called sliver to box adapter as well as sliver padding. Okay, so now here I'm going to introduce one of this idea which is called sliver to box adapter. So let's go ahead and do that. Sliver to box adapter. Now what is this? Now sliver to box adapter actually works with slivers and other non-slivers widgets. For example, if you have a container or column or a sized box, if you want to put inside scroll view inside slivers, you can't really put them directly. You have to use a sliver to box adapter to do that. Okay, so now for example over here we could do a child and a container, which we need, but if you like for example remove this, okay, let me see what's happening here, and it's ask you to const, so let's remove the const. All right, okay, now we have the child over here which is inside this sliver to box adapter. We need a container for our app design. Now over here we'll have another child, and we'll call it column, and we'll have children. Now inside the column we want to set up some of the properties, and actually we want to create a new widget. That widget would be actually responsible for drawing this one. So let's go ahead and create the widget name first. So over here we would call it, say for example, widget type is widget, and then we'll make it like build logo. All right, so this one, so that's what we want to do. All right, and then we'll just simply return. Now inside this we're gonna do stack widget, and then let's just simply return. And after this, inside this one we'll have children, and the first children we want to put is a container. So let's go ahead and put whatever we need. So you'll see this the logo, so let's give it a width and height first. So over here we do width 120W and height 120W. Okay, and then we do decoration, and let's do box decoration. And with this first thing we want to set up is color. So we'll use colors from our color file, app colors dot primary secondary background, this one. And let's go ahead and take a look at this color. So this is the RGB color that we've been using. Okay, great. And then over here, border radius. Okay, so let's give it radius, border radius dot all, and then over here radius dot circular, and we want to give it half of it, so let's do that. And after that we're gonna apply box shadow. We saved it, but we don't see anything yet. Let's go ahead and build it over here. So let's call it, so over here we'll call build logo, and let's see how it goes. So we see it over here, and this is our logo. Now actually this logo is this one. Now we could actually rename it. I don't really call it logo, build profile photo. I think that makes more sense. So let's go ahead and change the name, build profile photo. Okay, because with this we'd be able to change our profile photo and do certain stuff over here. Now after that, let's go ahead and do box shadow, list of shadows, and then over here we'll have box shadow, and inside this let's do color, and we'll do colors dot gray dot with opacity 0.1, just like last time. So over here we'll have spread radius 1, blur radius 2. In general, once again, spread radius is smaller than blur radius to get better effect, and offset. So here we do offset. So 0 means x and 1 means y, I mean xy coordinate. So let's go ahead and put a const in front of this. Now inside this container, actually we want to show like our child over here. Now for child itself, we are going to use for now whatever the photo we have, right? So that one. Now for this one, we just simply do image, and then we would load from our local folder. So over here we'll call this assets image, and let's take a look at this image name. Actually I forgot the image name. It should be account header. So .png. So that's what we want to show. Well, looks like we have a bit of issues, could be with the path. So assets images, so when you see like that, it's more, I mean, it means just it couldn't find the image. Okay, so this is the path problem. So if you do a lot of programming, actually you'll know what kind of error is that. Okay, now we already see that over there. Okay, so that's what we have, and it doesn't really look that good, because most probably we need to do other setup as well. Let's see if we can give it width and height. Okay, it does have width and height, so let's go ahead and do that. So here we do width 120h, well, if it didn't, that's okay though, because for now we're just going to put this one. Very soon we are going to replace this with a network image, the image, the one that we would get from here. Okay, so that's why we don't worry about this, because we need to make a lot of other changes very soon. All right, so one of the things I want to do even before changing it, now over here actually we use this stack widget. Right now the reason, because we want to put other elements. Okay, so we also want to put this icon over here, so let's go ahead and do that. Now this icon we want to do inside this position widget. Okay, and then we'll have child. Okay, our child is actually gesture detector, because we want to make it clickable where we'd be able to make some changes to it. All right, and then we'll have child again, and inside this we'll have a container and height, say 35.w, and width the same because everything has to be round. And then do a bit of decoration, and well, we'll do box decoration. Okay, and the color, app colors dot, say primary element, primary text, this one. Okay, our primary element, this color. Okay, and then the last part over here is border radius, and then we do border radius dot all, and then radius dot circular, and inside this we use 40.w. Now let's see how it looks like. Okay, now it's in the middle. Definitely we don't want to put it in the middle, so let's put it down. So now to be able to put it down over here, we need to mention bottom part, say bottom 50.w, and let's see where it goes. Okay, well, it just went up, which we didn't want, so let's do right. Okay, now it makes sense. And let's do it a height over here, 35.w. Now for now we're gonna actually slow it down to like this. Okay, all right, and I mean put it down, but in future we'll change it once we have a real network image. Now inside this child, actually we can show an inside this container we can show an image. So here we do child and image dot asset over here, and we can just simply put assets icons edit.png. Now let's go ahead and save it. We see this is the icon that we're gonna change. All right, so now here we can directly use image.asset instead of asset image. So there are many different ways to do that. Okay, now still it's not clickable. So with this we are done, but next we need to see how to really go ahead and do this logout button. So next we want to do this complete button and then this one, and after that we should be good to go. Now over here let's go ahead and create a method. I mean, we'll call a method and we'll call it build complete btn. Okay, so let's build our method over here. So we'll call it widget. I mean, the return type is widget, and then build complete btn, and that's it. And we're just gonna return a container. Actually, we can return a gesture detector, which in future this button would be interactive, so that's why you can just return a gesture detector. All right, now inside this we'll have width and height. So width is 295.w and height is 44.h, like that. And then we'll have decoration. Now for this decoration part, actually I can just go ahead and copy from here. I don't want to type it again and again, so let's put it here. Okay, now of course we don't want that much circular border with this because it's a button. I mean, it's not a round button, so it doesn't matter. And in this case we just simply put 5. And I think let's see, do we have box shadow? Well, it looks like over here I guess we do have box shadow inside this, so I'm going to copy this one. So let's go ahead and do that, and I'm going to put it over here. Alright, so after the color we could do box shadow. All right, and the box shadow itself, I guess we don't need to change a lot of other things. Let's save it there. And well, it did say that we have an issue with build a complete button. Okay, that looks like we have a typo here. Okay, now let's save it, and here we go. We see a beautiful button is there, and which is good actually. And now the button is too close to the other element, so we're gonna work on this. So let's give it a margin, add insets dot only, and the top we want to do 60.h, and bottom we want to do 30.h, like this. Okay, yeah, so whatever we put below it, that would be also like that. Okay, and inside, right after this, actually we want to show text for this. So let's go ahead and do it. So over here we'll have child, and then we do row. Now with the row, there is a special benefit, is that you can control whether in middle, at the beginning, or at the end. So that's why sometimes actually I like working with rows, and I will show you why, I mean, very soon. So here we will have a text. So let's see if we have any text over here, so that we can just simply go ahead and use that. So yes, instead of typing so many, just let's go ahead and do this. Now come down to this section over here. Okay, first we do a container. Well, most probably we don't need a container, just do like this. Okay, now over here, instead of this, we'll say complete, and then element, primary element text. Okay, and font weight is normal, and font size we could do a little bit smaller, and just like this. Now let's go ahead and save it, and we see that the button is here, right? Okay, so font weight is normal. Okay, now let's go ahead and see text align. Now here we do text align dot center. Let's save it. Okay, now it won't work like this. So if we use this one over here, now the other property, which is called main axis alignment, main axis alignment dot center, now you see, okay, it works now. So a lot of time row gives you better control if you want to put things in the middle, at the center, or at the beginning, or at the end, like that. Okay, so it has its own benefit. All right, so that's one button that we just built, and next button is the most interesting button that we have been working and waiting actually. So that's would be build widget. So build logout button, right? So here widget build logout btn, and over here once again we're gonna do, so one thing we could do actually, I think we can just completely copy this one and just put it there, so it would save us time. Okay, let's do that. And over here we can just simply call build logout button, build logout button. Yes, now we might need to make some quick changes very quickly. Okay, but it doesn't matter, we'll continue. We need these properties anyway very soon. So let's change the name over here. First we do logout, and over here actually decoration itself, we don't want the same color. We could do primary, secondary element text, this one. Okay, now it already changed, and which looks good. And well, let's see, we could do margin and things like that, but for now I guess we don't need any of this. The box shadow stays the same, offset stays the same. Now the row section should stay the same as well. Yeah, everything else stays the same. Now inside this, actually we want to work on this button, which is called let's see, inside row. All right, we are inside row, so that's the child, and we are over here. Okay, right after this we're gonna work on the logout section. So here we need on tap event. All right, now first here we need to introduce getX. We already have, because getX has a convenient function which helps you to build things quickly. So here we do get.default dialog, default dialog, this one, we're going to use this one. So that would pop us a dialog button. Now over here we'll do title, and here actually it takes just a string. So here we do, are you sure to log out? Are you sure to log out? All right, like that. Okay, and then we'll have on confirm section, this one. Now this is callback one, so over here we have to work on go logout button, and then we also have on cancel section. So if you don't want to log out, just keep it empty, and then you have to show two text for it, because you want to log out and log in. So text confirm is a confirm, and text cancel, and here cancel. All right, and after this we can just simply return like this, and we should be good to go. And let's click on this and see how it goes. Yeah, so that's here we see a dialog box, and it's very easy to create a dialog box with getX. All you need to do, you just have to have container, and for that container you should have an on tap event, and then inside the on tap event you should have this get default dialog, and then over here you could do whatever you like. Now over here we do have the content, which is called dialog made in 3 lines of code. Well, that's not really true, but it's very little work, I would say that. So here we could do content, and we can just put empty container, and I guess it should be gone. Now let's cancel this, because now if we click on this, we'll see this. Yeah, so that's just gone. And that's actually a beautiful thing about this, that you just wrote a few lines of code and you just showed a dialog button. You could do confirm, you could do cancel, like that. So yeah, this is very convenient. So just go ahead and hover over on this, and it will show you a lot of the things that you can even optimize more actually. So like, for example, for confirm cancel, actually you can create your own custom widget, and there are also like a background color, button color, radius, things like that. So there are a lot of properties that we can actually work, like for example here, cancel text color, cancel confirm color. Now over here, so I think I can change this one, confirm cancel, or confirm this one. So let's see. So over here, confirm text color, and I want to do colors to the white, just like this. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it, and let's take a look at this. I think with this it looks much better and more obvious. Okay, great. Now with saying that, so this button is working, and if we click on this, of course nothing will happen, but we can confirm that it prints things on the console. Okay, it's confirmed. All right, okay, now let's go ahead and save it. Now click on this and you'll see that it says it's confirmed. So the next thing we want to do is to work on this logout callback function. Let's go ahead and work on this logout button. Now to be able to do that, actually we need to come to our profile controller, which is this one, and inside this actually we need to go ahead and create a new method, and we'll call it from there. So here we'll say the type is void, and we'll call it go log out, like that. And then over here we just simply await. We'll call Google sign in dot sign out. Well, now I guess the library needs to be imported, and then we do async, and I might have a let's see why it's not being recognized. Okay, so like this. All right, now it should work. Okay, great. Okay, now this is not good enough. We also need to call like this, await and user store dot to dot on logout. There's another method that we need to call. Now let's import this first. Okay, great. Now of course we don't know what is this. In general you may think, okay, this is good enough. No, this is good enough to disconnect with the server, Google server, but in our app we still have information about the user. So let's go ahead and click on this, and we'll see that it tries to remove from storage service, which I talked early, user information, things like that. But of course for now we don't have any of this, so even if we try to go ahead and do that, it might throw error. So I'm gonna comment out this one like this. So what will happen in future, we'll uncomment this, use them. So there are a lot of other things to do in future. We are doing it step by step. So now once again, so what will happen, we'll call this method, it will disconnect from Google server, and then also remove any related information from our app as well. And then we'll go to the sign in page, which means that, hey, you logged out, or anyone has logged out, go to the sign in page again. So that's what we want to do. Now this is in profile controller. Let's go ahead and check our view. So this is of course not welcome controller because we just copied it, so remember, so that's why. So we'll say profile controller and import it, and we are good to go, and we don't need this. All right, okay, great. Now once this is done, actually right over here we could do like this. So controller dot go log out, this one, that's it. Okay, now let's I guess we have to restart because we just injected the controller with the page over here. If you don't restart, then it might not work. Okay, as you see, now it took us to this page. We don't see the sign in option anymore. Now we can click on this, and we click on this, and it should ask for confirmation. And as it does, it should go to this one over here, and then we do yes, and then it will logged out, and we came to our home page. Well, now there is a bit of bug I have seen, so let's see why this happened. So let's go ahead, click on this. So we logged out, and 3 seconds later it took us to this page again. So let's go ahead and check on that. The reason that we actually, after signing in, so if you sign in and log out, okay, let's go ahead and do that, and it will take you to this page. Of course, this is what we wanted. And then if you log out, then you come back to sign in page first, which is correct, and you go to message page again. Now the problem happens over here because we are inside a profile controller. Remember, the controller we copied from, most probably from our welcome page, welcome controller, and over here we copied this one. This is what was creating the problem. Okay, so you see when this actually gets triggered when this profile controller is in the memory, this gets triggered. So after 3 seconds later, so this route's message, this gets called even if you log out. So that's why it happens. Now we could do a little bit more debugging to understand that how it goes over here, and I can just simply remove that and it would be done. But here, let's do that. So I am profile controller, sorry for the typo, profile controller. So now let's come over here. Now let's restart our app, and we'll see when we say this thing, so it would help us to debug, right? Okay, great. Okay, well, of course we don't see any of this. First, we directly come back to this controller page, sorry, this message page, right? And then you click on this, it takes you to this page. Now here I'm on this profile controller, or profile route actually. Okay, so now let's go ahead and click on this logout, and let's see how things go. All right, so over here it says that I am in profile controller. Okay, did you see that? Yeah, I'm in profile controller. So this already causes this issue. So that's why 3 seconds later this message route gets called, even though we go to sign in page first. But this is the last route. So first we go to sign in page, 3 seconds later this gets called, and then this problem happens. So even though, yes, it does take us to the other pages, but because of this one, even though we see that profile controller eventually gets deleted, because when you leave a page, profile controller should get deleted. Okay, so yeah, now we know that onReady is called during navigation and things like that. So as you can see, so most probably this is what causing this issue. Now this is a bit unexpected though, but this is the reason. So that was causing it. So even though it's get deleted, but 3 seconds later it's still in the memory, the command still get executed, and we see it. All right, now if we remove this, the problem should be solved, because we don't need this anyway. All right, now let's save it. All right, now let's come over here. Now let's log out, and then yes, everything is good. Now let's sign in one more time, and we'll make sure that there is no error with this. Let's continue. Yes. Okay, great. Let's click on this, log out. Wonderful. Okay, that's wonderful. Now what I'm going to do over here, this page, this section doesn't really look good, so I'm going to just change this very quickly. I personally don't like this space, so just to remove 6 from here and give it a 0 distance, and then we are good to go. But now if you do see, of course, this is our app that we are going to eventually build. So once we have more content over here, it would look even better, because we don't have much content right now, so it doesn't look good. Okay, so soon it would look much better. And there are some other issues that we can take care at the same time. Now this image itself, so let's go ahead and fix it actually. So over here inside this image property, we can do fit property, so it should help us to box fit dot cover. So we want to put it as a cover, and it should get bigger, and as well as the pen itself. So now inside, well, now for this one, actually inside the container itself, we could do a bit of padding. So with padding, so it would apply the padding inside from the container, and so would have transparent space inside, and that's okay. All right, so now it looks better. Well, looks like it went up actually. Yeah, if you do positive, actually it should go up. If you do like this, I think that's better. I'm sorry. Okay, so with this we'll be able to click this. Now let's go back, click on this, we see this guy, right? Okay, great. Well, now after this, actually, what do you want to do? You want to work on the backend section, and that would be very important. Why? Because you see, every time we log in, there are some problems here. First thing, we are not saving any user information anywhere actually. Yes, we do save part of the information in the backend of Firebase, but actually we want to have better control. So we're gonna have our own backend where we'll save our user information, basic information. Especially it would also deal with security, where we'll save token and access token of user in our own backend instead of Firebase. Yeah, Firebase is still there. We're gonna use it for chatting, sending messages, and notification. But now here you will learn another little bit complex architecture where you get to work with Firebase, your own backend, as well as your app. So there are three sections or modules: your app module, your own backend module, and Firebase, and how to combine them together, work with them together. And that would definitely help you in future, that how you connect different servers. Like Firebase is a server as well, backend would be your own server, and the client app is also a client server. So combining these three, it would be very powerful developer. So that's what we'll focus in next section, but definitely it will start with installing our own backend. So here we'll take a look how to install Laravel and Laravel admin packages so that you can have a backend. So let's go ahead and get started. Now, to be able to work with Laravel, first, because I'm on Mac, I'm going to open up my terminal. So this is my terminal over here. Okay. All right. So I want to save it somewhere, and so that's why I would do a dedicated folder. So, but I already have one, so I would do cd desktop and Flutter. So I'm going to do Flutter this video chat app over here, and inside this I'm going to create a new folder. So I would do mkdir Laravel. Okay, and then I would go inside the folder which I created, which is called Laravel. Okay, now over here I'm installing it on Mac, but if you're a Windows user, actually I have a dedicated tutorial how to install Laravel on Windows. So just come to this link and go ahead and follow that. You'd be able to install as well. But in this part, actually, because I'm on Mac, so I'm going to focus how to do it on Mac. Okay, all right, but just follow this, you should be good to go. But if you have problem, just message me, text me, I would help you and go through it. Okay, and yeah, so without further ado, so we will go ahead and do the installation. All right, now for installation, actually we have some commands that we should follow, but at the same time, actually you have to make sure that you have installed PHP and as well as Composer. Okay, if you don't have this, actually it's not going to work. Now installing PHP and Composer is another thing, so I'm not going to cover in this tutorial. So it requires you to have a bit of PHP knowledge as well. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to copy this command from here. Okay, all right, and then I'm going to put it on my terminal. Okay, all right, and I'm going to change the app name over here. Okay, video chat backend. So I'm going to say it like this. You can name it anything you want, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so with this command, actually we'd be able to create our download the Laravel package from the server and then work with this. Okay, so now it's downloading. It may take a bit of time depending on your internet. So now with this we're good, and I think it's almost over here. So let's go ahead and do ls. So we see that video chat backend like this. Yes. Okay, great. Now we are inside this, and once you're inside this, you have to use this command to generate a key for you, which would be for security. Let's go ahead and do that, and it did that. And after that, over here, what we are going to do, we are going to launch our backend, or our backend server actually. So over here, I'm going to copy this one. All right, and then I'm going to put it in a browser, and then it's gonna launch this one. Okay, so this is our local host. So right now Laravel is installed locally. Okay, all right, great. But now with this, there's a problem. It just the front end, it doesn't have any back end. It's not connected with database, so just the front end part. So we need to create a database and then connect it. Now for creating database, there are a few different ways you could do that. I'm going to use MySQL Workbench. You can also do that through PHP MyAdmin. So I'm gonna launch this one, MySQL Workbench, but I also have dedicated tutorial how to work with MySQL Workbench. So go ahead and install it. Installation actually is pretty easy, and once you do that, you have to click on this, creating localhost. All right, so now the first thing I'm going to do over here, going to create a new database name over here. Okay, so yeah, we'll do that. Now over here, I'm going to click on this, create new schema. While in MySQL Workbench, schema means actually creating a new database. So let's go ahead and do that. And then here I would name it video chat app, just like this. And then, so that would be our database name. And after that, I'm going to apply and apply and apply, close. All right, so now here we do see that here we have this database, but it's empty. Now here's the thing, once you first install PHP MyAdmin or MySQL Workbench, you need to do like giving password and username, and you should have that because soon we are going to connect our database with our backend, and in that case you need to use your username and password, and those are done during the installation of MySQL Workbench or PHP MyAdmin. So you have to remember that one. Now, and even how to work with PHP MyAdmin, I have a tutorial. I'll put the link below. You can check that out and you should be good to go. All right, okay, great. Now here we are at the terminal over here. Now our backend is up and running. As you can see over here, whatever we do, it gives us a response. So I'm going to close it, and then we do ls, and then I'm gonna come step back one more folder, and then I'm going to do open dot, which should help me to open up my working folder, and then I'm going to drag and drop it on this over here. All right, so for now I'm going to use Sublime, but later on soon I'll go back to VS Code. I'm going to just do a very quick setup over here. Now the setup would be actually in this env file, as you can see. All right, now over here actually we need to set up our database name and database user and password. So the first thing we are going to change over here, I would do like this. So database name is video chat app, which actually we have seen. Now in my case the username is root. In your case it could be anything. For Windows user, if you installed like XAMPP server, which I have a tutorial as well, so it is in general empty, but with Mac it's not empty. You can set it to anything, but most of the time default one is root. Okay, and in our case my password is this one. In your case it could be anything which you have used. Okay, Now that's the first step. Okay, now of course even after that you may feel like it's connected with the backend and database, but in fact not yet, because we can't do anything. Now here comes another third-party Laravel package, which is used for your backend like UI, and you can do a lot of other things from there. So we are going to install that package. Okay, now with this it's done, and I mean the setup is only this one so far, so forth. Okay, there's two places, and other things you don't need to do anything. Okay, great. Now let's go and check the third-party package that we are going to install. We are going to install actually this one, Laravel admin, and I also have a dedicated tutorial on detailed work on Laravel admin. You can go and check that out. The tutorial is like 2 hours long, many different aspects that I have covered, because with this you don't have to write a single line of CSS and HTML if you want to build your own customized Laravel. It's all based on PHP and Laravel. So because as a backend programmer, you don't really want to touch on CSS or HTML. A lot of programmers, they don't like it. They just want to stick to the backend technology. And with this, it helps you just stick to PHP and Laravel. So this is their English documentation. Anyway, I have documentation on that as well, how to work with this. And I have used in several other tutorial as well. Okay, now anyway, so it requires you something. So first thing, you have to have Laravel installed, which we already did, and after that you also have to have database and connection, things like that. We already did that as well. So from here I'm going to copy this thing. All right, and after that I'm going to go to my folder, which is video chat backend. Now over here I'm going to put it over here. Okay, now remember this is our backend name, but database name was video chat app, so which is different. It could be same in your case as well, just don't get confused. Okay, now I'm going to come inside this folder and run this. So you are on Mac or Windows, doesn't matter, this command is the same. It works based on Composer, so make sure that your Composer is installed. I mean, for Laravel installation in general, you need Composer. So if you are following up to here, it means your Laravel has been successfully installed through Composer. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit this, and it will download it for you automatically. And if you encounter any problem because you are following this tutorial, so you will have the code anyway eventually if you are following the up to the last part. So okay, now over here I have this command over here, so I'm going to copy this and put it here. All right, and then so we are publishing the package that we have installed, and then we have to have this one. I mean the package actually downloaded, not installed. This is publishing, and this is actually installing inside our Laravel. Okay, all right, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to put it over here and install, and beautiful. Now from here you can see that we have an app folder. Inside this we have admin folder, and we do have a lot of controllers that get installed and created. And if you don't know what are these things along the way, definitely I'll be talking about controllers, auth controller, things like that, and routes. So only thing I skipped over here, how to install PHP and Composer. If you install those things, this part, the one that you're following with me, that should be pretty easy. Okay, all right, now they also have some documentation over here. I mean, these are all documentations, these are all in English, so yeah, go ahead and check that as you need. Now in general, if you installed it, so over here we need to type in this one to access the backend. So let's go ahead and access it. All right, okay, so I'm gonna copy this. No, you don't need to really copy this. All you need to do, come over here and /admin. Okay, now well, it looks like it can't connect, so in that case what I'm going to do, I'm going to open and copy this one. Well, now it's not connecting. There is a reason. I'm sorry, because I didn't start the server. So PHP artisan serve. So with this, what we do, we are able to make our server, which is our backend, up and running. So it was not running, so that's why it couldn't connect it. Okay, so if you say it's refused connection, that's because you didn't serve that one. And with this, we are in a login section. Okay, all right. So over here it says that your username was admin and sorry, not this one, and your password was admin as well. So that's what we do over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, now in this part, actually I would be very slow, this Laravel section, because a lot of you might not know about it. So I would be slow and try to install as possible. And over here it says basic information that you currently have, your Laravel version, your PHP version, and a lot of other things, as well as what you could do with this Laravel admin package, as well as how to do a lot of interesting things. And this is a very powerful package. Actually, you can close all of them, it doesn't matter. All right, okay. Now over here there's this menu you can work with. All right, now a lot of you actually ask me that how to change the password of this thing, even if you make it live, install it in a live server. But of course, at the end of this tutorial, definitely we'll see how to install this in a live server, because now this is locally, right? Okay, anyway, so if you want to change the password and things like that, click on this tutorial, click on this menu over here, and then come over here and do edit. Now over here it says that your disk is not configured. Okay, so this is the problem. Now these problems actually I have encountered before, and when I first started, so I have a documentation for this. So let's come over here, and this is my Laravel section, right? So this is my Laravel documentation and some of the tutorials that I was doing. Now over here I do have like backend common functions, Laravel admin config problems and solutions. So let's go ahead and click on this. Okay, and I'll walk you through how to solve with some of these issues. Now here, this is the error that we just encountered, and here's the solution is that go ahead and find config and file systems and put this code below there. Okay, so for admin, actually we need a dedicated driver or folder actually, and we need permissions and things like that, but we don't have any of this yet, so that's why it showed error. Now I'm over here, and then what I'm going to do, it says that go to config and admin. Now actually config folder is this one, and then here it says let's see what it says, go to admin and file systems actually. So this is our file systems. Now inside this, actually there are many drivers, as you can see. So well, actually disk, I would say, not driver, I'm sorry. So now one of the disk that we should have, which means space, so for our admin section. So with this here, we are creating a space for admin to deal with like uploading things and some permissions where it says visibility, things like that. So yeah, now it can find it, and there'd be dedicated space for this, and then we should be good to go. All right, so now we'll come back to our section over here, and let's see, we still have this error. Okay, either we have to restart our okay, it's gone. All right, okay, now over here you can just name your password, you can change your username and your password as well. If you do that, go ahead and submit it, and you should be good to go. But since I'm on local server, I'm not going to change it, it doesn't really matter. Okay, all right, so yes, okay, so with this we are done with the basic setup for now with Laravel. So we'd be working closely with Laravel, front-end Flutter at the same time from now on. Okay, all right, so in next section actually we'll take a look at some of the properties of this backend so that we can build our own API. And once we build our own API, we'd go back to our Flutter front-end and serve data from there to our backend as well. Okay, thank you so much. Now in general, if you installed it, so over here we need to type in this one to access the backend. So let's go ahead and access it. All right, okay, so I'm gonna copy this. No, you don't need to really copy this. All you need to do, come over here and /admin. Okay, now, well, it looks like it can't connect, so in that case what I'm going to do, I'm going to open and copy this one. Well, now it's not connecting. There is a reason. I'm sorry, because I didn't start the server. So PHP artisan serve. So with this, what we do, we are able to make our server, which is our backend, up and running. So it was not running, so that's why it couldn't connect it. Okay, so if you say it's refused connection, that's because you didn't serve that one. And with this, we are in a login section. Okay, all right, so over here it says that your username was admin and sorry, not this one, and your password was admin as well. So that's what we do over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, now in this part actually I would be very slow, this Laravel section, because a lot of you might not know about it, so I would be slow and try to install as possible. And over here it says basic information that you currently have, your Laravel version, your PHP version, and a lot of other things, as well as what you could do with this Laravel admin package, as well as how to do a lot of interesting things. And this is a very powerful package actually. You can close all of them, it doesn't matter. All right, okay, now over here there's this menu you can work with. All right, now a lot of you actually ask me that how to change the password of this thing, even if you make it live, install it in a live server. But of course, at the end of this tutorial, definitely we'll see how to install this in a live server, because now this is locally, right? Okay, anyway, so if you want to change the password and things like that, click on this tutorial, click on this menu over here, and then come over here and do edit. Now over here it says that your disk is not configured. Okay, so this is the problem. Now these problems actually I have encountered before, and when I first started, so I have a documentation for this. So let's come over here, and this is my Laravel section, right? So this is my Laravel documentation and some of the tutorials that I was doing. Now over here I do have like backend common functions, Laravel admin config problems and solutions. So let's go ahead and click on this. Okay, and I'll walk you through how to solve with some of these issues. Now here, this is the error that we just encountered, and here's the solution is that go ahead and find config and file systems and put this code below there. Okay, so for admin actually we need a dedicated driver or folder actually, and we need permissions and things like that, but we don't have any of this yet, so that's why it showed error. Now I'm over here, and then what I'm going to do, it says that go to config and admin. Now actually config folder is this one, and then here it says let's see what it says, go to admin and file systems actually. So this is our file systems. Now inside this actually there are many drivers, as you can see. So, well, actually disk, I would say, not driver, I'm sorry. So now one of the disk that we should have, which means space, so for our admin section. So with this here we are creating a space for admin to deal with like uploading things and some permissions where it says visibility, things like that. So yeah, now it can find it, and there'd be dedicated space for this, and then we should be good to go. All right, so now we'll come back to our section over here, and let's see, we still have this error. Okay, either we have to restart our okay, it's gone. All right, okay, now over here you can just name your password. You can change your username and your password as well. If you do that, go ahead and submit it and you should be good to go. But since I'm on local server, I'm not going to change it. It doesn't really matter. Okay, all right, so yes, okay, so with this we are done with the basic setup for now with Laravel. So we'd be working closely with Laravel, front-end Flutter at the same time from now on. Okay, all right, so in next section actually we'll take a look some of the properties of this backend so that we can build our own API. And once we build our own API, we'd go back to our Flutter front-end and serve data from there to our backend as well. Okay, thank you so much. All right, so in earlier part we have installed Laravel, and now we'll go through the basic structure of it and how to use it. But if you're advanced user of Laravel, then you can skip this and go to the next part, and everything should be good to go, because this section is for very beginners to just starters like that. Anyway, so if you install Laravel, you have folder like this. You'll have all of these folders actually. And basically first you want to take a look at this env file, and inside the env file you will have your app name and environment and the key. Now this is the key that actually we have generated earlier in our tutorial, earlier at the beginning. And then you will have debug true. So when you do development, this is supposed to be true, and if you have any error, syntax error or server error, you will get it. But if you close it, you won't get it. And after that you have your app URL. In general, this is set to localhost, but if you use SSL, then you have to use HTTPS, which we'll see later. When we install our app in the server, we have to set up it like this. We have to change over here. But if you do development, that's fine. Just in localhost, it works fine. And then later on we have seen this thing, like this is our database name, username and password. So locally, whatever the username and password, you have to set over here. So these are the most basic thing we need to serve a Laravel application on the browser as a front end. But of course with this while we know that Laravel is also a back-end framework, you can also do front-end stuff. So most importantly, you have to have this thing, and this few things, and you should be good to go. And now if we have third-party API or access key, especially access key actually, or key or app ID, you have to put them over here and set them up. So later down the road, we'll see that we are integrating Firebase and Agora SDK over here. So how to integrate them and change the setup, we'll also see. So we are good with this. All right. And then another file we want to take a look, which is composer.json. Now over here, every Laravel package you install is here mentioned. Like as you can see, if you have Laravel Gazelle framework like that, so it would be mentioned over here. And yeah, whatever the packages that you install, they are pretty much all mentioned over here. Now earlier we have installed Laravel admin package, which is over here, and as you can see, this is what we have installed. Inside this, you will have actually minimum version that you need to run in your local host, so the minimum version of PHP. So whatever the packages you installed through Composer, they would be mentioned over here. So in future we'll see that we install more packages or libraries, they would be mentioned over here, and that's it. And well, for us, we don't need any other changes in this case. If you do, I'll let you know. And another thing you want to see after that, this app folder, and inside this app folder, most importantly, you want to take a look at this HTTP folder, and inside this you will have controllers. Okay, All right, now right now there is only one controller, and pretty much this is the base controller. So we'll not do anything with this so far for our application, but soon we'll create our own controllers and then we'll put it in this controllers folder. Now if you don't know what is a controller, controller is well, I would say a class that would be responsible for building bridge between MySQL and front end. By saying that, what I mean by that, if you have data in MySQL, controller would be getting that data and send it to front end or to HTML pages like that, or blade page. So controller sits between MySQL and front end. And over here we also have middleware, and a lot of the middleware are used to check where we are going, which route we are going. So middlewares are basically the way we use, developers, most of us, we use for routing middleware, where you check your routes, whether you should go to a certain route or not. Using middleware will do that. Basically middleware will just redirect you to a new page. Like for example, over here we have an authenticate.php file, which is also a middleware. So if you create a middleware, you have to extend the class middleware just like this. Now over here we check whether user is logged in or not. If the user is not logged in, most probably will forward the user to login route, which means a login page on the front end. So hopefully it should make sense. So in future we'll create our own middleware to redirect to user to a new page. Okay, and now there is another one which is called verify CSRF token. Now this is very important, this middleware, if you want to submit a form. So some of the form fields you can mention over here, and then it would help you to check. And this middleware is pretty good for security, and this is where Laravel shines over other framework, because it does, you have to like go through a middleware check before you submit a form, and but this is automatically built in Laravel, so we don't need to worry about this. In future we'll see how to add some fields inside this, and we'd be good to go. All right, so these are the few things. And right after this, actually you also want to take a look at the models folder, and inside this we create our own model. Now what is a model? Actually model is a connection between your database and certain data structure that you want to show to your controller, or you want to have in your controller. So the way I understand models, a direct relationship within your database table fields. By saying that, what I mean is this one actually. So over here, this is the database that we created, and inside this we have a lot of tables. Now this table is users table. Like for example, if someone logs into your Laravel application using email, password, things like that, we'll save them over here. Now what model does is that model has a direct relationship with ID, name, email, verified password, remember token, created and updated. In general, that's how it works. So if you want to reflect this information in controller, most probably you'll build your own model. Okay, now here we do also have a model. As you can see, the model name is users.php. By the way, in Laravel, models are also suffix with .php, just like controllers. Controllers also end with php. So if you work with Laravel folder, pretty much all the modules, they will have .php, including in front end files. Even though in a lot of framework, front end files are suffixed as .html or .ht like that, or htm like that. Okay, but in Laravel these are all referred as .php, which we'll see very soon. So in future, anyway, we'll create our own models. So what will happen with model is that if this is a controller, you created a controller for a certain purpose, and you want to get some data from the database, then most probably you will create your own model first and use that model to get data from the server, from database. Then if you submit data, you do the same. So models creates objects for you, which is very good. Now in general, each model would refer to each table in our database. For example, here we have this user model, and this user model actually refers to this users table. Hopefully it makes sense. Now, for example, if I want to create a new table over here, now that table should have some data. Now I want to get the data in our controller. In that case, using that name in the database, I would create a new model over here. So it will make more sense when you work with this in future very soon. All right, the providers are a bit of advanced topic. We'll talk about that in next part of this tutorial. We'll skip that now. Now over here we do have this config folder. Config folder actually helps you to do some basic configuration. Like earlier we have seen that how we added module, space module or disk actually in our Laravel application. So our backend user, like the backend user, whatever they would do, their information would be saved and retrieved from this disk. The disk name is admin. We created that. All right, and yeah, so these are pretty much the basic thing we need to know now. In future we'll know more about them. And after that, well, so if we have any external resources and things like that, you want to save them inside this public folder. As you can see right now, these are pretty empty. We don't have anything over here. All right, and then here we do have resources folder. Inside resources you might have your CSS, JS, and multilingual thing. Most importantly, we'll take a look at this views folder. Inside this views you put your HTML files, in our case, which is .blade.php. so in Laravel we don't use them as like .html, we do them as .php. Now for example over here, this is a front end file. A lot of the information, as you see over here, you can see those information are reflected on the front end. Now for example, let's go ahead and open up our, so this is our front end part. Like for example, here you see documentation, Laracast, Lara News, and Vibrant ecosystem. Now these things actually we can change over here, and once we change over here, if we refresh the browser, we'll see the changes immediately. Now this is what I'm going to do. So over here we still see that our backend server is up and running, which means that if I make a change over here, we'll see the changes immediately on the backend once we refresh the page. Let's do that. So over here I'm going to write the best tag. I saved it. After that, let's refresh and we see it over here. It changed immediately. Now this brings us to the earlier topic, what we are talking. So this is a front end file. Now front end file actually talks with the controllers. How does it talk? We'll see that. In this demo example, actually we don't have much things to show that how it works, but in later part of this tutorial we'll show you. All right, and then you need to take a look at this routes folder, and inside this, actually here, this is the most important part, and inside the route actually you tell which page to go, which page to show. Now here routing means, for example, say, now this is a slash. Actually slash refers to the very home page. So once we have this one, like for example, so this would be our home page. Even if you do like this, it would still refer to our home page. Now here this route actually we can change, but before we change, let's take a look. Now the route itself actually eventually at the end it returns a view, and this refers to the file we have seen earlier. So this welcome file. Okay, so in general, if you put any of your files inside these views and you want to visit them from here inside the route, you just simply mention the file name. You don't need to include .blade.php, and then you should be good to go. Now one of the things we could do right away, over here we can just change the route name. So instead of slash, we could do /test. Now if we hit our route over here, we'll see that it doesn't work, it didn't find it. So this is an automatic redirecting message in Laravel which tells you, hey, I couldn't find anything, whatever you said. All right, so yes, we're not able to find it because we changed the route. Now how to find it? Over here we just do like this dot test and we can find it. Okay, so route helps you how do you enter things on your browser, or how you click. Based on that click and path, it gets reflected over here. It tries to find over here, and then it would show you in the front end. But of course, as it finds during that time, you can also talk to the controller. As I said that early, view and controller and database, just like this. Okay, great. Now I'll go back to the way it was, just like this. Okay, great. Now, of course, if you want, you can create new files. For example, over here, I'll create a new file and I'll save it. Now I'll call it test new test.blade.php. Now I'll save it automatically to this views folder, and inside this actually I'm going to have HTML. Now over here we would say this is a test, and in the body, welcome you learning Flutter and Laravel. Okay, now we're going to save this. So this is inside this view folder. Now for this file, actually we can create a new route. Now to do that, I'm just going to copy this thing and I'm going to put it here. Now over here, we can name anything as a route. It's all up to you. So over here, we can also call it, say, for example, Flutter. That's it. Now we're gonna save it. Even before save it, actually we need to change the file name over here. So over here, the file name it should using, that's called new test, which is this one. Now over here we are in the front end. Let's refresh it. Now of course, if you try test, we don't see anything because there is no route as test over here. But now we can change the route. We do like this, Flutter, and this is what we see, and this is beautiful. So you can change a route as you want, but over here it must be one of the files that you have over here. Hopefully it makes sense. All right, so front-end routes are actually registered web.php file inside this. Okay, all right, now the other one, which is very important over here. Now this file, api.php, and this is the one that we are going to use a lot. So in future, when we connect our Laravel app from our Flutter app, we have to do it through API. So those API would be registered over here. When I said those API would be registered over here, by this I mean that the routes, so we have to have our routes like this inside this, so that our Flutter application can access them. But yes, we have to do a bit more setup for that. It's not that easy as well, but it's not that difficult as well. So it's pretty straightforward, I would say that. So all of our routes that would be visited from Flutter application would be registered over here, and this is where we'll work. But now for this example, how to do that, we'll say it in next tutorial. Anyway, so this is the basic idea how to work with Laravel application, and this is the basic idea about the Laravel framework structure. So I'll see you in next part. And what if I restart the app? So let's see how it behaves. Okay, onboard screen, and then we are back to this login screen again. And why? Well, you will have 30 seconds time to think about it. Think hard. Okay, you should be thinking on your own. But anyway, the idea is this problem. Well, this is not a problem. This is a kind of solution. But there is one problem with this solution over here. The problem is because this is saved in the memory, actually, the temporary RAM of mobile app, the one our app uses. Okay, so it happens, the problem happens when you restart, everything is gone. So this value is resetted. Okay, so this value is resetted. So user has logged in, the device, our app doesn't remember. So it's kind of solution, but it is not a mature. So we have to make it a mature. So the solution is to save this information set as a true in a device memory. Okay, so next time your app boots up, your configuration file able to read that from memory itself, the long-term memory of device, okay, from local storage. Now for this one, we could use this one. Now this is the file, actually that's a configuration file. So now over here it has to do with login, if logged in or not, right? Logged in or not. Okay, and this is the token, login token, and this is the user profile. So this file actually deals with saving user information. As you can see, user store, okay, it saves everything, but it saves everything in device memory, the long-term memory, not the temporary one. So it would be always saved. Using this file, we save users information in the memory, and even if you boot up the app, every information that you have done or you have done things on app, these are saved, especially users information, and that's what you want to save. You want to save user information locally on your device. You don't want to talk to the server every time. Okay, so this is the thing we need to do, and this is the mechanism we need to use. Now one of the solutions right now, even if we this solution over here, just hard code and just put the information there, and next time you log in and we can use that, that's fine. But this is not, once again, very mature. So from here on, we'll take a mature step to save our information. Okay, and by that I mean these things. Okay, so here as you see, we have user photo URL, display name, email ID, well, which is OpenID, and the login type. So these things, right? So these things, actually we want to save it to device memory. So next time when you boot up, everything would be there. We'll get every information, and then it would be saved through by calling well, now these things would be saved once we are logged in. So from here, actually we'll save to the device memory first, okay, from here. So you see this function would get called, and then in here we'll save everything. Okay, all right, by the way, we don't need this anymore. It was just for testing purpose. We can just remove that anyway. Okay, so over here we'll save everything, and then we'll go to a new route. So this is an immature solution, but we have to make it mature. Okay, all right, so we'll save everything from here to device memory, and next time when the user boots up the app, this onInit get called, and if onInit gets called, it will load everything based on this key. Remember we talked about this thing. So key is given, based on that key it would find the token, and as well as user profile key. So a lot of the things that we search from our device memory, long-term memory, and then we say, oh, if it is not empty, that means that user was logged in. Okay, so we don't want to talk to the server every time. Okay, great. So, and then this would be true. If this is true, actually this condition would get true. Okay, and then this redirecting problem or auto login problem, or even if you're logged in but it shows that you are not logged in, all these problems would be solved if we are able to do that. Okay, all right, once again, that's because over here we set the value to true based on reading the information from the device, not the server. So the idea is, if you do real world app production, app development, you have to use local storage. You can't rely everything on the memory, because memory is gone once you boot up the app. So the solution is to either you talk to the server directly, which is very expensive. You don't want to do that all the time. So in that case, you want to read information from the local storage. Okay, so that's what we want to do. So now by saying that, all we want right now, okay, saving this information, right? We want to save this information. Okay, so in our local storage. But even before that, actually, there is a better solution. We have to save this information actually in our server first. And once we are able to save it in the server, then we'll save it locally in our app. And that's the best solution. This way you will have information both in server and local storage. So sometimes in local storage, if you can't get the solution, then you should reach out to the server database, the remote server, and get the information back there from there. Okay, and this is the best solution, and this is what we want to do. So the first thing we want to do, we want to save this information to our database. Okay, and once that is done, after that we'll save our information over here in local storage. Actually, both of this information will happen over here. So over here, so what we'll do, first save in the database, and second save in the local storage. So that's what we want to do, and after that our redirecting would work perfectly. That'd be great. Okay, so that means that we have to go ahead and see our database, and we have to find the correct table and make some changes over there. So now this is our MySQL workbench, and this is the database that we have loaded before, and this is what we want to work with right now and make some changes over there so that it works. Using PHP myadmin, now here's the part. So this is our database, and then over here we'll have this users table, right? So just go ahead and open it and click on this column section, and you will have a column like this. And then actually we're gonna add a lot more columns right after this. So for example, I would select say 8, and right after this, so I would click go, and we'll have here a lot of options. So well, in this case this is a bit more easier to work with than MySQL because you can add all of them together. But anyway, so the first one I would add here is access token, and then over here I'll select it as like this, and then I'll have it's 80. All right, and default none. All right, and then after that I'm gonna select over here avatar, and then it would be virtual, and then I'll select 1000, and then over here I'll have let's say description, this one, and this would be virtual again, and we'll select 1000 for this. And then right after this we are going to have our expire date, and then over here actually we are going to use date time, which is better. And then after this over here we are going to use FCM token, and this is very long, virtual, we'll see over here 3000. And what else, okay, whether the user is online or not, then we are going to use int in just one. Well, I guess we don't need this, but we can give it a default value. So here defined as 1. All right, and after this over here we're gonna do open ID, and this would be also int, and after that over here we'll have token, and then the token itself is also virtual. Let's see, virtual, and over here we're gonna do 100. All right, so with this we're gonna go ahead and click and save it. So it's saved, and if you see over here, these are the new item, but there's one more still missing, so we're gonna go ahead and click right after token. There's one more still missing, so that was our type. So type is also int, and then we'll save it. Okay, now with this our database is either on PHP myadmin or over here, they look the same. All right, so let's open up our database and open up the tables as well. And this is the table that we want to use right now. Now, if you go ahead and see this table, you can select this one, and you'll see that, okay, well, we don't have any information at all over here, because so far we are not saving any information, right? Okay, so, well, if you see the app over here in our sign-in controller, so we need to make columns for photo URL, display name, email, ID, things like that, and actually a lot more. Even there are other things that's not included over here we also have to do. For example, we have to save our token, we have to save our access token. Now, what is the token and access token? I'll talk more in depth later in this course. Okay, so now let's go ahead and make changes over here. All right, so this is our table, so we want to add more things to it. Okay, now how to do that? So let's go ahead and click on this and do this alter table. But now if you have PHP myadmin, which I'll show later how to add that. Okay, all right, so first I'll go ahead and do it this. So create over here, click over here, alter table, and then okay, this is the user's our table name, which we don't want to change. That's the name. And then I'll click over here, double click would help you to make a change with this. So the first thing you want to add over here would say access token. All right, and over here the access token we'll use for security issues, and which is used in real world app development, and with this you would learn a lot. Okay, all right, so that's what we want. And what else we want with this? So do you want it nullable, null-nullable? Okay, we want it null-nullable. Okay, I'm gonna click over here and let's see. Okay, now down there I'm gonna add more. Okay, so over here I want to add avatar, so which would be used for saving our user's profile photo URL. Okay, so I'm gonna click on this and let's see if we can use it a longer, a very long one. All right, and with this we are also good. And then let's add more. So now we want to add something called description. So that's about user itself. Okay, all right, and after that, okay, we're gonna add another one which is called expire date. Now later I'll be talking more about them. So expire date. Now the data type we don't want like this, we want date time. So when it should expire what? Access token. So this is the token that will create automatically in our backend, and then we'll save it in this column, in this field actually, and then we'll see when it should expire. When it expires, we'll ask the user to relog. So with this we make sure that this is the right user anyway. And over here we also want to save our token. So our token was FCM token. And what is this token? Actually this token is the token of device token, the one we get from Firebase. We also need to save that one, and then we do it virtual, and it could be very, very long. So over here we do 3000. And the other one, whether the user is online or not, we want to use that one. And for that data type we're going to just use int over here, and the other one is OpenID. Now actually this would be used to know and also here we could do like type this. So this is also int, and I think with this for now we are pretty much done. So these are the new items that we added. We previously had name, email, and okay, we are good with that. We actually not going to use this one. Password, we don't care about that for now. Remember token, we don't care about that for now. Okay, access token, avatar, description, expire date, FCM token, online, OpenID. Yeah, so just go ahead and do apply and you should be good to go. All right, okay, now I'm going to close this over here. And after this, okay, let's see, select rows limits. All right, so we do see that our new fields are all over here. Okay, great. Hello everyone, so from now on I'll run my backend. framework on VS Code. All right, so let's get started. So over here, I'm going to open up the terminal first, and then I'll do php artisan serve. If you don't do that, the server wouldn't be running. Make sure that you have this address, local address, but for Windows users, the address might be a bit different. It depends on different machines, but this is the exact address that we should be using soon. All right, so yeah, that's it. Now, once after that, because just earlier section, we had a bit understanding about Laravel and its framework and structure and everything, right? But in this section, actually, we are going to really build our API, our own API. All right, so we already know that to build API, we need to go to this api.php file, which is this one. We already have this one. All right, okay, and to build API, we also need our own controller. So I'm going to come over here inside this HTTP controller section, and right inside this, actually, I'll create a new file, and over here I would do test controller.php. All right, okay, now after that, actually, I'm going to create a class, and I'll call it test controller, and that would extend controller class. So this is pretty much like getX. Now in getX, actually, we do the same. So if you have a class, then if you want to use getX service, then you have to extend the controller. But of course, since this is a PHP over here at the top, we have to have PHP tag, otherwise we'll get error. Okay, now it's fine. All right, let's see over here. At the top, we need to import the namespace over here. So namespace is app, http, and controllers, this one. And the error should be gone. All right, so once you create your own controller, you have to import the namespace for this. Now here, when I say that namespace, actually this one tells you where to find this file controller. Now this controller itself stays inside this controllers folder. So from root folder, app http controllers, and inside this we can find this one. So that's what we have to know. As well as this also means over here that this one actually also lives inside this. Okay, all right, inside this controllers folder. So I guess it works both ways. So whenever you create a new controller, you have to tell the controller namespace, which tells PHP file, which tells PHP that, okay, this one lives under this path. So that's the idea. So you have to do that first. And after that, over here, we're going to do public index, public function. So we're going to create a function, and we'll call it index over here. Now, since we are going to create APIs over here, we're going to return JSON type data. But of course, you don't have to exactly return JSON type data. You can also return associative array, and that would work the same. All right. Okay, so here we would do code. Now, this is just some data that I want to send to the front end when we have this request. And data over here, we would say we have a lot of data like that, and we can add another column which is called MSG, which stands for message. And over here we could say welcome you. All right, that's all. So now, so this is what we are going to return when we hit this function, which means that when we enter into this function, we are going to return this, and we're going to return this in a JSON format. Okay. All right. So now, how to create the route for this? We have to have a route, right? Now for API, we have to keep our routes in api.php file over here. Okay. All right. So now over here, we're going to do this one. So if you're going to create route in Laravel, you have to use So if you create routes in Laravel, you have to have route and the route type. So what is the route type? In our case, we are going to make a GET request. So actually our route name would be index over here. And after that, actually we can tell where to find the controller and the method. So over here we'll have HTTP, and then we would do controllers, and then we would do test controller, and inside the test controller we want the index method. So that's all we are saying. So the way you mentioned the route or router over here, so what kind of routing is this, or what kind of method that you are using? Is it post request or get request? In our case, this is a get request. And on the browser or on the URL or in our app, we would be looking for this keyword or enter this keyword. If we are able to do that, then we're gonna find a file which is called index under this path over here. Now index would return us this data. So that's the idea. All right, so let's go ahead and save it. All right, so if we can, after saving this, actually we can use a Postman to do that. All right, first, any kind of, well, in development, as you work with Flutter, Laravel, or any kind of thing, especially when you deal with API, most of the time it's better you test on Postman. If it works on Postman, it should be working on your framework and both backend and front end framework as well. If it doesn't work on Postman, most likely it will not work on anywhere. So if it works on Postman, it should always work on your, most of the time, I would say, I wouldn't say always, most of the time on front-end framework and back-end framework. Now, if you don't know what is Postman, Postman is a tool for testing API before you really go ahead and use it in your app directly. It's a convenient tool, and it's also good for debugging. So here is my Postman, and if you don't have one, just go ahead and install it. It's pretty straightforward. And after that, come over here, and then it would open up like this. Now the default settings, the first routing method you get, that is called get, not any of this. So we're going to use get method over here, and inside this we have to have our actual API route. So because we are in localhost, so we are going to do like this, and our address was 0.0.0.1, and then over here we would do 800, and then we have to mention our actual route. Now since we are in Laravel, before every kind of routing you have to have API. All right, and then you have to mention the route, actual route. So this is our VS Code over here. So this is the actual route over here. So while Postman would locate this URL, which means this server, in our case this is the local server, and it would find a port which is 8000. Inside this port there would be application running, which is Laravel, and right inside this, then it would automatically find API. Now this is API is also a tag actually over here. It has to go through API, okay, and then which also means that it would be able to find this one over here, this api.php file, and inside this it would find index. Okay, hopefully it should make sense. And then over here we are going to hit send. All right, and we see that it works. Okay, so this is the JSON information that server is returning. So in general, server returns JSON information or JSON data. All right, okay, so a lot of time. Now let's do a simple debugging which might help us in the long run. Now over here, instead of index, I'm just gonna write over here test, and let's save it, and then we're gonna hit this. If we do this, it'll say 404 not found. So it means that everything went well up to this point. Okay, well, it couldn't find index. So inside this API file, api.php, we don't have index, we have test. Okay, so 404 means it couldn't find the route. It was able to hit this file over here, but it couldn't find it. So most probably it's a spelling error most of the time. Okay, all right, or namespace error, or you have the wrong path. So you could also understand like that. Anyway, so if we hit it from here, looks like it works. Okay, now if it works, now things can get more excited. So in next part, we'll see how to hit this URL from. All right, so in this section, we are going to use our Flutter app to hit this API, and which would be a big milestone. So our very basic dummy API is ready, and all we want to do, we want to hit this and see the data in our Flutter app, right? So that's what we want to do next. Now, anyway, so to be able to do that, actually, we could hit this anywhere. Now, what I'm going to do, just over here inside this profile controller, we can do that. Or we can also do over here, sign in controller. As we sign in, okay, so after signing in, actually, so we go to the message page, right? All right, so over here, we can get the data. Now, to be able to get the data, we need to use a mechanism. This mechanism is http util.get. Actually, it's a singleton class, so we need this one. So now inside this, we would hit our API. Now, http util is a class inside our chatty common utils http.dart. So we'd go over there, and most probably we'll see a lot of things. It's a singleton class over here. Now inside this, it uses deo package to work on post method and get method. Now regarding this, actually we would be talking more later. For now, you have to understand that over here we have a get method. So this is the method that actually we are going to use it, and which means that it actually returns us data from the server. And what kind of data? Actually, you'll see over here. Eventually, this is deo.get. This one gets called, and this is some checking and wrappers. Now, eventually, it returns us response.data. Now, this data actually is the section that we get over here. Okay, the complete section. This is the one that we would be getting. So this is the complete JSON data we get eventually. Well, here it's like associative arrow, but when it returns, it becomes JSON. Anyway, so now let's go to our app now. So yeah, this is the package that actually we are calling over here, and I mean the method, okay? Now inside this over here, we're just gonna do API.index, okay? And that's all. So all you need to do, you need to mention this route name. So this is our route name over here. Now over here, actually there would be another problem. We also need to change our base URL. What is base URL? So this section is our base URL, okay? This section is our base URLs. So we need to set our base URL. Now to be able to do that, we need to come over here inside this values folder, which is under this common folder, and over here we're gonna click on this server. All right, so you might have a different one, and the one that we actually use for our testing API, go ahead and change that one to this one. Okay, now I'm using on iOS. On iOS, this is the settings that you have to have. Okay, and if you're on Android, actually you have to set it like this, HTTP, and instead of 127, that would be like this. And otherwise on Android emulator, it won't work. Okay, so if you're using Android to do the test, you should go ahead and do like this. All right, so now that's what we have over here, and now let's see. Okay, so over here we would do var response. So whatever we get, we're gonna save it in a variable, and after that over here we would do print response. Okay, well, since it's a JSON data, we can directly go ahead and try to print it. Now we're gonna restart our application. Okay, now here we are. Well, it looks like we auto logged in, but we need to check why. But before that, let's go ahead and finish this test over here. So let's go ahead and sign in with Google. And if we can sign in, actually, we'd be able to see if we have any log over here or not. Okay, now let's see what's happening over here. Now, okay, so it says that is it loading. Okay, that's an exception over here. It should be Dart. And okay, so we have a typo over here. So this is not the correct URL. Okay, so we missed that part. Now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, all right, so what are we going to do now? We're going to log out and log in one more time. Now this time we'll see how it goes. So let's go ahead and work on this. All right, now of course we see that it is an instance of dynamic. So while this is actually a future method, okay, so which returns the future, and if it does, you have to wait actually, because we are not waiting. So all we are getting, actually we are getting its type, which is future. So that's what actually it said over here. So now I'm gonna save it, and let's save it one more time. Hopefully it would work. If it didn't work, so let's go ahead and restart it. All right, okay, and looks like it didn't work as we expected. So let's log out and log in. So we'll log in one more time. And as we log in over here, we are supposed to see data. All right, so here beautifully we see all the data that we have over here. Now, in fact, since we have data, we'd be even able to use that if we want somewhere in our app, okay? Because the data is already coming from server. So actually, if this was your real server, when I say real server, that means if it was hosted on a domain or on a live server with a domain, you would exactly get the same data. Yes, we need to do a bit more changing settings, not really changing over here, but we'd still be able to do this. So yes, welcome. So you have just finished your first API request, RESTful API request from Flutter application. Okay, great. So that's how actually we are step by step improving. So the next step is actually start to build working on our login method over here. So because this login method is far more I mean it's not really done yet. We have pretty much done one third of the job, so another 2/3 is still there. We need to work. And since we are able to set up this server, backend server, so we'd be able to work more on this login. All right. In earlier section, we have seen that app was not acting as correctly as we wanted. Well, actually app is working correctly as it says in the code, but not as we wanted. So we need to make a bit of change. Now, first understand what happens here. Okay, so let me log out currently. And now we'll log in back and we'll see how it behaves. Okay, and let's come over here. So we logged in and here it is. Okay, now let's log out. Okay, now let's say this. Okay, so we logged out, but it went to this message page. So we need to change this, right? So this is the problem that we have. So one more time, let's say this. Okay, so we are logging out and then it goes to the message page, but which it should not. Now let's understand why this is happening. Okay, so we have to understand from here. So since the logout section, so I want to sign in, right? So if we want to sign in, definitely this is where it goes, and after that actually we are in sign in controller, right? Okay, so once you sign in, so this method gets called async post all load all data, right? And then it takes us to this message page, right? So that's what happens here. And this is one of the thing. And another thing, if you come and see over here, welcome controller. Now this welcome controller, what it does first, okay, so it takes us to this onboard page, onboard or on screen page, and then it goes to the message page directly. Well, it should go, because over here, well, in our file like this one, pages, so over here actually we have this mechanism. If we go to this message page, once again we are in sign-in controller, on ready gets called, it takes us to this message page, sorry, message route, I would say that. Okay, and then over here we do this middleware, right? Before we go anywhere else, we do this middleware. So there's this check in this middleware, so it checks, well, if you are logged in, then I'll return null. If I return null, then I'll go back to the original route, the route you have referred to. So what's the route they have referred to? This is the original route. Okay, well, of course I'm not logged in, but if I'm already sign in, then I'll still go back to this route over here. So things like that. And if I'm in message route, so I'll return null, and then I'll go back to message route one more time. So this is the message route. So far this is okay. But now actually I was not logged in. So why did this thing happen? Now this happened because of this route. So previously we set it up, of course, for testing. So because we are slowly developing the app, so the way we want it to work step by step, we need to do a lot of testing and a lot of settings, even a lot of fake settings. So this is one of the fake settings over here. Actually, we don't want this one over here. These three conditions are fine. If any of them is correct, actually, if user logged in, sign in, or we are initial page, so we should go to this message route page anyway. But if not, then actually we should go to sign in page, right? So the problem is happening from here. Now let's go ahead and comment this out. Okay, all right, now let's see how it behaves. Now it would still behave weird. Okay, so we are over here, and then okay, now this is fine. So this time it's working, right? Okay, let me do the test one more time. So if you save it and restart it, even if you didn't log in, it will take you to the this message page. Okay, so this is the bug, right? So we can confirm, we just confirmed that. So this is what is causing this problem. Now if you comment it out, so yeah, so first time we boot up our app, and that works fine. Okay, though you may say, okay, just comment it out, it would work fine. No, it would not. Now if you come over here and sign in, actually, so I'm gonna sign in with this. Okay, after signing in, we are back to sign in page again. Yes, there was this message page, but we are back to sign in page again. So now this is the other problem that gets created if we remove this condition from here, but it has to be removed. Okay, now let's understand why this is caused over here. Okay, now for this reason, okay, well, now first what I'm going to do, okay, now it's already actually sign in page. So we are booting up, okay, so during the boot up, what happens, once again we go to this pages over here, because remember, boot up always calls message route first, not the sign in route. From message route we actually decide where to go, because message route calls this middleware, and this one lets you go somewhere else, right? So we are here anyway, so it wants us to go to message route. We go there and we check if any of the condition is correct or not. So yes, user is logged in. This, yes, I know user is logged in, but this condition is wrong, right? Because I mean false. This condition is false. Even the user has logged in, because we didn't do anything regarding this. While if we are in sign in page, are you in sign in page or sign in route? No, you are not, because I went there from here. So this route is also not true. Am I in initial route? No, I'm not in initial route. So this condition, all of them are wrong. If they're wrong, that takes you back to the sign-in route again. So you understand? So from welcome page, when we go to this route, it does the checking, and during the checking, it finds none of this condition is true. Okay, because we are not in sign-in route. Once again, we went there from here. So this is the current route. Okay, so this condition is checked based on current route. So yes, if we are not any of this thing correct, then we go back to sign-in page, even you signed in. Okay, so now the better approach is actually to make this condition true if you sign in, right? So this is the better approach, and all the bugs should be solved and all the weird behavior should be gone. I wouldn't say it's a bug. I put it on purpose to work with redirecting from the beginning. It's not a bug. That's what the way I designed it. Okay, and this way actually we also understand better how middleware works, and which is a very important concept in app developing, web app developing, mobile app developing. It's a very important concept. Actually, you'd be using a lot if you work with development, software development. Anyway, so hopefully it makes sense, right? So now our purpose right now, we should go ahead and set this to true. If this is set to true, then we'll return null. Okay, if we return null, okay, we'll go back to this message page, which is more like our dashboard, right? Okay, so now, okay, let's go ahead and set this. Now, where to set this? So for now, the correct place should be over here, sign in, because once we sign in with Google account, we come over here and we check, okay, all right. So we can set it to true. Okay, now how to set it to true? Now to be able to set it to true, we need to come to this file, which is over here, this one. User, okay, so you'll see that its current location is this one, common store user dart. Okay, so user store, this one. Now over here I do see that I have a getter. If user has logged in or not, I have a getter for this. So this getter, which means we get the value, so this is the getter. It gets me the current value, right? So this getter is actually being checked over here, right? Okay, so this is the place where we should change. But before we change, actually, I mean, we need to create a setter. So the opposite of getter is setter. With getter, you get the current value. With setter, you change the current value. You give it or assign a new value. So that's what we want to do. So to do that, simply you just do set. All right, and then your function name, actually it's more like a function, but with one statement, it just set, and that's all. Okay, so over here, set, I can say set is login, just like this. Okay, now it takes a value, more like a function. So over here you can just name it anything you want, and after that you have to pass this value and set it. So we'll pass it to is login and then value to login. So what will happen when we call this setter, we'll pass a value to it, and this value would get set inside this from this. Okay, so that's how it works. So in general, I think you can also do the opposite, I mean the other way. Set is log in. So over here you might have like this, var log in, and you could do like this, and then over here you could also set, okay, is log value login. So this is the concise way of writing just one statement. So if you think it's confusing, you can go ahead and do like this. It works the same. All right, okay, great. So now we did this. After this, we need to set this value. So we will set it from here, because we know if we hit up to here, the user has already logged in. So over here we do user store .to set is login. So set is login, and then you set it to true. That's how it works. Okay, now error is gone. All right. Okay, so once we log in, we set it to true. If we set it to true, if we come to the auth route, okay, this condition gets true. So we'll return just simply null, and we should be good to go. All right, beautiful. So now let's run our app one more time, and we'll do the test 2 times, login and without login. So this is right now, user is not logged in. All right, and there is no weird behavior. We are not going to any sign in page, any message page or dashboard. Now let's go ahead and sign in. All right, so I'm gonna sign in with this, and now we should go back to this page over here. Right, this is beautiful. Right, so from this section actually we'll start building our API, and after actually building the API we'll connect with our Flutter framework. Okay, well, the first thing we want to do, of course, we want to remove this. We don't need this anymore. That was just for testing purpose. And now inside this I'm going to call this route class, and from here I'm going to group all the routes together. Now as you see, route is a facade class, which means that it's a wrapper around a very complex service. So while if we use facades, you just use the static methods and it makes your life easy. You don't have to know what is inside and how they look like. All we do, we just go ahead and use the methods that it provides. So facade, you can understand, is like this. It's a beautiful building, what you can see from outside. But internally, like bricks, concrete, cement, and wire cables, and a lot of things was going on. Okay, so the ugly part we don't see. Facades, with facades you just see the easy part, the beautiful part, and we don't have to take care of the complexities. Anyway, so this has a method, static method, which is called group. Okay, now inside this, actually first we are going to use something called namespace. So over here we would do namespace. All right, and then it is a closure. Actually the closure takes a function, and then after that we'll return like this. Okay, all right, now the namespace is telling Laravel where to find a certain controller. I think we have seen it before over here. We talked about namespace, right? Okay, now over here we are saying our namespace is API, which means that actually inside this controllers folder we have to create a new folder and we have to call it API. That's it. Okay, all right, so we'll have a controller over here, and that controller is the namespace over here. So because we are accessing a controller from our api.php, so we have to tell Laravel where to find it. In general, it would find under controllers folder, and which is a default path. Even if you don't mention the path, you can get it. But if you change your path, for example, here I created a new folder, so you have to tell Laravel, so go ahead and find this folder. So what it would do, it would first come up to here, and then it will try to look for API folder, which we would be able to find, and then we'll go ahead and do the way we want. Okay, all right. Now over here we'll have this route method, and then we're going to use any. Now any might be new to you. Instead of get and post, this time we are going to use any. Now with any, actually it can either match a post request or a get request or a delete request, so it makes it easy. Anyway, over here we'll use login controller. Okay, and now our login controller has not been created yet. We will go ahead and create one, and inside this we'll say login. Okay, all right, and the other one over here is also, we could do like this. Now we can do another any, which may match anything, and over here we'll say get profile, and inside this we'll say login controller get profile, like this. Now one thing you have to know, that I'm grouping here everything using this group method. Why? Because all these controllers, actually first they have to have an API namespace, as well as they all share this one common controller, which is called login controller. Okay, so that's why actually I am grouping them all together. Okay, so otherwise you have to write the name over here, like the namespace. For example, previously we have done app http controllers API, like that. Now you have to put this thing before every route, and which is I would say annoying. You don't want to do that, so that's why you use group, and here you use some in the array inside you use properties, what to do, what not to do. All right, okay, great. Now with this, our basic routing is ready. Actually, there'll be more routing about it in future, not just now. Anyway, so here it says that, okay, I should have a controller, right? A folder in controllers. All right, in controllers folder, because in general when you write route, the default path Laravel knows, which means app HTTP controller. But if you change it, then you have to have it over here as well, and then you have to make the changes accordingly here. So here we say that we'll have a API folder. We already have one. I just created one. If you don't have, just go ahead and create an API folder inside this controllers folder. And then we also said that inside this API folder you can find login controller. So we don't have one, so we'll just go ahead and create a login controller over here. So we'll call it login controller.php. okay, all right. Now since we are in PHP, we have to start with the PHP tag, and that's it. Okay, and after that, actually the first thing you should do your namespace, otherwise you'll get error. So here we do namespace. So what is our namespace? So where does it live? It lives in API folder. So that should be app http controllers, and then over here we'll have API folder. So that's our folder. Laravel will be able to find this. Okay, now we're gonna create our actual class, which is called login controller extends controller. Beautiful. And inside this we'll have our first method, which is called function login. Okay, all right, and then we'll inject a request. I think that's called the request object inside it, so that we can grab all the incoming messages from Flutter through HTTP request. Okay, HTTP protocol. So this request object would be able to get us whatever we pass from our Flutter app to Laravel server. Okay, all right. So and here we'll just name it as request. Okay, and that's it. So if we are going to pass our information like our name, our profile photo, our phone number, and things like that, the request object will be able to get that. Okay, all right. Now over here, what I'm going to do, we do have an error. So let's see. Well, it doesn't have any quick fix. So if it doesn't have, we're gonna do it on our own. So here we'd say now after that, the next thing we want to do, actually we already learned that. So whatever the data is coming from Flutter through API request, we'll get all them in this request object. So we can go ahead and use that. All right, so the first thing we want to see over here is something called validator. So we'll go ahead and create an object variable so that we can save it, and then here we'll have validator. Now validator, this is another facade, so which also gives you a method which is called make, and inside this make actually you will have the request object like this one. You can pass it and we'll use whatever is coming from there, and then inside this we'll have a list of properties that we want to validate. But anyway, now over here we also need to import the facade, otherwise we'll get error. Imported, or I'm using this one like this facade, right? So you need to have it, you need to use it, so which is also like importing. Okay, now we're gonna take care of some of the fields. So what are the fields that we want to take care over here? So definitely we want to see if we have avatar or not. Okay, so you need to take care of that one, and after that username, whether we have it or not. And these are the few things that we must have, and then type. So we also need to have the type, and which is also required. And then after that, we're gonna use OpenID over here. The OpenID is the ID that would be coming from Firebase, because once you register on Firebase, you will have the ID. So we also need that one, and that is also required. And after that, here we'll have email. Now email, actually we don't need to have it required. We just wanna have, okay, if you have email, it has to be maximum 50 characters. And then if you have phone number, do the same. So we could do 30. So these are the things that needs to be validated, and the validation happens through this validator facade, which is a class, and which is a wrapper, actually wrapper of a complex service. And we just get the make method and pass the object. Okay, anyway, so now the validator itself has some properties that we could use right now. The validator object, the one that we created. Okay, now it has a method which is called fails. Now if it fails, then here we are going to return code to the front end user, so we would know about it. So over here, code, well, we would return -1, which is, we'll read it as error. And then over here we would say no valid data. And then after this, we'll have a message object. And then inside this, we would do validator, this one, and whatever the errors we got, we can throw that one. Let's get the first object from it, and we are good to go. Now this will happen if we have errors. Okay, now with this, actually we are ready to do the test on Postman. But once again, as I said earlier, if you develop API, you always have to test it through Postman, so which makes your life easy. So we need to make sure that so far everything is working fine. So far we have set up this one, and we also have this login controller. Now what we could do right now, we could go ahead and remove this test controller. We don't need that one anymore. That was just for testing purpose. All right, great. So now let's go ahead and work with the Postman and see whether we are working correctly so far or not. So before we go ahead and try it on Postman, we need to make some changes in our files over here. Now let's come to this section over here, which says provider, and which is route service provider. Okay, now I'm going to change this file completely. So, well, this is the completely very new setup with Laravel, but I'm not going to use it. I'm going to use a bit old one, but which is more stable. They pretty much look the same. There's a bit of difference. Now with this is the new configuration where they have put this route provider, where you put everything in this boot folder. Okay, but now we are going to separate it. So now after separation, the file might look very different, this route service provider. So what do? I'm going to give you a link, and go ahead there, download the code and put it over here. That's all you need to do. Go ahead to the link, get the code and paste it over here. Okay, now this is my favorite way of doing things, but this is not the very latest way. Now over here we have a boot method. Previously we have seen everything was put into boot method. Now with this, actually we separate our routing for web, routing for API request. So I think this is more organized. And over here, this is the web routes, and we have this API route. So they are separated. And in this method, actually you can add more as you need. As your app grows, over here we can add more. All right, so our APIs actually goes through API middleware, which is protected through this middleware. So you can just, or nobody can just mess around or access the API randomly from web app like that. Okay, anyway, so this is the big change that you have to remember. Now route service provider provide service for our routes. That's, we get it from the name easily. Okay, so as your architecture grows bigger, as your app grows bigger, the changes you have to make over here, and which we'll see later. Anyway, So now we have to come to our login controller. Now I'm going to open up my controller and I'm going to close it down, and then I'm going to run a command. So this is the command I'm going to run, which is caching, clearing the cache, config cache, and composer dump autoload. Now with this, if we have previously cached our things like routing and a lot of data, they would be removed from memory, and which is good. Otherwise, sometimes it's hard to get the fresh data. Anyway, so because we have changed our routing over here, routing system, so I wanted to dump them and reload everything. Now over here, I would do service PHP artisan serve PHP artisan serve like this. Okay, great. Now our server is up and running. I'm going to close this. Now before we go ahead and run this one, so there are a few more tweaks that we need to do. So over here we also need to do like this, use app controller. So now this is for this controller actually, so we need to have this one over here, otherwise we'll still get error. Okay, and after this over here, this method, it should be fails, not fail. And so if this fails, we get this error, right? If it doesn't fail, then for now we can just do like this. So I'm going to copy this and put it over here, and I'm gonna return code 1, and we just say valid error and valid data actually, not error. And we don't want to have this. Over here we'll say success, just like this. Now we are going to save it. And it does look like we still have a bit of error over here. So this is due to this comma. So now let's save it. The error is gone. And yeah, now we are ready to go ahead and hit this API using Postman. Okay, so over here, I'm going to open a new tab. And over here, I would do 127. And then here we'll have our body, and so the body section will have JSON data that we want to pass to the server. So like so if JSON data, then we have to have curly braces, and I'm gonna put this information for now and check what happens. So if we have response, good response or bad response, they will be all shown here. Let's go ahead and click on this. And it says that HTTP controller not found, so there's still an error. So which line? Line 7. Let's go ahead and check that. Now that's because actually I'm missing controllers over here. The folder name was actually controllers. Let's go ahead and fix that. And then now let's go ahead and hit our API over here. And yes, we do get valid data, which means our response is correct. But now over here, if I don't have anything, and then over here we return this one, okay, where it says code -1, no valid data, and the messages, this field is required. Now this is coming from because we have this message, right? But of course this is coming from this validator. Okay, that's wonderful. So now we'll take it one step further. Now first we're gonna at the top we're gonna import some facades. So illuminate the calendar, right? Okay, then we're gonna use another one, illuminate support facades DB, because we are going to talk to the database. So DB is also a facade which has a beautiful wrapper, We can just simply go ahead and use that, and then we would also use exception. So if we have error, so those are the things required for now. And after that, over here, just we're gonna dive into like this one. We'll create a new variable and we'll call it validated. And over here, whatever the validation returns, if we don't have any error, so from that one, we're gonna save it inside this validated object. Now, of course, it comes from the method validated. All right. So validator, this one, if it's successful, return us a method validated, and eventually this will return us the required properties that we need to have. Okay, so we can access them later. All right, that's great. Now first go ahead and create a map, and I'm going to tell you why. So if you are coming from a Flutter Dart map, actually they're kind of same thing. They work the same way. So here we're going to create a map, and this map we'll use for our query, like where query. So we'll see very soon. So over here we have validated and a type. Now this type has been sent from this request object, will be sent from Flutter app. Okay, for now we are just sending them from Postman, right? Okay, great. Now over here we have another required one, OpenID. All right, so validated OpenID. So now, well, I mean they were required, but with this we'll make a query. So what kind of login the user was using is Google, Facebook, and whether they have any ID return from Firebase, and like that, Firebase UID, like that. So we have to check that one as well. So because this is very unique, so it's good enough to make a query. Now over here we'll have this DV facade that's we are going to use, and it has like if you do DV like that, I think you should get, well, it popped up just now but it's gone. Actually we're going to use this one, DV select, right? So this one, oh, I'm not sure why I tapped into the other one, but anyway, so inside this actually we are going to make a query. No, actually we don't want this one, we want actually table object. Okay, so our table's name was user, the one that we created, and from here we are going to invoke a method which is called select, and inside this actually we were looking for some information, avatar. So those are the fields, name, and then description we'll have, and after that we want type, and after that we want a token, and after that we want access token, and then we want to see the user is online or not, and if this works then we want to get the user information, right? So over here actually we could do like this, where, and remember we created a map object, we can use that one, and if we get, then we will get the first one, and then over here we'll save it inside a variable and we'll call it result. Okay, now what's happening over here? So we'll go back, so we'll use the DB facade and we'll get the method which is table, and our table name is users, we're going to use that one. So we select our users table and we see if there is condition met. What is the condition? There has to be type and OpenID. So if we can find certain OpenID that's sent from Flutter framework, and that means it's a unique ID, and for that one we should, if we find there is a match, we'll get the first one. And we don't want everything from the database, we want the name, description, type, token. So these are the information that we want. By the way, the token itself, I guess last time I was missing to type in our column, so you need to go ahead and do it one more time if you didn't do it last time. So if you come to MySQL Workbench, as you will see over here, I have already done that. So yeah, like go ahead and if you don't have this one, just click on alter table. If you don't have, just go ahead and add one over here, virtual 100, and then you should be good to go. All right, just click here if you're using MySQL Workbench, and if you're using MySQL PHP-MyAdmin, you know it. I think I have already done it over there. So just add a new field and you should be good to go. All right, yeah, so these are the things that actually we are looking for, and if we can get that, that's awesome. And after that, if we will check if we get them or not. So over here we need to do if empty. So if result is empty, then do something. Okay, so the first thing for now we want to show is we want to just simply return the code. So here we do code 0, it means we couldn't find it, and then data over here would say res data, actually, which is null. If you can't find, the result would be null, right? Okay, and then message msg. Okay, over here we do no data, no user found. Okay, no user found, just like this. All right. Okay, so yeah, this is what will happen if we pass this validation. First time when user logs in, definitely there would be no user information, right? So that's the first step. And we check if it is empty or not. If it is empty, we just return empty. Okay, and if there is information, we'll put it over here. But there is also a solution over here. If user logs in first time using Google login, definitely this section is going to be empty, and we know about it, right? Yes, so this is the section that we are going to work next. Before that, go ahead and save it, and after that we're gonna do it on Postman. So I already did the test over here, so whatever it is, just go ahead and make a request, and let's see. So null, no user found. Okay, because we don't have any record in our database. Great. So let's go ahead and work on this. So if there is no user first time, then we have to fill in the record for the user. Now over here we'll focus how to log in the user, well, how to insert the user's record in the database. Okay, well, anyway, so this is what we have over here. So last time we saw that, okay, we can get response from here. Now here we'll try to type in. So if the user comes here first time, of course we will not find him. Then we'll prepare some data over here, and from here we'll put the user in the database. Okay, so let's go ahead. So over here we have this first validated, and inside this we'll have token. Of course, this token is not being passed down from Flutter framework. This is something that we create on our own. So now we use a few functions to do that. So unique id.rend, and inside rend we'll have from 10,000 to well, 99,000, I guess. Okay, 999. All right, so that's the number, and I'm gonna go through them very soon. So here we first get a unique number. Well, this is a very unique, and this unique number uses the function using unique ID, and this is based on our system, like OS. It's a hardware's time, which is called micro time. So it depends on your hardware. So based on the hardware, it generates a unique number. And most likely it's always unique 99% of the time, but we make sure that it is unique 99.9999%. So we added more string to it, and once we are done, so we use MD5 to like hash it, so it more like become a secret key. Okay, and with this it becomes pretty much unique. All right, so this is an algorithm so to generate random secret key based on the given value. All right, okay, now after that, so that's the token we generate. So it's more like an user ID. Okay, and we're gonna generate only once for any user. That's it, only once. So we remember previously we have seen Firebase ID. That's also actually unique ID. We can also call that token. All right, so it's up to you how you call it, but in general the convention is you can call it UID or token. Anyway, so after that we'll come over here. So we have this validated, and then created at. Now created at is something that's once again not coming down from our Flutter framework. So as we insert our data in the database, we have to remember what time it's been created. So here we'll call this carbon class, and now we use this static method which is called now. All right, so this would be sent registered at this moment. By the way, since we are talking about carbon, one thing you need to take care, I guess, carbon is not a facade actually, so it will create problem. So let's put it over here like that, just to remove the facade, so it's not under this facades class. All right, okay, let's continue. And after that we'll have access token. validated. Now of course, once again, this is not also coming down from Flutter. We create all these values on our own. So once again, here we'll use MD5, and then we would use unique ID random like this. But this time actually, because access ID should be more secure, so we generate even a longer number with this. So these are all 7 digits. Let's see, we have so we have 7 digits. So now with this, this becomes even more secure. Now token would be saved in the server and also sent down to Flutter framework, but access token only saved in this server, not on the Flutter front end. Now about token and access ID, I'll have a dedicated tutorial. I'll explain more about it with diagrams so that you understand more. So I'm gonna skip that first. Just a very brief talk about this. This would be sent down from server to Flutter, Flutter to server, but this one only reside in server. And this is also used for communication between 2 different users. This is just you and server, that's all. Okay, let's continue. Now after that, over here we'll have to create another field which is called expire date. Now remember, this one actually we have also created this field before when we are creating our database field, users database field. So here we would also do carbon, and then we'll call this now, and with this actually we're gonna add a number of days 30. So okay, I guess I get a typo over here, days. Okay, so this expire date refers to actually the expiration of this token, that how long this token should be in the database and how long later it should be recreated. Now this mechanism, once again, I'll be talking later in a dedicated video. All right, now okay, so we have expire date, we have access token created at, and well, this is the time actually we insert the data in our database. So here we do table facade, and we'll select our database, which is users, and after that over here we'll call a function which is called insert get id. All right, and then we'll pass our validated data. Now validated data would include these few things, as well as the one that's coming from Flutter framework, like avatar, name, type, OpenID, if we have email or if we have phone. All these things together we will put in our database. Now what it would try to do, it would try to insert the user record using this information, and because we are using this insert get ID, it will return the ID, the row ID from the database. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead, and then over here we do user result. We inserted it, and then we need to return the data from the database. Okay, because that data, part of it, will send back to Flutter framework. With this, we're able to insert and return the inserted ID actually, and we call it for now here user ID, but in fact we are not going to use this one. We'll just use it right now over here for searching. Okay, so once again over here db table and then users, and then we'll select the inserted ID. That means the inserted users. So over here we'll just get this information actually. All I can do, just copy this quickly so that it saves our time, and then I'm gonna put them over here. All right, so let me make sure that we have all this fields. So we have avatar, we have name, we have description, we have type, we have token, we have access token, we are online or not. Okay, and after that we do a search. So we will use where function over here, and we'll pass our condition. So what's the condition, and based on what? Our condition is based on ID, because in our row we have an ID column. We know that. So we'll see if that's equal to user ID, actually the ID that's been just inserted into the database, and if we find, we'll get actually the first one. All right, Okay, so that should be the user result. And if we get user result, so actually over here we can pass this user result. All right. Okay, great. Now, well, after this, actually what's going to happen one more time. First time any user tries to use, say, Google login, of course there is no information in our database, so this will return empty. Okay, now we know that, okay, this user is trying to log in but they don't have information in our database. So what we could do, we could insert in our database. Now for inserting, we have to first create a token, which would be actually the unique ID for user, and then we'll insert what time insert what time the user has been created, and we'll give it a very secure code to know that you are you. So you have to identify yourself with the server, and this is the key. All right, and then what time the key should expire. Of course, we'll see later if it expires how to regenerate. Okay, and then over here we insert the user and return the ID. All right, okay, so this is the row ID, actually the one you'd be seeing in our database like this. So this is the row ID, okay, nothing else. All right, and after that, okay, we select the user and return the information. Okay, now you could say, why don't you return actually whatever was there in the Flutter framework? But at that time we didn't have this access token, we didn't have a token, things like that, so we regenerated and we saved them. Okay, so from here you can't return. To return, of course, you have to save and then return. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, and after that we can send here. So okay, user has been created. Okay, user has been created. All right, so that's how we should work. Okay, now if this is correct, then actually everything goes correctly. We'll be able to save the data in the database. All right, now before we do this operation from Postman, we need to make some changes in our database table. Now go ahead and select it, and well, select the table actually, and then do alter table, and then we'd come over here. Few things we have to do. So this was previously selected, this and this, okay, but we have to deselect them. We can't select them because we are not using email ID to log in. Yes, email ID is Google ID, and that's being saved in this Google server, Firebase server, not in our server. In our server we don't need that, because remember, we are creating unique ID for each user, so we don't need this email ID anymore. Okay, all right, so that's the first one. And second one, the password was nullable as well, so go ahead and deselect this. Okay, and then you just do apply and you should be good to go. All right, okay, so these are the two things that we need to go ahead and work on. So if you're using MySQL, you should do the same. Make sure that they are not selected. The password and email ID, they should be all empty. Okay, then we are good. Otherwise it will throw error, database error. Okay, so now our server is ready and our code is ready. So we're gonna open up Postman and we'll try to submit our first user and we'll see what we get. Okay, well, now if things go wrong, most probably we'll have this errors. So a lot of time if you have typo, then yes, we get error. Everything else should make sense. Okay, all right, even before we try, actually let's go ahead and do one else over here and we'll see how it goes. Okay, so if it's like so over here, so because we are inside this condition, right, and we'll return one and we'll say data. All right, actually we can just simply go ahead and post result over here, the user data, and user already exists. User already exists. Okay, great. Okay, before we try, actually I think there is a typo. I have checked carefully, so it should be insert get ID, and over here it should be first. All right, okay, and with this we're gonna save our data, and then we'll go back to Postman and try and make sure that this is the correct API. And then over here we're gonna click send button, and then it looks like the status is 200, and we're going to open up, and it looks like user has been created, code 0 and type 2, and everything is correct. Great. Now after this, we can come over here and select this one, select rows, and we see that the user has been created, and that's awesome. Now over here we also see avatar, access token, and expire date. Now expire date in 30 days, so it's like at 4 and 41 seconds. Okay, so next time user login, the only thing actually we're gonna update is this token. This is the token, and this is the expire date. So every time user logs in, we're gonna update token, this access token, and this is the expire date. With this, we make sure that we are always unique. Okay, all right, so this is the part that we want to do now. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, now over here we're gonna put the add some new syntaxes over here. The first thing we could do, actually I'm gonna copy this. So as I said that we're gonna just update token and access token and expire date. So over here I'm going to just simply put it in a new variable, and I'll call it access token, and then over here it's the same thing. We do expire date. All right, great. Okay, so this 2 has been just like the older one, and over here we're gonna update our user. So how to update? So we would do like this, db, well, this is called scope resolution operator, not really dot. So db is a facade, and we access the underlying things using scope resolution operator. So we'll select our table, and because this time actually we just want to update our user, and we need a condition. What's the condition? The condition is the map condition, the one that we created. So the one that we created earlier at the top. So OpenID and the type. Based on that, we can just update the user, because OpenID, remember, is unique. It's coming from Firebase. Firebase UID is actually OpenID. We name it OpenID. Anyway, so over here we're gonna call the update method, and inside this okay, over here, so we'll insert bunch of update data. Which data? The data we just created over here. So in the field access token, we'll update our access token, the one that we created, and in the field expire date, we're gonna update expire date. All right, that's it. And yeah, that's how you update it. So, and after that, over here we're gonna update one of the results for the user, the one that this one, because now this has been updated in the database, but our Flutter also has to know some updated result. So that's called access token. So over here, result. Now we're gonna update the access token object. So result, and we're gonna update access token, and over here we do access token. Yeah, that's it. So when we go back to Flutter code, then this would be sent to Flutter code, Flutter framework. And then since we are sending this one, we are also sending the access token. So access token is between you and the server. The token we have seen early, this one is between you, server, and other users to identify each other. And with access token, you just identify yourself and the server. Okay, so our result over here, you'll see that we have a field which is called access token. So this one, right? There is a field which is called access token. So we're just gonna update access token, and then we return. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it and make sure that we don't have any typos. Where map update, hopefully no. All right, so this time if we hit the send button, definitely it will not go into this condition, it will go into this condition. So the two things we'll see that our access token has changed, our expire date has changed as well in the database record, and we'll also see that user already exists. We could say user information updated. Okay, we don't want to say like that, updated, that's all. And this is the result we return. Okay, so now let's save it and let's see our database one more time. So now expire date is 41 seconds, and it looks like the access token, the last field is E. So we are going to see this changes. E becomes something else, and the time changes as well over here. Now let's go ahead and try to hit the user one more time. Okay, great. Now over here we already get code 1, which means user already exists, right? So user information updated. And remember, the access token was supposed to be E. So this is over here, it's 8, right? And well, expire date is not here, so we need to come back to our database and then select rows. So with this we'll get the updated information. Now over here you see that so access token, the last section become 8, that was FE, and the time was like 41 seconds, 0:41 seconds. Now it's 6:46 seconds. Wonderful. So that's how actually you create record in the database with access token, end token, and time. So that's how you also update your information. Wonderful. So now this part of the code is working pretty well, and it's actually complete. Now after that, since we can access our data and save our data, so now this is the time that we return the data to Flutter framework. So rest of the work would be pretty much on the Flutter framework side. Thank you. Okay, now we'll go back to Flutter front-end framework, and then we'll call this API, the one that we created from our Flutter app. Do remember that this is almost production ready API. So if you ever work with Google login, you can, and Laravel framework, you could just go ahead, use this, and this will have no problem actually. Anyway, so now let's go back to our Flutter code. Now this is where we are actually. So if we log in this section, we are going to call this API. Now it has to be called from here, and this is where actually we laid out our structure earlier, or the blueprint. Okay, so all we need to do over here, we need to send this login panel list request entity. So we'll send it over here, and then we need to grab it over here. Okay, so over here we'll do login request entity and login request entity. Okay, it'll create an object for us automatically. That's beautiful. So this will have everything we need, and then this is the object login request, and then we are passing it to this function. Now this function will talk to the backend server, which means that we'll send this information to the backend, because you see the backend would be validating this information, at least avatar name, type, and OpenID. This 4 we have to send, and we already have them encapsulated in this object over here. So now this time actually we don't need this anymore. Okay, so we are done with this, we don't need this. That was just a mimic how it looks like once we save user data in the app itself, but of course that wouldn't work. Anyway, so first we're gonna go ahead and call an API. So the API is, we have to use await for this, and the API name is user, the API class name is user API, this one, the first one, and then we're gonna call a method. So it is a method which is called login. Now this is the login method, and login method actually wants params, and then we can just pass our login entity object, and that's it. Now you may wonder, where is this? Actually this is already that I built for you guys, so it's already inside common APIs and user.dart class. So here we have this login method. Okay, now this would be more like a repository. So from here actually we are going to talk to the server. So this is repository, so which means that from here we are going to use network connection. Okay, it's already built in there. So this is the login method, and all we need to send is this one over here. Actually the params, actually we are sending this one, and as we send this one, because it's wrapped around this curly braces, so it is required. How do you know that? Like for example, if you remove this and put your cursor over here, it would say that there is an entity that's required, I mean object that's required, and it's under curly braces. So whenever your receiver object is using curly braces, so when you pass object to it, actually argument, then you have to send it using a name. So the name is params login request entity. Now the name itself, params, is defined here actually. So if they call it params, you have to call it params as well. Okay, which means parameters. Anyway, so this function over here takes parameters and we send them from here. Great. Now this class is built in. So as I said, that this class deals with all kind of network calling, and it's a very simple class. And yeah, just like this. So we will have login, get profile, update profile, and over here we actually used pretty much post method to do that, because with post method you can always make sure that your response works, in a sense that get method might have buffer. Post method doesn't have any buffering in the network, so you always get the fresh data. Now one might say, hey, why don't you use get method? I don't want to use get method because with this post you always make sure, it's always assured the data that is returned from the server, that is the new one, not the cached one. If you use http.get, you get maybe buffered data, and which is not fresh data. Now over here, of course, we see another class. This class actually calling this post method. Now this class is another wrapper for actually calling our post method and get method. So it's also inside this utils folder. Just go ahead and click on this. You'll go ahead, you'll see that. Okay. Now this is a class, we call it http util, and here actually we created a singleton. Now inside this there are a lot of things that we need to talk, but in this section I'm going to skip that. I'm not going to talk about those things. I'll have a dedicated section where I talk about this whole class, because first I want you to get excited that how it works, how it feels like to actually submit data from backend, from front end to backend, and especially when we connect a Firebase server, your app, as well as your backend server, three clients actually, backend, front end, and your own backend. So we're connecting all these three together, and that is amazing. Anyway, so I'll have a dedicated chapter where I talk about this class. So from this class actually we're just using for now this post method. Now as you see, so here we are in our post method needed path. Actually this path refers to the API endpoint, and the endpoint is actually this one. Okay, now here we also have to put API, because when you use Laravel framework to make API requests, it automatically adds API. So we have to do that, like we have seen earlier in our browser that in our Postman, that we have to add API, otherwise it's not going to work. So just like there, we also have to have API over here. Well, even though we don't see API over here, you don't have to add API over here because Laravel does it automatically for you. All right, but if you do over here, then I wouldn't say that you need it here. Okay, but it's better you put here. That's the convention. Okay, that's it. And what else? So we also have the query parameters, so the actual data we want to send. So what is the data you want to send? You want to send like this data. Let's go ahead and find our sign-in controller. So we want to send this data, right? So that's in the query parameters. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and do it, send this, and this should get code, right? Now before that, I'm going to make some quick adjustment very quickly, make sure that it will not have any error. So the first one I would do is in the server.dart. Over here, I have to have a slash like this. So if you have a slash like this, then you will also have this API, right? So for example, if I copy this one, then I'm going to put it here. And it'll look like this. But if you don't have the slash, it'll look like this, and which is not a correct URL for us. Okay, so that's why we need to put the URL. So that's the first change. And the second change, we also wanna put a log over here, so that we know if we have any problems or not, because this time we are making request from Flutter to Firebase, Firebase to Flutter, Flutter to Laravel, and Laravel to Flutter. And so it's a lot of things going on, so you need some logs. So over here I would do print, and I would do JSON encode this one, and then we'll have this login request entity, because this is an object. Now I want to get this as a string, so that's why you do JSON encode. So if you have an object and you want to convert it to string, you should use JSON encode. Okay, so whatever is there, so I'll see if I'm sending the correct information or not. Okay, all right, and okay, that's one part. And second part, we also need to put a log over here. We'll make sure that if we have errors, we can get that one. Now, so this complete path, complete section validated to this. So all of it, I'm going to cut, and I'm going to wrap it around try catch close. So over here I would do try, and then over here I'll have catch, and then inside this I'll have exception, and this is E, like our variable, and then I'm going to return like this. Okay, now inside this we'll have our data. Okay, so if we have any error, we'll be able to catch it over here if we do testing on Postman. Now I'm going to open up Postman, and okay, it's running over here, so I'm going to close the terminal. So with this, so we have logs everywhere. If things go wrong, we'd be able to know it immediately. All right, okay, now let's go to the app, because this is what we are testing first time from app itself. So there might be issues, so we want to catch that one. Okay, all right, so now let's go ahead and run this app, restart. So let it load everything from the beginning, and if we have error, we'd be seeing over here. Okay, now let's go ahead and click on this, and let's continue. I'm going to do this one, and let's see what goes on. All right, so we do see that we have few errors, and let's see. Okay, so over here we are good. Now this is the place where, okay, we give correct data, and then we have this one, and we have this. All right, so there is a problem with unhandled exception where it says this one. All right, now this is the data we sent, so we don't know where is the problem, because previously when we are trying from Postman, actually we didn't have enough data, we just have few fields. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to copy this. Now of course this is coming from here, so you see I just encoded this one, right? So I'm going to copy this one, and then we're going to try it on Flutter app, sorry, on Postman. I'm going to try it over here, copy paste it. Well, the format may look a bit weird, but it's okay, still JSON format, and there is no error about it. Okay, now I'm going to click over here, and we'll see if we have error or not. So if this works over here, actually it should also work on the app side as well. Okay, now let's go ahead and click on this. All right, and what do we see here? Okay, now, well, it says status code is correct, but no data available. Now this is the JSON return from our server side. Of course, this, if you want to get this error in Flutter itself, like it's very difficult to get, because there is no correct format inside this. So, and there are a lot of unique characters, this and that. So it's difficult to view on Flutter framework.
So now that's why this one actually is helping. Okay, so this is the code that we got over here. But if you try to get this, now this one's a similar place in Flutter app actually is this one. But why we didn't say it over here, the reason is because it said the type string is not a subtype of map string dynamic. So actually it couldn't convert this one to map and string. So that's why the problem happened. This is a string, but this string was not able to be converted to map string. So that's why. On Flutter itself, we didn't say this thing. But anyway, so let's look at this error and we see what happens. So now here it says the PDOE exception, SQLite, so which means there's a database error. Okay. Now, if it's a database error, that means it has to do with database. SQLite error is always with database error. Now here it says that unknown column phone. So it means that our database doesn't have a phone column, but we are trying to send it. Okay, yes, we do have a phone column here, but it says that our database doesn't have the phone column. So let's go ahead and check that if our database has or not. So I'm going to come over here on Flutter app, our MySQL workbench, and then this is our app, and I'm going to open up the table. This is our database actually. So app database, and this is the table that I was talking about, because it also refers to most probably user, but it has to be this one, right? Because we have only one database table right now that we're working with. So anyway, let's come over here, and I'm going to click on this to alter the table to see if we have or not. All right, okay. Now these all of our fields, okay, yes, we don't see phone field, so that's what causing this error. Okay, all right, so I'm going to add one, phone, and virtual 45, and yeah, that's it. Then I'm going to apply and apply. Okay, all right, cool. Now what will happen over here right now, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to try this one more time, and we'll see if we can be successful, because this is enough data and this is the exact data we want to send to MySQL workbench from Flutter itself. Let's go ahead and click on this, and looks like this time code null, user has been created, and that's great. Now let's go ahead and check our table, so if the user has been created or not. So I'm gonna do select rows, and yes, so we see that this is the exact user that I was looking for. Okay, great. All right, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this, and now we'll try it from Flutter app, and we'll apply. Okay, close, and we also don't need this one, so apply, close. Great. Now let's go back to our Flutter app, and this time we'll see if it works or not. Okay, so those are the fixes that we did. Now let's go ahead and come over here. Okay, now let's go ahead and click on this. So let's continue, and then we're gonna click on this, and let's see if we have things or not. Beautiful. So which means that it actually worked. But of course we're back to the sign-in page again, because remember earlier we just removed that user to is set is login. We removed that one, so we are back to this page, but this would be gone very soon. Okay, because we are almost done with this. So now let's go ahead and set up how to prevent it to come here, right? We are almost ready for that. Okay, so in this section actually we'll take care of a few things. First, we have to save the data in our local database, local storage, and actually we should also take care of one issue, like as we talk to the Google server and as we wait for the data, we need to work on that issue. For now, actually we don't have, for example, if you go ahead and try to sign in, and actually we would be able to sign in, but during this time you'll see that the app is kinda dead, or it is stuck somewhere. You see right now it is actually stuck. We're actually talking to the Google server, and here we don't have anything, and now it showed up. Okay, we don't want to do like this. Okay, all right, so anyway, so let's go ahead and work on this. So first here we want to import one of the package, and it has a function which is called easy loading. This one, easy loading.show, this one that we want to import. All right, and let's see if it doesn't recognize, we're gonna import it like this. Now, this is one of the plugin that's already installed, so just go ahead and install that. Okay, all right, and then over here, what we are going to do, we are going to give it some value. Okay, the first one is indicator. So here it would be like a circular progress indicator, this one. All right, and here there are other properties which is called mask type, and here we do easy loading, mask type clear, this one. Well, there are a few others that you can choose from, and I think it has to do with how it looks, the color, and dismiss on top true, like that. So these are the properties that we want to use. So this is the first one. Okay, all right, now okay, and after that actually we're gonna wait for the API call, and as it happens over here, we're gonna go ahead and save it in a variable. So the variable, we can call it var result, you can call it anything, it doesn't matter. Okay, so we have this variable, and now we'll check the variable's value. Okay, and well, we can also print that if we want. We don't need that. So here we do result. Okay, now result.code, now code if it's equals 0. All right, okay, now if you see our app over here, backend app, now you'll see that if we are successful over here, okay, so we could set up, we will return 0, that user has been created or user has been updated. So actually we can also set 0 over here. So now either way, if we get 0, that means that either already exists or the user information has been updated. All right, okay, so anyway, so we're gonna save this one and make sure that the terminal is running. Yeah, the app is up and running over here. Okay, great. So either way, so it's 0, it means success somehow. Okay, so now back to Flutter app. If it's 0, it means everything went well. Okay, all right, then after that, actually what do we have to do? We have to do await one more time, and we do user store over here, user store dot to dot save profile. So this is the function save profile, and then all we need to do, give it just our profile. Okay, so result dot data. All right, and we'll say that data is not empty. All right, now go back to our Flutter, our Laravel backend. Now here you'll see that if we are correct, so this data information actually contains the user data, right? So user result or result anyway, so the key is data, right? The value is either result or result, it doesn't matter. So over here, so it has all this user information, so we take that information, right? And it's the same thing over here, result, because you see later on we update it and then we put everything in the result variable. Anyway, so what do we return? We return the data, right? So we get the data from our JSON. Okay, so that's what we want to save. So that's the user information, and that would actually contain like user profile, avatar, name, token, access token, things like that. So we get that one, and after that actually we want to do easy loading dot dismiss. Okay, so we don't want to load anymore, so we are good to go. All right, and then that's one. Okay, and if it fails over here, we would say that easy loading dot dismiss as well. We'll dismiss anyway, and then here we do toast info. Now toast info is another package for showing messages. All right, so here we could say internet error. All right, so user will get this information. All right, okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to save it, and then we're going to restart the app, and we'll see what happens. And even before we do actually restart, we think we should go ahead and check. We need to check if we are correct or not. Okay, here we are good. All right, and I think we need to uncomment this section, because now we want to log out. So every time you log out, you want to clear your information. So this would get called, and let's take care some of other things that we did before, because that was a temporary solution. we don't need this anymore as well. Let's come to our project folder, make sure that we don't have any reference of the variable over here. Okay, we don't have. All right, so which means that we don't have any error. So now back to this function where it says that save user profile. So yes, we get user information, and then over here we store it. All right, okay, and then we set token for this. Okay, great. Now this section, actually I'm gonna give you a better understanding in next part. So in this part, what I'm going to do over here is just go ahead and restart it and make sure that we can log in, log out. That's all we want. Okay, all right. So now if things are great, so this is the first time we'd be logging out from our device as well as saving information in the device even after restarting. So let's go ahead and click on this, and we're gonna log in. Now I'm gonna select this guy over here. Okay, now let's see how it goes. All right, so there is this loading button. As you saw, that was very quick. Now that's a reason because we are in localhost. If it's actually server, you'd see it for quite a few seconds, 2 or 3 seconds, because localhost happens everything too fast. All right, perfect. So this is the user information. Now actually this information should be saved in our device, right? Okay, great. Now we can click on this guy over here, and you can log out, but I don't want to log out now, so I'm going to go back. So this is our message page or dashboard, right? Okay, so now I'm going to restart, and we'll see if our information is saved or not in our local storage. All right, yes, perfect, it's saved, because you see after restarting it, it is still there. Okay, it's still in this memory, the local storage memory, so you are not going back to sign in page. Okay, all right, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to log out and see how it goes. So let's go ahead and log out. Yes, log out. Beautiful. Now I'm going to restart here. So after restarting, this time we should be on this page, because remember, if we log out, our information is erased over here, as you can see, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and restart and verify that it is what it is, that we want it to work like this. Okay, great. So we are on this sign-in page and no weird behavior. Eventually our app is working the healthy way, and an app that should be working the way we want the app to be working, right? Let's go ahead and log in one more time and we'll see how it goes. All right. Okay, so this time I'm going to log in with this guy again. Now, okay, as we saw, it was there, and perfect, beautiful. Okay, great. So I'm gonna log out and I'm gonna confirm over here. Wonderful. So next, actually what I also want to try this app in our Android simulator. So I'm going to click on this and let's see how it goes. So one of the things I find with Android emulator is that it's cranky. Well, like the other emulator didn't work, but it's working. So sometimes if your Android emulator doesn't work the way you want, one of the things is to reinstall the app or change the emulator, and then it should be great. Okay, because just now you have seen I have the other one, the bigger one, but that just didn't work. It was stuck there for a long time, but this is going to work. With iOS, we don't see this kind of issues. iOS is great actually for a lot of the things. Okay, now anyway, so I always find it difficult to work with Android simulator. Just the way they made it. All right. Anyway, so now here we are logged in, and here it says that we do have unknown issues and we don't know why. Okay, so let's take a look over here. Of course, it says that there is a user that we already user and socket exception, and it was not able to connect with the local host. Okay, now yeah, so with Android emulator you have to change the server ID, right? This is what we have seen before. So over here it says that this one, so connection refused. So this is the Android issue. Now let's go ahead and change it, and we'll see that actually it will work. So with Android, actually we want to use this one, not the other one. So 10.0. So here we'll do 2 and it should work. All right, okay, now, okay, so let's go ahead and restart the app, and hopefully it should work. Okay, and this time it would be actually working, but which also means that I have to restart again everything, the whole process. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, yes, looks like actually it just worked. Anyway, so now here I am, and then if you go ahead and try to restart it, definitely it would work. Okay, so let's go ahead and restart, and we'll see that it takes us to this page over here. All right, okay, great. So we didn't relog. Okay, all right, and then I'm going to click on this one more time. Okay, this time it works. Okay, so I'm going to click on this and log out. Okay, and then let's go ahead and click on logout, and we are logged out. And now we're going to restart it, and we'll see that okay, it is as it is. Okay, great. And then we're going to log in. So this time Android would let us choose our email account, and here we are logged in. Beautiful. So everything is working perfectly as we wanted. So this is the thing that you need to take care, all right, for Android emulator. Now since I'm going to work with both of this, so I'm going to copy this, and actually I'm going to put it over here, and now I'm going to comment this out, but this one would be more like 127.01.01. all right, so in the real world, because you'll have a domain name as your server URI, so it's not going to be a problem. All right, okay, great. So in next section, actually we'll see how this section this code works, this save profile works, as well as actually the whole user thing and on init method works. Okay, and related to it there should be some classes that we should also take care and see how they work. Thank you. And we'll see what is this save profile, and actually this is coming from here, right? Okay, so now even before we take a look at this save profile over here, we have to understand even a little more about this user API and login section. Now if you understand this code on your own, you can skip this part. There is no coding here. I'm just explaining how stuff work, but if you understand the code on your own, you are good to go. But I strongly recommend to watch this. Anyway, so if you're over here, now you see if you click on this login button, anyway, so these are endpoint, right? And then it returns this actually an object over here. What object? Actually it returns a user login entity, user login response entity object. So once we are here, actually this one is an object. Of course, since this is an object, we can use a dot operator to access the properties, right? Okay, of course we need to understand this object and how it works and what it returns, right? Okay, so let's go inside this. Let's go inside this class first, and over here we see that it has three fields: code, message, and data. And two of the fields actually we have already used over here, code and data, right? Okay, now over here, since this is a class actually, so this is the constructor, and inside this we have this from JSON method. Okay, now from JSON method, all it does, gets the information over here and try to return an object as well. Okay, from JSON it returns an object, but the tricky part is over here I do see there is another class over here as a model, right? So this one actually also takes JSON. Now this data itself is JSON as well. Okay, from the server side actually it already returns JSON from us. So inside this we can get it, because since this is a map, so if you want to access the properties of map, you have to use this braces and then double quotation and the field or the key. All right, so now it gets this JSON. Now what is it? Now if you see over here our backend, now this result, this one, or this one. It doesn't really matter which one it is. So now this actually returns us JSON, because user result, as you see over here, now whatever it gets from there, okay, it returns as the first one. Actually it returns us as JSON format, okay, and then we just directly return over here, and then over here it's the same thing. Now we just added a new information access token, and we created a variable, and which was actually at the top, which is this one over here. So when we actually return, actually we are returning pretty much the JSON data. So what it contains, this one actually contains JSON as well. Contains JSON, actually we can confirm that. We can open up our Postman, and we know that last time actually we were trying to do this request from here, and we know that this is what it returns. So you can hit the send button and it will return this data. Now you see inside data, actually, so the whole data itself is a JSON format, okay? So that's why when it returns, we are ready to use. All right, so now here we know that this part is completely JSON. And then, so let's go ahead and check this class first, actually, user item. So wow, here we see that access token, token name, description, avatar, and type. And this is exactly what we see is a return inside this. So we want to get those data, and convert it to an object. So that's why over here, once again, we also have one more time this method, which is called from JSON method. Now from JSON method would return us an object. Okay, so what will happen over here? So since let's see, okay, I think I got lost. We are over here. So anyway, so inside this, actually we are, this one from JSON is returning me an object. So this is already an object, and this whole thing is also an object. Okay, now as it returns, this data section contains the most important part, right? As it returns, so this gives me an object. Inside the object there is a property or field, which is data, and data is an object too. So we can access that, and that's what actually we are doing over here. We did over here. So we are returning. So here we are giving a object. Now eventually the object type is, we already know that the object type is, let's find it over here. So this one. So the object type is user item. So when we return, it's already an user item object. So that's why if you go back and see save profile, actually here we write an object, because we are receiving an object over here. Okay, so hopefully it should make sense. So here we already are an object. Okay, now this object, we want to save it, because as I said earlier, we want to save this information, this user information, in our local storage. We want to save it and save it in a key. Now this key thing actually we have seen before, so let's click on this. So the key refers to user profile. So we want to save this, but we know that in local storage actually we can just save string, but this is not a string, this is an object. So you have to make it or turn it into an object, turn it into a JSON, so, or a string. Now if you have an object, you want to turn it into a JSON or a string, you have to call the function which is called JSON encode. So we just pass this object, and then it converts this one, this profile, into a string, and if it is a string, we can just save it. Now in fact we are saving a whole bunch of string, everything over here, whatever you see, everything over here, we are saving this key. All right, okay, so since we are logged in, now we are saved, so we save it to the local storage. And over here, this profile is actually, if you come over here at the top, you'll see that this is also an user item. Now here we tag it as OBS, because anything changes with this, our state management system would notify Flutter, hey, something has changed, so let's update the UI. Now this is a constructor, so that's why actually we can pass data to it. So profile actually is taking this profile object. Okay, all right, so that's one thing. Now the other thing that we have done explicitly over here, remember, so this one profile contains all the data from the server, all this data, right? Now one of them is access token. So here we save this access token over here. So we explicitly store the token in a special key in string format, and we just return. Now it has a lot of benefit. You may ask, why not others? Others we are not going to use it. Throughout the app, we'll actually use also this one to check if the user is already logged in or not, things like that. Okay, and when we talk with the server, we might use this one. When we talk with another user, we might use this one. We don't need every information about the user to talk with or do something or make a request. Well, most of the time we'd be just using the token, because this token refers to unique user. All right, so that's pretty much it. All right, so this is, in this section we talked about this. In next section actually we'll be talking about this whole thing on init, which is very important to understand how the login works, how the app works. So we'll be talking about that one as well in next section. Broaden our understanding about this class one more time, and this time it would be better and easy to understand how this class works. Now if you see this class, actually this class is globally injected. So let's check our class, which is called global.dart, and as you see at the top over here we do have user store, right? So user store, we load it globally, and it comes from actually over here inside this main function. So first we load this dependencies, right? And then we run our app, so it becomes globally available to our app. Now that's good. Now let's prove it that it becomes globally available. So I'm going to restart this app, and we'll see that we have some messages over here. Okay, great. Now it's already boot up over here. So here you see first service storage has been created, and then user store has been created. Okay, so user store actually has been created, looks like even before get material app controller has been created. So these things, like, they are globally available and they get loaded. At least they get loaded before welcome controller, because welcome controller is the one that gets injected and show the UI, right? But it comes later. So why it happens and how it happens like this. So as our app boots up, actually even before we start to show the UI, we need to see if we have data saved in our memory, because based on the data we will show our UI, right? If we have data, the UI should look one type. If we don't have data, the UI should look a different type. So that's why we have to load our data. Now since this is something that we are already working, and last time in last video we show and we learned how to save the user token and profile key in our local storage, right? So if we have this data available, we will make a search. We search over here, and we know that on init method got at the very beginning of getX lifecycle. Okay, so since this is get called at the very beginning, so we should, this is the time we should check if there is user data or not. Okay, so that's what we check over here. So we take the user token, the one that we got from our backend, so we save it in this variable, as well as we also see the storage user profile key. So if we have this profile key, if we have key, so what do we do over here? Now we do a conditional check. If we have this data, we say, oh yes, the user is logged in, right? Okay, great. So that's what we want to show to the user or to the app, that hey, user is logged in. Now here, amazingly, you see one thing. Actually, we are not really talking to the Google server over here, right? Or even our backend server. We are not connected, and this way the app looks that it's very fast. Okay, because if you always keep talking with this app, always keep talking with the server, your app may look slow, because when you make a request to the server, it may take time to get done, right? That's why we see loading icon. But here, as we do this one, actually we don't have any loading icon. We have this onboard screen, and right after this we go to our message page, and it's super fast. Okay, so this data, everything is coming from local storage, and we put it at the very beginning. We want to query the data from storage, because if the user is logged in, then we'll show the user. If user is not logged in, actually we'll go to the sign-in page. Now how we do that? Now here you see that if user is logged in, if we get our data from local storage, we set it to true, right? But the default value is false, as you can see over here. Now, as we know that now first time when it loads in the memory, actually this one, the default value is actually false, right? So at the beginning it is false, but when it comes to onInit method, because onInit method comes later, first this variables they get initialized, and then onInit method comes. Now onInit method, we find the user information and we set it to true. That's beautiful, and that's how it should work. So now if is login true, now here is the middleware that kicks in. Now let's go to our route auth middleware, this one. Okay, now over here middleware, we check, hey, user is logged in, this value is a true, right? Because over here this value is a true, so we check it over here that yes, this value is true, so we just simply return null. Simply return null means that whatever the route was there, go back to that route, and by this time you should be very familiar with this. So what was the current route over here? Actually we come to this page from our welcome controller, right? So if you see welcome controller, we have message route over here, as you can see. So welcome controller is the first controller that gets kicked in, and over here we have this message route. We go to this message route, and message route tells us, okay, let's see which page we are in, and let's do the related conditional check. So we come to this middleware. Now middleware checks these things. Okay, it says, oh, this condition is correct, so we return from here. As we return null, here we return null, right? So as we do that, we actually go back to this message page, which is over here, right? So that's how it works. So with this, you're understanding about this user storage, the middleware, and why it's important not to always talk to the server. In whole situation, we are actually not talking to the server. Everything we got from local storage, and then we do it. Now if user somehow removes this app, this would be gone, right? All this information. So that means that in that situation, if user reinstall the app, we will take the user to the sign-in page. Okay, anyway, so after this, your idea about how local storage work and why they are important and how they are important during the login, it should be clear. Thank you. All right, hello everyone. So here I wanted to clarify with you that what we are going to do in next few hours. The first thing definitely would be in our message page after logging in. Now message page, actually you will have these things, right? So you'll have buttons like this. Now over here we'll see that how many people we talked with and related messages, and if we also called anyone, so those information should be saved over here. This is for voice message or video call, and over here this would be only text messages. Okay, now actually this section comes from here. Even before we show this section, actually we have to go ahead and check our contact page. So if you have someone in your contact page, you'll select that person like this, and then over here you'll send messages. Okay, so that's what we want to do actually. So like this. Now if this messages is gone, I mean is sent to the other person, and that person would be available over here, but that person will not be available over here if you did not make a call to him. One more time, let me show you. So over here I'm taking a random guy that I have never talked to it, because a lot of you are downloading this APK and testing, right? So let me find someone, like I'll take this guy, maybe John Test, and I'll send messages to him. Okay, hi John. Okay, now over here that's fine, and now I'm gonna go back and I'll see he's here, right? Okay, but with John I didn't really talk any voice message or do anything like that, so he's not available over here. Great, so this is the section that we want to work with next. So the idea is, first we'll build over this button which would be called contact page, and based on that, once I click on this, we'll get all the information back from the Firebase that hey, I have a lot of users over here. We can also retrieve that from our backend as well. Okay, so once that is done, we're going to click on this, and that person would be available over here, right? So that's what we want to do in next few hours. So stay tuned and be patient.
So let's go ahead and create our contact module. So for this one, I'm going to open up this folder section over here. Inside this pages, actually, I'm going to create a new folder and I'll call it contact. All right. Now, right inside this, we can just copy this one. Not actually copy. I want to copy this few files, not the folder. So go ahead and copy all of them. And then we're going to put it inside them. Just copy paste and we should be good to go. All right. Okay. Anyway, so looks like it helped us to open up some of these files automatically. So I'm going to close this. All right. We don't need this. Okay. So here we also don't need this. Okay. Let's make sure this is the right file. Okay. Contact bindings. Okay, so now inside this, we just want to do contact. All right, now inside this over here, we also change it to contact controller because we need one. So let's copy this and put it over here. Okay, now we need to import it. But if we go and import it, it won't work. Now make sure this is the correct file. Okay, so we are inside frame. Okay, now this is not the one that we want to actually add it, so we need to close this. We need to close this. We need to close this. Actually, close all of them. And this was the correct one. Contract bindings. Okay. Now other files didn't get open, so I'm going to open all of them one by one, and then we'll make a modification together. All right. So controller here, we're going to call it contact controller. Contact controller. Now here we'll say contact state, and we also don't need this because this may cause big error later. And over here the state is also contact state. All right, great. And the view would be contact page as well. So let's go ahead and change all of them. Okay, great. And inside this, we don't need this. Okay, and we also don't need anything like that for now. So here we'll just put a text in the center, and here we'll say hi. So child text contact hi. All right, so that's it. And inside this, we also want contact controller. Okay, great. And let's see if we can import them. Okay, great. And others, actually we don't need this anymore. Great. With the state we are good. Index. Now inside this, instead of calling it welcome, we want to call it contact. This is great as well. And here contact state, we need to import the library. Okay, and remove the unnecessary one. Okay, great. And then over here we can also import that. Okay, wonderful. Okay, now after this we should go to our pages over here. So let's find pages. Now inside the pages we need to activate the route over here. Check a route. So let's look for contact. Okay, so this is the route that we want to activate. So I'm going to put one // and I'm going to remove this as well. And now we are good and great over here. So this is all we have. And let's import. Okay, so the way we're going to import, not really like this. So here we do import, and we're going to step back, pages, and contact and index.dart. Okay, actually just like pretty much this. Okay, great. So we don't need to import rest of them one by one. Okay, all right, so this is our contact page. Most probably we need a const over here. Now this is where actually we need to go ahead and restart the app, because we just injected a new controller. Okay, great.
Now if we click on this, it is supposed to take us to this page, and which it did. All right, great. So in next section we're gonna draw this, as well as start working loading this information from our server. Thank you. So let's go to the contact page, and on the contact page we have this one, but we want to build this app bar. So let's go ahead and do that. So inside this we'll build our app bar, and we'll return app bar widget. So for building app bar, you have to return app bar widget, not just the widget like we have seen before. It doesn't work like that. Now inside this you also have to return app bar, and that's it. Okay, and this way we keep our code clean. I mean, we write different widgets. We don't put everything inside the scaffold, inside this main section. Now here we'll just simply do title, and then we'll have text, and inside this we'll just simply say contact, and we are good to go. And then we'll have this style section over here, and then we'll do text style. Okay, and after this we'll do color. So app colors dot primary text, actually primary text, and font size would use 16.sp, and font weight would use font weight dot normal. All right, now this is the time that we just go ahead and call this one. So this is our body, and now inside this we'll have like app bar, right? So here we'll use app bar, and we'll call build app bar. Okay, now we're good. Now let's go ahead and check on our UI. All right, so let's see. Okay, that's what it looks like. And of course we also don't need this. Let's remove that. Okay, great. And we also want to remove this. Now over here actually we want to show all the contacts, right? So here I'll say contact list like this, but this one of course it doesn't exist, so we have to create a new folder. Now this is our contact page, and inside this we'll create a new directory, and we'll call it widgets. Now inside this widgets we'll create a new file, and we'll call it contact list.dart. All right, now inside this we're gonna create a stateless widget, and then we'll call it contact list. All right, and let's go ahead and import it. And then over here inside the container we'll still say the same thing over here as a child, and center, and then we'll do child again, and then we'll do text again. So we'll put everything in the center. Contact page. All right, now we need to come to this view over here, and let's import it. The error should be gone. All right, and now hopefully we'll see changes. Yeah, contact page. Now this contact page actually should take all the information and show it over here. What information? The user's name and their profile photo. Now we want to get them from our server. What server? We're going to get them from our Laravel server, the server that we are building. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that.